Welcome to my PHP beginners course. In this course, you are going to learn the basic of PHP. That is the foundation of PHP, how PHP truly works, how PHP can be of a great value to you, how you can use PHP to build amazing projects. So in this course, we are going to kickstart by building a blog system. As you can see, this is a simple blog that has a title, that has a date, that has a category, that you can also search, that's comments, and if you log in, you take your comments. If you are not logged in, you won't be able to comment. So let's see. Let's try to log in and see if we can comment. So I'm going to log in as a user, and also on this same project, you can also allow registration, so you can also register. So let me log in as a registered user. So I'm going to click on login. As you can see, I'm in. Now on any post that has been posted by the admin, this regular user, we have access to what to comment. So if I comment here now, cool, and I click on submit, now the comment has been added and is waiting for moderation. So the admin of this current project, we have to log in and approve the comments. So going forward, let's also take a look at the e-commerce section, that is the commerce store. So I'm clicking on view products. You're going to notice we have the product title, the date the product is created, and the product category, and it has also quantity. There we have add to cart button. So all these things you are also going to learn it from scratch. So I'm going to click on add to cart, and this has been added to my carts. I'm also going to go back again to the store and add another product to my cart. So I'm going to add this to carts. Now we have a simple notification that says successfully added to carts. You are going to also learn how to do this thing from scratch. Like this project is mainly for PHP beginner. Like you are going to learn it everything. You are going to learn everything from scratch. So let's go to carts. Let's go to our cart session. So on this cart page, as you can see, everything we've added to cart so far, we accumulated into this place, and you can either remove from the carts, or go back again to the carts and add another product to carts. So now the one we remove has been removed. Then if you go back again to the store and add it back to the carts, you are going to notice it has been added. So if you go back again to the cart section, on the cart page, as you can see, we have the product again. So now going forward, we are going to click on what checkout. So don't forget, on this page, if you are not logged in, you won't be able to check out. So since we already logged in, we have the checkout button visible. So all this process, also you are going to learn it in this course. I mean everything from scratch. So I'm going to click on checkout. So we have two payment methods here. We have the Flutterwave, we have the pay stack, so anyone that suits you. So let's go for the Flutterwave first. So I'm going to click on Flutterwave, and I'm going to head down to Flutterwave website to get a test card. So I'm going to copy this number as my test card number. Then the valid date is 0932, and the CVV is 564. Then click on P 1500. Then the pin is 12345. Okay, 3310. That's the pin, but the verification pin is 12345. So 12345. Let's see, I think there's 6. Okay, just 12345. Then click on confirm OTP, and that is paid. And as you can see, after the payment is successful on the client area, we also do some backend verification on the backend end. As you can see, we are processing the backend verification for the flutterwave.com using the version 3 API. Cool. So after that is done, you are going to notice that the method that we use is save to database. As you can see, we have Flutterwave, and the previous one I've done is Paystack. Cool. So let's sign out from regular user and let's log in as an admin. So I'm going to click on the logout button, the login as an admin. I told you earlier, a user can register, an admin can also register. So I'm going to log in as an admin, and as you can see, this is the admin page. So this is a basic project, so don't take it as something really bad in UI. This is a basic project for basic PHP beginners. So I'm going to go back again to the comment section. With the other time we posted the comments, I'm waiting for moderation. I'm going to click on the comments, and as you can see, this is the comment that we added just now. This cool comment, not active. Then I'm going to click on approve, and the comment has been approved. So I'm going to go to the read post. As you can see, this is the comment over here. It shows that guy comment January 28, 2024. Cool. So I'm going to go back again to the dashboard so you can see what the admin can do. Admin can add new posts, Admin can approve comments, admin can see the list of posts, admin can add categories, admin can add users, admin can add new users, admin can manage old users. So admin can do so many things. Admin can add new products, admin can view all products. So everything in this project you are going to be taught, you are going to learn it from scratch. I mean, from the ground level, everything in this course. So what are you waiting for? Let's dive into it and achieve something cool from this project. Thank you once again for checking it out. See you in the course. Bye.
Hello, welcome to my first series in this section. In this series, we are going to be installing our development ID and our development server, which is either Xampp or Wamp. So the first thing you have to do is to go down to Google and search for VS Code. So once you get to this place, click on the landing page, download for your operating system. You can either download for the Mac, Windows, Linux, and Co. Once you are done downloading that, head over back again to Google and search for Wamp server. So once you get here, scroll down to SourceForge, click on SourceForge, and download from SourceForge directly without stress. Once you are done downloading, install it and activate it. So once that is done, the next thing to do is to go to your stats and search for Wamp. Once Wamp open up, then open it. You click on yes and you wait for the Wamp server to load. Once you do that and this icon pop up, the next thing is to check your taskbar to confirm it's actually working. So once you zoom in, once you check it, you are going to discover it says 2 or 3 services running. That means it's working very fine. Okay, so the next in the next series we are going to be welcoming into PHP. Okay, thank you so much for this series. Hey guys, welcome to this installation setup for MacBook. So the previous series I talked about on how to install the Xampp server on the Windows computer. So in this current series now, you'll be learning how to install the Xampp server on your MacBook, on how to run it. So I'll be teaching you everything you need to do on the MacBook to run the Apache and the PHP admin. So the very first thing to do is to go to your to your Google, then type Xampp. Go to your Google, type Xampp, because Wamp server cannot work for for MacBook. You can't use Wamp server for MacBook. It's not available at the moment. So in order to use a server on your MacBook, you need a Xampp server. So we are going to be using Xampp. Search for Xampp. Now once you are in Xampp, you are going to see the installation type over here. So you click on the OX, the MacBook type. So you click on the Xampp for MacBook. Once you click on it, you download it and install it. After downloading and installing it, then you can use your command space to search for the Xampp. So just type Xampp. After installing it, type Xampp, then you wait for it to come up. So Xampp server, so let's look for it. Xampp. Okay, let me try to check it here. Okay, it is called manager OXX, not Xampp. So let me do it again. Command space. Now use command space to do that, or better still, you can click on this search icon here. So click on the search icon and it's going to pop this search for you. After you are done installing the Xampp, click on the search icon, or you use your command space to bring this search icon out. Then search for manager OX. That is where the Xampp is compiled to. As you can see now, manager OX. After you are done installing the Xampp server, so you search manager OX to open it up. You can't use Xampp to open it up. Just search manager OX, then click on it. Just double click on it and it's going to come up. After it comes up, input your password, then it's going to load the manager OX. Now as you can see, Xampp has been embedded into the manager OX. Now in this place, now you are going to click on the manage server. In the manage server area, click on the MySQL database, start it, and also click on the Apache web server, then start it also. So you wait for it to start. Make sure it started before you minimizing this application. Okay, so the both of them are now running. After running, you minimize it. Now I have minimized it. Now after you are done installing the Xampp server on your computer, you go to your Finder. A folder will be created for you under your Finder. Just go to your to your name. Once you go to your name, scroll down to the application area. Go to your name, then application. Oh, sorry. Let me go to my user again. Drop down the application. Wow, why am I saying Chrome app? It's not Chrome app. Okay, let's look for the application area. Okay, this is the application area. So make sure you are in the application area. Now it has loaded. The application area has loaded now. In this application area, you are going to find all your application that you have installed so far. All the app you have installed. As you can see, these are my installed app. In this installed app area, you are going to locate Xampp folder. This is my Xampp folder. As you can see, I have my Xampp folder in this place. Now this Xampp folder that you are looking at is where we are going to be adding our files. Now this Xampp folder where we have the bin, the etc. Now after you have located this Xampp folder, the next thing you have to do is to locate these Xampp files. Inside the Xampp, you are going to see Xampp files. Can you see the Xampp files? You are going to locate Xampp files. This Xampp folder. Inside Xampp folder, you are going to locate Xampp files. Now inside Xampp files, you are going to locate the htdocs. Now this is the htdocs. Now inside this htdoc, you are going to locate all the files that you have created so far. If you have added a file before. Now actually this is not my first time of using it. So for you that are using it for the first time, you might not see folders in your htdoc area. So now for us to make a test of this Xampp server that we have just installed, the very first thing for you to do is to create a new folder in this htdoc area. So I'm going to create PHP beginner. PHP beginner. Okay, in this PHP beginner folder, I will enter into the folder. As you can see, the folder is empty. Now I want to view this folder in my VS Code. To do that, I will go to my VS Code. Now under my VS Code, I will click on what? Open. Then it's going to show my Finder. Once it shows my Finder, I'm going to go to the applications, then locate my Xampp. This is my Xampp, then Xampp files. Inside Xampp files, htdoc. Inside my htdoc, I'm going to locate PHP beginner, which is this folder. Okay, after I click on PHP beginner, I'm going to click on open. Okay, so let me close this pop-up ad. Sorry. So my PHP beginner folder has been loaded. This is the folder that has been loaded. So I'm going to create a new file here, a new file called index.php for us to test it. So in my index.php file, I'm going to introduce my PHP syntax. So PHP. So the same thing. Inside this place, I'm going to echo I am working fine. Echo I am working fine. Now save it. After saving it, I'll go to my browser. Now just the same way we run from the Windows. Now the same name I call my folder is what I'm going to use to locate it on my browser. So now my name here is PHP beginner. I will click on new tab now. Then I will type local localhost, localhost. Now my localhost will now be PHP beginner. They enter. Now as you can see, it says what? It says I'm working. Let me zoom in my screen so that you can see what I'm talking about. As you can see, it says what? I am working fine. So that is how you can run your server on your MacBook. And in case you mistakenly turn off your MacBook, let's take for an instance, you restart your MacBook and all this stuff has been cancelled and this one too has been cancelled, because once it's cancelled, it's not going to run. If I refresh this page now, it's going to give me an issue. So in order to restore this data back, let's assume it's not in your taskbar, because I added this to my taskbar. I pin it inside this place. I actually pin it to the dock. So you can also pin yours to the dock. So let's assume it's not here. So the very best thing to do is just to click on this search and search for what? Manager OX. That's how to do it. Okay, thank you for this series. Now continue with the video and enjoy the PHP development. Hey you, welcome to the introduction of PHP. Now the very first thing that I need to tell you now is PHP is very simple. Yes, it is simple, it is easy to learn, and believe me, you can achieve anything with PHP. Yes, anything. Now let's dive into the introduction. Okay, what is PHP? A PHP is a server scripting language and a powerful tool for making a dynamic and interactive web pages. What does that mean? How does it happen? When are we going to use it? Okay, without wasting much of our time, let's go deeper on what PHP is, and we start entering into the examples and telling more details about it. What should you know already? In my own case, I believe knowing HTML, which is hypertext markup language, is the default thing for you to know to start a PHP language. So once you are good with HTML, we are good to go. Yeah. Now the next thing is, what is PHP? The abbreviation PHP. What does it mean? Now PHP is an acronym for hypertext preprocessor. Just as I said, it's run dynamically in the server. Yes, it's run dynamically in the server. Now and again, PHP is a widely used open source scripting language. Definitely, as of 2020, PHP usage is very high. About 80% of the web use PHP. Telling the fact that WordPress alone has millions of users, and WordPress is running on PHP. So many frameworks and so much more. Okay, so the next one is PHP scripts are executed on the server, and just as I said earlier, PHP is free to download and use. You don't have to pay for PHP. You just download it and start using. That's all. Okay, so let's move to the next one. What is a PHP file? A PHP file can contain either text, HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and a PHP code. Now this combination of text can easily be passed, can easily execute in a PHP code without stress. That is, we can manipulate HTML inside our PHP code, we can manipulate CSS inside our PHP code, we can manipulate JavaScript code inside our PHP code. Inside PHP code, we can also manipulate some other details like JSON and co inside PHP. So let's move to the next one. PHP code is executed on the server, just as we said, and the result is returned to a browser as a plain HTML. After being compiled, being processed in the server, it's returned the results as a plain HTML. Very simple. Now PHP files have an extension of .php, we save it as .php because it's a PHP file, so the extension has to end with .php. Okay, so what can PHP do? A PHP programming language can generate dynamic content, can page content. PHP can create, open, read, write, delete, close files on the server. Yes. PHP can collect from data. Yes. PHP can send and receive cookies. Yes. PHP can add, delete, modify data in your database. Yes. PHP can use to control user access. Yes. PHP can encrypt data. Yes. It does a lot of things more than this. I can't be listing everything, so we list few and we do more practical. Yeah, so let's move to the next one. Why PHP? Why do we have to use PHP? Now it says PHP runs on various platforms: Windows, Linux, Unix, Mac OS, and so much more. In fact, Android phone run PHP. You can easily download a server on an Android phone and start executing on your Android phone. PHP is compatible with almost all servers used today. Yes, and the common server is Apache, IIS, and etc. PHP supports a wide range of databases. Yes, that MySQL, MySQLi, SQL, so much more. PHP is free, as we said earlier. You don't have to pay for it. Just download the resources from php.net, and PHP is easy to learn and run efficiently on the server side. With PHP, you will enjoy backend web development. I promise you. Okay, see you in the next series. Hey you, welcome to the third series of this section, which is PHP syntax. A PHP can be placed anywhere in the documents, anywhere in the .php document, the Word document, the PHP the script, JavaScript document, and other documents you would like to manipulate. That is what it simply means. Now, as you can see, I have a legs down, then question mark PHP, then question mark PHP here, which stand for the opening tag of PHP. That is opening tag of a PHP file. So with less than question mark PHP, we open a PHP file. That is, we tell the system, okay, we want to start a new PHP code. I would like to write a new PHP code. I would like to generate this. I would like to do that. But all those things that we are writing has to be encapsulated with the PHP opening tag and PHP closing tag. Let me do this here so you'll be able to understand very well. So the closing tag of PHP, of PHP. So why this less than question mark PHP is opening tag of a PHP file, and question mark greater than is the closing tag of a PHP file. I hope you understand. Now, in the previous series, I mentioned about PHP files. Now, the default file extension for PHP is .php, nothing more. Anything that you are writing related to PHP has to be saved as .php file. I'll be doing that shortly. HPF file normally contains HTML tags and some PHP scripting code. I told you the last series that it can take in JavaScript, HTML, CSS, and so much more. In every PHP statement, it ends with semicolon. Yes, if you write any function, for example, I write AUDEF is something, then you use the semicolon to close it. So now let's move on to the next one. Now PHP is case sensitive. Yes, that is, if you write any function, for example, if I have a function called dd is still the same thing as dd. It will run and it's still the same thing as dd is still the same thing as the small letter d and capital letter D. So it will work just as you typed it. That's case sensitivity. Okay, so now let's move on to the example. So the very first thing we have to do is to run our Wamp server and our IDE, which is our VS Code, and creating a new folder in our Wamp directory. So the first thing to do is to open up your start menu, search for Wamp and hit enter. Once you click on it, it's going to load because currently I'm running, my server is currently running. So once you click on enter, for example you open up your start key, search for Wamp server, then once you enter, it's going to load automatically and it's going to show this for you. That is, the local server is already running, just as you follow my step in the previous installation. Okay, so let's move on to the next one. So once that is started and your server is started, now the next thing to do is to create a new folder. So we're going to head over to our folder, our file manager. Inside our file manager, you click on my PC. Inside your PC, local disk. Inside our local disk, you are going to be selecting Wamp. Once you select Wamp, then inside the Wamp you are going to see www directory. So you double click on it. Inside this place, you scroll down. Sorry, I'm very sure your own will be empty. So inside this place, just create a new folder. So the new folder will be php_beginner. php beginner. So you click on enter. Once you click on enter into the folder. Once you are in this folder, you right click and open with code. Now I'm opening it with code. Now, so it has successfully opened. Now for those of you who are just installing the IDE, who are just getting started with VS Code, so I will urge you to do some processes, that is installing some extension. In order to do that, just click on Ctrl Shift X, or better still, you can just click on this place. As you can see, extension. Once you click on it, then search for PHP. Just search PHP. Now once it comes up, you install the PHP debugger. You will also install the PHP IntelliSense. After doing that, you also install format HTML in PHP. Now after installing format HTML in PHP, you also try to install tabline. As you can see, tabline, that is, it automatically completes your code for you once you are typing. It is like an AI. So you download the tabline. After downloading tabline, for now we are good. Now the next thing you have to install again is to search for HTML. Now as you can see here, we have HTML. Sorry, I disabled that. No, we've installed this already. Okay, I think tabline is enough for us to do that. Okay, so don't worry about the HTML because I myself, I disabled it. I think it's giving me some issue, so we are good with the one you installed. So once you are done with that, just click on Ctrl Shift E, either Ctrl Shift E or you click on this Explorer. So once you click on the Explorer is going to come up for you. Yeah, so let me close this place and go back to our directory. This is our directory. This is our window. Here is the file directory. Here is the window. So let me zoom in so you'll be able to see what I'm trying to say. Now the first thing to do after opening our folder in VS Code, we are going to be creating a new file. As I've said earlier, a new file will be created with .php extension. So we're going to be creating a new file in a .php extension for us to be able to execute PHP. So I'm going to be saying, I'm going to be clicking on this plus icon here, which is new file. So once I click on it, it's going to load up. Once it load up, it's going to ask me the name of the file I would like to create. So I'll be creating a file called index.php. And what is index? Why did I name it index? Index simply means home, that is home page, my landing page, where I want to start from, what the computer really understand, what the server can actually pick in an easy step is index. So on every landing page, index is meant to be our home directory, that is where we are starting from. That's what index simply means. So this index.php. So I'm going to hit enter. Once my index.php has been created, then we are going to be given this window as I've explained. So this window is what will be given to us. Let me zoom in so you'll be able to see what I'm doing. So we are going to be given this window. Once we are given this window, then we can now start writing our code. Don't forget I said opening tag of PHP and closing tag of PHP. So I'm going to be opening my PHP with this opening tag and also closing it with it, and closing it with my closing tag, which is question mark greater than. So here will be less than question mark PHP. Then I will hit enter and scroll down and say question mark greater than PHP, that is closing tag. Now as you can see, I have successfully opened a new PHP file. Yes, I have successfully opened a new PHP file using my less than question mark PHP and my question mark greater than for the closing tag. So here is the opening tag of PHP, don't forget, and here is the closing tag of PHP. Closing tag of PHP. I hope you understand that. And PHP is case sensitive, just as I've said earlier. It can either be PHP, or PHP. It can be anything, yeah, but we recommend using this method. That's the case sensitive. Okay, so delete this section here because it's not allowed. You are going to be given error while this is a comment. So delete this now and let's focus on doing something awesome in the next series. So see you in the next series. Hey you, welcome again to PHP comments. How to use comments in PHP and how comment actually works. Okay, so let's get into it. A comment in PHP code is a line that is not executed as a part of the program. Its only purpose is to be read by someone who is looking at the code. Yeah, that's all. That is, I write a code. Okay, this is where I stop. This is where I start. This is what I'm doing. Now, what comments can actually be used for? Let others understand your code. That is, you write a source code and you send it to a friend, or you send it to a programmer, or you send it to a developer like you. That is not, it might not be in the realm of PHP, it might be coming from Python, and checking your code in PHP, so for them to be able to understand what you're actually telling them. So you use comments to communicate it because you are not there and you can't make a phone call calling them, hello, yeah, this, that. Thousands of developers can be looking at your code at the same time and you can't be picking those calls. That's why we have comments. So comments let other developers know what you are actually writing, know what you're actually telling them to do, know what is actually doing in your code. Okay, the next one is Comment is used to remind yourself of what you did. Yes, if I write a functions and I want that functions to be well explained to me, whenever I come back to the code, I'll just use a comment. Okay, function get me food. I'll just comment this function is used to get me food, so that I will not forget anything I'm doing. So that's how it work. And PHP supports several ways of commenting. We have the single line comment and the multiple line comment. Yes, we have the single line comments and also the multiple line comments, which single line is just a line is well explained. So multiple line is when you have multiple lines that you can have a drop down, enter. Okay, so let's make a proper example. So I'm very sure that will be more better than me saying it. Okay, so this is where we stop the last section. Now we want to use a simple example starting from the single line comment. So let's assume I want to make my first comment in a single line method. So I can either use hash and say this is my first comment. So this is single line comment. A single line comment can either be used with hash or /2. Also do that. This is my first comment. So this is both single line comment. Very simple, isn't it? Now multiple line comment. So multiple line comment comes this way: /* and come down, then use star and / to close it. Now inside this place you can have as many as you want. I love to write, sorry, all this thing is covering the screen. Those are my completion. I love to write code. And do more with code. So just so many things, you can have as many as you want. As you can see, it can be much with so many lines, but in this case we can't accept different lines. We are going to be giving error, as you can see, undefined constant. The same applies to this place. We can't be giving that undefined constant. But meanwhile, if I come here and do this and hit enter, do the same thing, no error. So that is why we are advised not to do it this way and do it this way and this way or this way. Hope you understand that. So if you have any issue, you can comment below in this series. Yeah, okay, so I saved that so you'll be able to get it done. Now let me come again so that you understand it very well. Here is the single line comment, which can either be started with hash or /2, then start it. And again multiple line, which is started with / and also ending with star and /. Okay, so see you in the next series. Hey you, welcome again to PHP echo and print statements. With PHP, there are two basic ways to get outputs: either using echo or using print. Those echo and print are global methods, so it's a method that you can use to output a write-up in the browser. Okay, so what are the difference between echo and print? They are more or less the same. Yeah, they are both used to output data to the screen, but the difference is that echo return value while print has a return value of 1. Echo return just the text value, that is, it doesn't return 1 or an integer, while print has a print return value, that is, it returns an integer value return. That is when we are making an expression. Okay, check if this text is empty or this text is not empty. So you can use print as an expression, while echo cannot be used as an expression. Okay, let's move on. Echo can take multiple parameter. Actually, it take multiple parameter, but we don't actually use it in most cases. Like me now, I don't use multiple parameter. I use single parameter all the time I'll be writing my code, because I don't have a need for multiple parameter. Let's move on. So echo is marginally faster than print. By default, we know that echo is more faster because it has no expression value integrated, so it's faster than print. And if you check the most of the web, echo is mostly used than print because echo is faster in executing. Okay, so now let's dive into the sample. Now we are working on the echo first and then later work on the print. But before we do anything, we have to first of all save our file and open it in a browser. So the last time that we create our folder is named PHP beginner in this directory www under Wamp server. Now this PHP underscore beginner is our URL that we are going to append to localhost. So I'm going to go down to my browser now and say localhost PHP underscore beginner, localhost underscore PHP beginner. I don't know if you can see my screen. Oh, I'm trying to zoom in. Okay, now localhost slash PHP beginner, localhost slash PHP beginner, that's the URL. Then you click on enter. So once you click on enter, at the moment it's blank because we haven't printed anything yet. So we go back to our VS Code and use our first function to print, which is echo. So I'm going to say echo. I can either say echo, do this, hello, or let me do something better, my first PHP. So once you do that, and don't forget that any code that you write, you must close it with semicolon. So you save and we'll go back to the browser and refresh. Now as you can see it, we have it here, my first PHP. Sorry, my first PHP, it has been loaded. So the next thing we're going to do is to try the second method. So we say echo my first PHP, echo my first PHP. As you can see, it still work. So either this method or this method will work for you perfectly, absolutely. And we can drop down line as many as you want. You can drop down line, add more data to it, it will still work. So if I save it now and refresh, as you can see, it's still there. So that's for the echo. Now let's now go for the print. So I'm going to say this is print. So once I'm done writing the print, I'm going to close my function and save it. Now this is print. As you can see, it actually work. And print can also be written this way, print yes print. Now you save it and refresh. As you can see, yes print. So it's working perfectly. It's working perfectly well fine. But echo is much more faster than it. Don't forget, this is faster than print. Do you get what I'm saying? That's it. Okay, so See you in the next series. Hey you, welcome again to another series of this video. Okay, in this series we'll be talking about PHP data types. PHP data types. Now in the last section we talked about variables and so on, that variables can store data of different types and different data types and co. Now in this period, after using that variable, we store I love to code, we store we mix integer, or we mix some variables with HTML content. So I want to explain more deeply what this is actually is, that is this particular data here. What kind of type is this guy? So that is what we are diving into in this series. Okay, so the first thing is a variable can store any data types, either of float, integer, string, boolean, array, or null or nullable values. So it can store anything, it can store any data. That's what variable does. Okay, so what kind of data types does PHP support itself? What kind of data does this support? PHP supports string, PHP supports integer, PHP supports float, and it can also be called double. PHP supports boolean, PHP supports array, PHP supports nullable values. Yes, it supports nullable values. Now let's take it one after the other. PHP string. What is string? Why? What is string? Now it says a string is a sequence of character like hello world in a quote, This quote is generated using our shift and the bracket, the left side bracket and the right side bracket. So you can use it on your keyboard to generate it. So once you generate double quote, inside the double quotes you drop in your text. It can be anything, just make sure it's inside double quotes. Once it's inside double quotes, it's automatically a string, it's automatically a PHP string. Okay, now let's move on to the next one. It says a string can be any text, just as I said, inside quotes. Yes, you can use single or double quote. Exactly, this is what I mean. That is either using single quotes, having this guy here, or using double quotes, having this guy here. It's still the same thing. Okay, now let's move on to the next one. Now it says, okay, I think that's the last one. Now let's do more of practical. So for the PHP string, I would like to go into the practical before we enter into the integer. So let's take, for an instance, we have here code all the time, as we've done in the last time. This particular one here is a string data type. This is a string data type. The same applies to this because the text are inside the quotes. Yes, they're inside the quote. Now let me try to introduce single quote here. Since we are using double quotes, I will introduce single quotes. Now this guy also is still a string data types. It's a string data types. Both the single quotes and the double quotes, they are a string data types. Now let's check it out. Okay, it still work. That's awesome, that's great. Now let's move on to the integer. Hey you, welcome again to the PHP integer. They will be explaining everything you need to know, what integer is and non-integer data. Okay, an integer data type is a non-decimal number. I hope you know what decimal is. 2.4, 2.3, 2.5. So what is allowed in PHP? Integer, we are allowed to use -2, 147, 483, anything related to a number without a decimal is acceptable with PHP integer. Now let's take for an instance. So I will come over to this place and say variable number equals to 1 equal number. So if I run this now, if I run this now in my browser, it output out. So let me introduce a new number 2 and here will be 123. Let me output number 2. 123. Now if you check, it says a non-decimal number. Now let me now show you something. Some people might introduce this format and they will think it's integer. Meanwhile it's not integer. 1.2, which is 3. Now let me output this out now. If I output it out, you will believe that it's okay, this is an integer. Now as you can see, it's been outputted. But if you check this data, this first one is an integer. Then the same applies to this integer. Why this is not an integer? It's either float or double. And for you to confirm that, we are going to do a printing over here. So I will equal the first one, equal the second one, then equal the third one. So once we equal this on divine variable number 1, okay, sorry, there's no 1 included. Okay, so I've taken out the 1. Okay, so we have the 123 and 1.2. So to get the data types, I'm going to use get types function. So we are just trying to get the formats of the data. What kind of data are we playing around with? So we use get type to get the data type. Then you'll be able to be convinced on what data you are actually seeing in case you are lost. Get types in case you are lost. Okay, save, refresh. Let me try to make a drop down. So over here I'm going to introduce echo. I'm going to use HTML break tag and we concatenate it. Don't bother about this, but I'm just trying to introduce this so that we'll be able to print our results very well. So I concatenated with these dots. Don't worry, in the next series I'm going to explain very well. So I concatenated using these dots, then I bring in my br. Okay, so I save that, I check it out. As you can see, we have integer, and here double. So it can either be double or float. So it's pretty different. The same applies to the string name. So if we want to get for string 2, you can see, wow. Now let me output the types for this name. So I'm going to come here and say echo get types name. Now let's see, it says what? String. As you can see, the data type is what? Is string. So that's how data types is being generated. So now let's move on to the next one, so we make our work more easier. Hey you, welcome back again. Okay, now in this series I'm going to be concluding both the float, boolean array and others in this particular series to make it more faster, so that I won't be slow in our learning. Okay, so now let's start with float. PHP float. What is PHP float? A float, that is a floating point number. is a number with a decimal point or a number in exponential form. Yes, so when we are talking about floats, talking about double, that is a number that has a point in between. That is what it means. Let me show you an example. For example, I have a variable float number, which is 1.2. It can also be double. So if I save this and echo float number, let me echo the float number and see what we have. As you can see, it brings us out. And now, how did I know it's float number? If I use get type, you are going to see the data type in it. Now it's double and float is the same thing, so we are correct and we are good to go. Now let's move on to the next one. Here we have boolean. And what is a boolean? A boolean represents two possible states, either true or false. That's what boolean does, nothing more. So let me generate a value of boolean. So boolean value, your container can be anything, your variable can be anything. So the first value is true. So my first boolean value is true. Now let me echo it. Echo boolean. Echo boolean 1. So anytime we have true, it represents 1 in our echo, and if we have 0, it represents false. So let me generate the second one. So boolean true, boolean value 2. So here will be false. Let's see what false does. Let me comment this out and do boolean 2. So since true does 1, let's see what false does. So it's 0, so automatically 0 is not outputting, but if we output 1, it automatically comes out. Now let's do the get type and see what kind of data that we are working with. So if I do get type now, you see boolean, including the true, including the false. If I do the get type for the false, it's still boolean. So this is a boolean data, while this is a float and or double data. As you can see, that's it. So let me comment this out, and go for the next one. Array. What is an array? Array store multiple values in a single variable. That is, if you have a variable, we can have as many. This is the variable here. We can have as many values of array, many values inside these single variables. So now let's make an instance of it. So here I'll just come here and say, okay, variable student. I can decide to use variable student. So student can be an array of the first student will be DG Samson Tolu Christiana. So here is an array value. So if we are to output this array, this array of students, we are going to be using variable dump in order to display it. But why outputting it in a readable format, we can start pointing the index the index position of it. But let's try to echo it and see if it's going to work. So I'm going to echo student. So let me echo it, and see if it's going to work. Now as you can see, it says notice array to string conversion in our line, the line of code that we are in, line 18. So we go back to the line 18. I'm trying to use shortcut. So we go back to line 18 and see where we have the error. I see line 18. So line 18 is having issue. In order to print it out, because it's an array is not a string, you can print an array in echo format. So we need to compile it again with a function called variable dump. So variable dump is going to dump the array data, then we can read it for usage. Okay, so I'm going to save it now on refresh. As you can see, it's print out the results. Here we have DG, Samson, Tolu. That's how array work. Now if you are asking me, how are we going to access DG? How can we access Samson? How can we access Tolu? How can we access Christiana? That's very simple, very easy. Now as you can see, now here we have the first one as 0. This 0 is called index, the index of the array. Array normally start with 0, 0, 1, 2, 3 downward. So array don't start with 1, array start with 0. So 0, 1, 2, 3. Now if you are to print out DG, we have to map it alongside with the index number. Okay, now let me show you what I mean now. So here is the echo variable dump. You can decide to comment it or leave it on comment. Let me leave it on comment so we make a better version of it. So I'm going to say echo student, then I'm going to pick, remember I'm going to pick the index number. So what index am I picking? Let me pick 0. So I'll be picking 0, which is DG. So once I save it now, it's going to print out. As you can see, DG has been printed because I pick index 0. If I pick index 1, we have different value. Index 2, we have Tolu, and index 3. Index 3, we have Christiana. That is how array works. Nothing more. That's how it works. It's very easy to do, very easy to access. Okay, now let's move on to the next one so we fasten up in our work. So the next one we have to do now is PHP null value. PHP null value. A null value is a special data. It's a special data type which can only have one value, which is null. So null simply means empty. When there is no value in a particular variable, it's called null. So when something is null, it means empty data. That is what a null value is. So let's give an instance of it. So I'm going to come here and say variable data equals to null. Now as you can see, variable data equals to null. If I have to print this now, I can print it with some regular function, which is echo. Now let me try to print null value. Let me try to print null value and see what we have. As you can see, we got nothing. It's not going to show. But if you use a variable dump to dump it, dumping simply means you try to debug the data types. You're trying to get what is inside it. If echo is not accepting it, that's what it means. Now as you can see, it says null, and it gives us the directory in line 21. That is what variable dump does. As you can see it now, this one is in line 19. It's going to point where the function is being called. Okay, so that's how null value works and array, boolean, float works. I hope you understand. If you have any issue relating to what I've done so far, you can comment in this lesson below. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Love you. See you in the next series. Hey you, welcome again to this new series. In this series we are going to be talking about PHP maths. Now what is PHP maths? PHP maths are the basic functions that you can use to solve mathematical problems. Okay, the very first one that we're going to talk about is the minimum function and the maximum function. The minimum functions takes out the minimum values in a list of the numbers. For example, this is the minimum functions here. We have comparison of 0, 150, 30, 20, minus 8 and minus 200. Now if I have to check the minimum value here, the minimum value here is minus 200. Yes, where the same applies to the maximum value, vice versa. We have the 0, 150, 30, 20, minus 8, minus 200. The maximum value here is 150 because it's positive and this guy is negative, so it's the minimum. Now to make a practical work of it, we're going to move down to our development area and generate it. So I'm going to say variable minimum equals to minimum function. Then the first function, the first number I'm going to write is 10. We're going to be having 10, 13, 15 and minus 20. So we are going to be looking for the minimum value here. Now to make it easy for us, I'm going to take one after the other. So here will be minimum value. I'll save it and print it out here. Now as you can see, we are correct. The minimum value there is 20. Now if I'm to take out this 20 and get my new minimum value, it should be 10 now. Okay, now as you can see, it's 10. A very basic mathematical function. Now let's now go for the maximum value. The maximum value, so we're going to say max. So the first one is 10, 20 and 50. Now let's check out our maximum value. Our maximum value, as you can see, the maximum value is 50. So simple as that. Now let's move on to the next one. So after we are done with the minimum value and the maximum value, then we are going to move down to the ABS function, the absolute function. That is, anything in this function that is negative is going to be automatically be positive. Once a number is negative, that is minus 200, minus 20, the minus is going to be taken out and is going to be positive. Okay, now let's give an instance of it. So let me comment this guy out, comment, then I'm going to say variable AB equals to ABS. So ABS, I'm going to introduce minus 100. So by default, minus 100 is going to turn to positive. That is, it's going to be 100, not just minus 100 again. So echo minus 100. Now as you can see, the minus is out of it. That's what ABS does. Is an absolute value. It returns an integer into a positive value. That's what it does. Nothing more. So let's comment this guy out. I'll move on to the next one. Okay, so over here we have sqrt, which is square root. Now what does square root does? It solves the solution of square root of a number. Now if you have to look for number of time, as in the square root of a particular number, just the way you solve your mathematics, the normal way we do our mathematics, that is where we are going to solve this also. So let's look for the square root of 64. So let me make a variable sql, then here will be 64, square root of 64. Now this square root of 64, by default it is 8. So echo sq. So let me see what I get. 8. So 8 times 8, 64. Let me now do 8 times 8 and see what we have. 8 times 8. Let's see if we are correct. 64. Awesome. So if you have to look for the square root of 64, it is 8. So simple and basic. So let's comment this out. I'll move on to the next one. And the next one is round. That is rounding up or rounding it down. Either rounding it up or rounding it down. So R equals to this variable r. You can generate any variable just as we have talked about it in the previous class. So I want to make a double number, that is a float number. So I want to make a float of 0.69. So if I'm to print 0.69, by default 0.69 is going to round up. Now look at it, 1. 0.61 rounded up to 1. And if it's 0.49, it's going to go down 0. Yeah. So a basic mathematical format, that is what it's using. Okay, now let's move on to the next one. The last one that we have here is the random number. So it's going to generate a unique random number. So variable ra equals to this. So if I echo ra, is going to give me a random number. Can you see? So this random number can be used for ID or anything you would like to use it for. Isn't that cool enough? So all these functions that we have used so far can be integrated in a project just as you wanted it to, or just as you would like to solve your problem, or any way you would like to use it. It will really help you. Okay, so let's move on to the next series. Thank you. Love you. Hello, welcome back again. In this series we are going to be talking about PHP array types. What are array types? We have 3 different types of array in PHP: the index array, the associative array, and the multi-dimensional arrays. Now, to make it very easy, in the last series I gave an example of the index array, but I'm going to be giving it again. So let's start with the index array first. So the index array, so I'm going to be doing it again. Now variable index array, so equals to array, so which my first one is Tunde, BC. So here is an index array of different names. Now if I'm to print this index array, I told you we are going to be using echo to do that. So index array, so if I print it now, I'm going to be using echo variable dump, not echo. A mistake. So for us to check it out, so as you can see, we have index array. This is the index. So this is a numeric format of it, 0, 1, 2. So using index array gives us a numeric format of index of the key. The key will be numeric. That's why we have 0, 1, 2. Now if I'm to access daily, I'm going to point to this 0. If I'm to access today, I'm going to point to this 1, just as we do in the previous one. So let me do that. So I'm going to say 0, and you see I have daily. If I have 1, I'm going to have today. If I have 2, I'm going to have BC. So this is a basic example of index array. A very basic example of it. So let's comment this out and move on to the next one. So the next array we'll be talking about here is associative array. Associative array are array with named keys. Their key is name. Instead of using 0, 1, 2, their key is name. For example, let me go back to this place. For example, I'm going to give an example. So associate array, let me just give it an associate, so to make it very easy. So in an associative array, we are not going to be using numeric as our key. We are going to be using a name as our key. So I'm going to say the first one will be name. So whose name is this? Daily. So that's the key name. And another key that I want to add, because key is actually unique. If you are using a key, it must be unique, very unique. So name2 or name2. So name2 will be today. Name2 today, and name3 make sure is unique. Name3 is busy. So if I echo this out now, echo variable dump, echo variable dump. Okay, now as you can see, we have it here: name, name2, name3. So we have the first one, name, we have the second one, name2, we have the third one, name3. So name stands for the daily, because it has to be very unique. So let me print out daily. So if I'm to print out daily now, it's going to be in this index format. Instead of using 0, 1, 2, 3, it's going to be the name. So once I say name, it's going to print daily. And if I say name2, it's going to print today. And if I say name3, it's going to print busy. Awesome, that's fantastic. Now to the next one, multi-dimensional array. Multi-dimensional array is very simple. It's just like we creating a new array inside array inside array, for an example. But if you have multi-dimensional array, we have to variable dump it first before we can print anything from it. Let's take for an instance, I have name. Yeah, I'm going to take out daily. So I'm going to say, okay, name. Let me drop it down for a better reading. So these are the basic one I have. So here is the key, here is the key 2, here is the key 3. So in this first key, I'm going to create a new array again. Inside this key, I'm going to drop it down. Then inside this place, I'm going to be creating subname, which is daily or daily2. Subname daily2, then subname 2. I can say subname 2 daily3. Now this is a multi-dimension array. Multi-dimension array, very simple. Now let me echo variable dump this. Echo variable dump. Sorry. Now can you see it? Multi-dimension. This is the first name, this is the first subname, this is the second subname. Now if you ask me, how can you access this data? It's very simple. Now if you are to access the subname data, this is how you do it. First, you call in the name, the associate name, which is name. After doing that, then you're now pointing this name again inside, outside this place. Then you point it again this way. So now I have already targeted my name, which is this. Then it's going to represent these guys here. After representing them, and I'm going to enter into this place and pick out subname. Now delete 2. Subname 2 is what? Delete 3. Now if you ask me, why can't we do it this way? Now look at, it's gonna give error because it's an array. we are saving array inside this inside this associate array value. So we are storing an array, not a string like this, because if I'm to output this guy, it's going to work. Name 2. Now can you see? So it's very simple and easy. If you have any issue related to this this series, comment below in this lessons video, then I'll reply your comment and fix the error, give more explanation on it, and also fix your error for you. Okay, see you in the next section. Love you. Bye. Hey you, welcome again to this new section. This new section, new series, which is PHP constant. Okay, now let's get started. So what is PHP constant? Constants are like variable, just as we defined variable in our previous series, using the $sign and assigning data into it. The same applies to constant, but in constant case, we don't use $sign. We use a function called define. So we use a define function to declare the variable name here. Once we declare the variable name, which we automatically turn to constant. Once it's constant, we don't need to use $sign, and the value will be passed. Once the value is passed, the value will be outputted anywhere you call the constant name. For example, here we have the parameter. Let's explain the parameter here. The first one is the name. We specify the name of the constant, just like the variable. Now the second parameter is the value. Any value of a kind that you like to assign to it, just like the variable that we assigned in the previous series. Now the third parameter is the case sensitive. Is it case insensitive or case sensitive? You can either allow it to be true or false, but by default it is false. It's false by default. Okay, so let's dive into the sample without wasting much of our time. So the first thing we have to do is to declare a variable that is a constant this time around. So we declare a constant of name, and we are going to assign a name to this constant. So what name are we assigning to this constant? I'm going to assign Adeleye Ayodeji as the constant. So once I assign this name, this data, this string data, it can be string, can be integer, it can be array, anything, but let's first start with this string. So I'll be assigning this string data name into this constant name. So once I declare this name and it has been declared, if I'm to output it, I'm just going to say echo name. That is what I define here as automatically turned to a constant name. So if I go to my browser now and click on refresh, you are going to see my name, Adeleye Ayodeji. Now Adeleye Ayodeji has been outputted, and you can define as many data as you want. Let's define another one. Define list data. Define list data. So this list data, I want it to be an array of name, just as we have in the previous one. So an array of name is what we want to assign here. The first one is Ade, the second one is Titi, and the third one is Bolu. Now this array of data is being appended to list data. Now if you want to print this out now, it's not going to work this way, because even in our variable we don't print out an array with echo. So let's see what it's going to give us. Now it says array to string conversion error, so we need to use variable dump to print it out. Then we have our data. So it's just still it's just more like the $sign that we are using. Can you see it work? Now if I'm to get that data now, I'm not going to use a $sign because it's a constant. I'm going to say list data, then 0. Now look at what I'm saying. As you can see, I got her at the 1, I got Titi, then 2, I got Bolu. Isn't that awesome? Amazing. So that's how constants work. And for the case sensitivity, by default it is false. Now if I say true, If I say true, once I say true and I try to print my name here, let me comment this out. If I say true and I try to print my name here, it's not going to, oh sorry, we have an issue. Define declaration case sensitivity is depreciated. Oh, my version of PHP has depreciated the case insensitive. So I think by default my PHP version at the moment is not taking the third parameter. So your PHP version might take the parameter, but now let's move on to it. It's not an issue, it's not a problem. It's just for it to see if the name is valid, that is, if it actually match the exact name. That is what it does. So there's no issue, no problem. So Adeleya Yodeji, it works. So see you in the next series. Bye. Love you. Hello, welcome again to this new series. In this series I'll be taking you PHP statements and conditional statements. A conditional statement are used to perform different actions based on different conditions. That is, if you are to check if the user is active, you can print on the screen active, and if the user is not active, you can print on the screen not active. Everything will perform by the code based on your condition. Okay, so we have three types of the if statement. We have the single if statement, and we have the if and else statement, and we have the if and else if and else. So we have the continuation. This is a continuation, this ends on the else, while this is a standalone. Now let's read it now. Execute some code if one condition is true, while this executes some code if condition is true and another code is false. Yes, just as I said. And the last one, sorry, let me scroll down very well. Okay, and the last one says execute different codes for more than one condition, more than two conditions rather. So you can have a nested condition, that is you checking else if as long as you want it. Okay, so to get more understanding about this code, we are going to dive into the practical. Okay, so the first we have to do now is to say my age, just to say age equals to 20, and age equals to 10. Okay, so in this case I'm going to check if a person's age is greater than 10, print, and if it's less than 10, print something. So this is what I'm going to do now. I'm going to say user, I'm going to say child equals to baby sitter, child equals to baby sitter, and let's say adult equals to big daddy, adult equals to big daddy. So we are going to check now and see if we have to do the if. Let me show you. We are going to type if. Inside our if, we open brackets, and we open bracket and close the bracket. Now inside the bracket, that is where the condition is going to be performed. So we are going to say, okay, sorry, I have to common name here. So this age 1, age 2. Okay, let me make it more cool. Adult age sorry, adult age, child age. So I'm going to check and say if adult age is equals to, or let's say is equals to 20. Let's first start with 20. If adult age is equals to 20, echo adults, yes, echo variable adults, Okay, so let's go to our browser and refresh. Big daddy, nice one. So now look at it. If adult age is equals to 20, if you now if you check this up this operations now, this single equals to is used to assign a value to a variable, while this two equals to is used to compare two values together. If we have 2 is equals to, that means comparison. That is, if age is equals to 20, that's comparison, checking it if it actually match or not. Okay, so that is set for that. So now let's move to the next one. I'm going to comment this out and do the next checking. If child age is equals to 10, if it's equals to 10, then echo child babysitter. Awesome. So now it's working perfectly. Now we are now going to move again to a more complex version of it. We are going to move to a more complex version of it in order to make it more cool. So we comment this simple if statement. Let's drag it down and do a more complex version of it. So I'm going to say if adult age, variable adult age is less than or is equals to 20. Now what I did here is checking if this adult age is less than this 20. As you can see, less than, if it's less than or is equals to. Now you may ask, why don't I just put it here like this? If you do it this way, it's not appropriate. It will not be accepted. So it has to be at the back. So if adult age is less than or is equals to, is less than or is equals to 20, then perform this operation equal older. So it's going to echo this out for us, older. Now if it's less than or is equals to 20, that's older. Now we can now check a new comparison that says let's do a greater than of it. So we can say if adult age is greater than or is equals to 20, we might decide to say, okay, if adult age is greater than 20, echo older. As you can see, it's not greater than because it's equals to the 20. So again, we are not going to say if adult age is greater than or is equal to 20, older is working. Okay, so let's move on to the next one. The next one, which is the else statement. So this else statement, we are going to apply it to this place. We've already checked the if statement, so we are going to apply the else here and say else, that is, if this condition is false. If it's false, then this guy is going to work, but if it's true, this guy is going to work. Let me explain it. Let me comment it here. True, here is true, and here is false. Okay, so if adult age is greater than or is equals to 20, I'm older. Else not enough. Not enough. Okay, so let's print it out. Now it's working. Okay, so let me change it to, let me change this adult age to something like 5. Now is now 5. Now I'm saying if 5 is greater than or is equals to 20, which is definitely false. So we are going to be getting this this our else statement. So now let me open the browser and read it. Now as you can see, not enough, good. So it's working, so you can do as many comparisons as you want. I can say if adult age is equals to 20, then do this, not enough. But if it's equals to what, 5, then let's see, I'm older. As you can see, it's very simple. Awesome. Now let's move to the next one. The next one is the nested else if, like we just trying to nest it downward. That's what that simply means. So if adult age is equals to 5, do I'm older. Then else if child age is equals to, else if child age is equals to 10. Then print child match. Then we are not going to see else, which is the final one. Else echo not enough. So I'm going to save it now and run it in our browser. Okay, now it says I'm older. Now let me tell you how this thing executes. If we are to run this code, the first line we execute, if it's returned true, it will not move again, it will just stop here. But if it's false, it's going to go to the next one and check if it's true. So if it's true, it's going to stop here and go nowhere. Why this else is the false? If it's false, it's going to show this. So let me change this number to 15. So I'm saying if adult age is equals to 15, do I'm older, which is false. So automatically we are giving access to our child age. As you can see, child match. So this will run. And if there is an error here, if child age is equals to 11, which is actually 10, and which is actually 10, so I'm changing to 11, so we get a false. So the false is going to fall back to the else statement. So let me refresh. Not enough. So it run from here down to this place and finally force everything into here. I hope you understand it. It's very cool. I love if statement. I love else if. It's really great. Okay, see you in the next series. Thank you for watching this one. Hello guys, welcome again to this new series. In this series I'll be teaching you how to use switch statement, PHP switch statement. PHP switch statement is used to perform different action based on different condition. It's similar to the if statement, but in this case you can have as many keys that you want, and a default value can be set for it. So without wasting much of our time, let's dive into the real practical. Okay, so we want to declare our first switch statement now. So what to do is to declare a number equals to let's give it a number of 1 or number of 10. It can be anything, or let's use 10 first. Let's use 10, so it will be similar to the if statement. So once we are done declaring our number, then we are going to say switch, then your condition. Inside your condition you have the number. Then once your condition is being declared, In this case, you will not have where you'll be having is equals to, you don't need all those things. You don't need less than, you don't need all those ones. So once your number has been declared here, then you are going to drop it down this curly bracket. Now inside this curly bracket, you are going to start listing different cases, just like case 1, this guy do this, case 2, this guy do this for me. So we're going to say case, the first case, so we're going to say if case 1 match 10, if case 1 match 10, then echo yes is correct. Sorry, okay, yes is correct. That is, if the first case match this number, is going to be, is automatically there will be a comparison between the cases. So if the first case match this number, then echo yes is correct. And if the case match 5, echo match 5. Don't forget, if you are declaring any cases, make sure you are putting a break to destroy the conditioning while the thing is looping through. So use a break to stop it. So a break is necessary. So if case is equals to 10, yes is correct, match 10, match 10. And if case is 5, match 5, then break, sorry, match 5, then break. And if it match nothing, then we have a default value. Sorry, okay, so if it match nothing, we have a default value that say echo it match nothing, it match nothing. Now let me explain again to you. The very first thing we declare here now is the variable number, which we assign 10 to it. Then after doing that, we declare this switch function. Now this switch function takes a single parameter of the number that we have declared above. Sorry, it's not correct. Takes a single parameter of the number that we have declared above. After taking the number, then we enter into the switch inside the curly bracket. Now inside this switch, we declare the first case, which is case 1. Now in this case, we are comparing the case value with the current number that we are passing inside this place. So this current syntax now simply means if case 10 match this current number, that is match this 10, then do this. And once it match, if it's true, then break the connection, else continue. If case 5 match this number, do this. If it's true, break connection, else move to default. And the default, we have no comparison, so the default is the else statement, just as we use in our if and else. So the default would say it match nothing. That's all, nothing more. So let's print out what we have done so far and see what we got. Now it says yes is correct, match 10. Now let me change this. Let me change this number to 5. Let me change to 5 and refresh, match 5, as you can see. Now let me change it to 1. Now as you can see, we don't have anything like 1. If I refresh, it match nothing. And if I declare 1, it's going to work. So case 1 equal 1 is valid. 1 is valid. Then after doing that, I'm going to what? Break. 1 is valid. Okay, 1 is valid, and if I change it to 2, it says it match nothing, and if I change it to 10, it says yes, it's correct, match 10. Awesome. Thank you for watching this new series. Okay, wait on the next series. See you. Hello, welcome again to this new series. In this series, I'll be teaching you how to loop code through the use of the simple PHP looping types. We have the while loops, we have the do while loops, and we have the for loops, we have the Foreach loops. All these loops will be touched one by one. So the first thing we are going to touch in this series is the while loops. So what is while loops? While loops loop through a block of code as long as the specific condition is true. As long as the specific condition is true, it must be true. So as long as it is true, it will keep on looping through. Now let's go into the practical. So here I'm going to be declaring variable digit. So variable digit will be 1. So let me declare variable digit as 1, and I'm going to say y variable digit is less than or equals to 5. That is what I'm saying here is, if variable digit is less than or is equals to 5, if variable digit is less than or equals to 5, then do a multiplication. That is, continue looping through my condition. That is, here's the code I want to run. Continue looping through my code. If this condition is true, at the moment we have it as 1. If 1 is less than 5, continue running our code. It will keep on running. And if 1 is equals to 5, then stop the code, don't run again. So that is what we are telling the system to do here. So I'm going to say, if digit is less than or is equals to 5, then keep on looping. That will be echo the digit is. So I'm going to concatenate the x, the current number that we have there. So I'm going to concatenate the digits. Then I'm going to close my statement, and I'm going to say digit plus plus. That is, we are incrementing it. So as we are looping through, we increment, and it will turn to 2, we increment, turn to 3, increment, turn to 4, increment, turn to 5. You are going to see the display here. So let me save it now and run this in our browser. And as you can see, it will work, but it's not displayed very well. So this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to concatenate again and introduce br, that is break tag, HTML break tag. Now as you can see, the digit is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Awesome. So that is what while loop does. So if digit is less than or equals to 5, if it's less than 5, keep on looping until it is 5. That is what it means here. I can turn it to 10 to do up to 10. I can turn it to 3 to do up to 3. As long as the condition is true, is going to be running until the condition reaches its false false points. Yes, just as we have the if and else, until it reaches false points, then the looping is going to stop through and it won't loop anymore. Hope you understand it. If you have any issue, just comment below in this video. So let's move on to the next one. Hello, welcome again to this new series. In this series I will be show you how to do while. So the last time we talked about the while loop, and now we'll be talking about the do while. So this do while loop through a block of code once and then repeat the loop as long as the specific condition is true. It's actually similar to the while loop. So now we are going to be using do while. We are going to be using do while to make our example now. So the first thing to do, we are going to declare a variable x, that's say x equals to 1, close the statement and say do, that is, do this following code. Do, here is my code that I want to run. So the first thing is to make sure the syntax is correct. So do while this condition is true. While this condition is true, then I'm going to close my statement. So here I'm going to say do this my code while this condition is true. Now what condition am I putting there? It's still the same condition that we used in our previous looping and code. So I'm going to say if x is less than or equals to 5. If you remember the previous example we gave in the while loop format, is still this, but in this case it run the code once and check if it's still correct, and if it's correct, it's going to continue running the loop. So do echo the number is, so I'm going to concatenate the variable, so the number is x. Now let me show you a new method. If you have a double quote, you can easily pass in a variable and it will still work. But if you have a single quote, it will not work, which will require you to concatenate. It will require you to concatenate this way. But if it's a double quote, you are good to go. So let's use this method this time around. So I'm going to say do the number is x if x is less than or is equals to 5. That is, if this condition is true, continue running this code. That is what I mean. So let me run the code in our browser and see what we have. Now as you can see, we have the number is 1, the number is 1, the number is 1, the number is 1. It's actually running, but we need to introduce what is it called, br. We need to introduce br. So this br will break it down whenever the code is running. So it's going to break it down whenever the code is running, and don't forget it's a loop that we are running through, so we need to increment it so there won't be an issue. So x plus plus, just the way we increment the rest of them. So x plus plus as we are looping through. Now let's see what we have. Sorry, I ran into an error. Okay, let me close this tab, open new tab. Okay, nice one. Now as you can see, the number is 1, the number is 2, the number is 3, the number is 4, the number is 5. Now it runs through every time, checking if the condition is true. That is why we run into the error the last time, this kind of error. That's why we run into this error. It's a very big one. So it's checking it every time the code is being run. Now if we introduce the increment, is going to solve the problem. There won't be any issue. Now we have the number is 1, the number is 2, the number is 3, the number is 4 and 5. Awesome. Okay, see you in the next series. Hey you, welcome again to this new series. So in this series I'm going to be teaching you how to use for loops. The last time we talked about do while, so now is for loops. So this for loops is defined, that is, it's loop through a block of code in a specific number of time. That is, the specific number of time that we set into the condition is what is going to loop through. So if we said, okay, run 1 million times, it's going to go 1 million times. Run 2 million times, it's going to work 2 million times. So that is how for loops work. Without wasting much of our time, let's dive into the real practical. So to declare a for loop function, again to use for, that is the for loop. Now inside the for, we declare our bracket, just the way we do declare our condition. Now inside this condition, we are going to declare the first initialization. We have the init, we have the testing, and we have the increment for the for loops. So the first one is the init. Now the init is this. Now let's say we have a variable, so we are going to say variable x equals to 0. That's the initialization. I have initialized my first parameter, variable x equals to 0, then setting x to 0, then not comma, then semicolon. So once semicolon is introduced, then the next thing is checking your condition. If x is less than or is equals to 10, if x is less than or equals to 10, if x is less than or equals to 10, and this is the condition. Why this is the initializer condition, and after the condition is being done, then the next thing is the increment. Now variable x plus plus, variable x plus plus. Let me come back again. Here is the initializer, here is the condition, and here is the increment counter. Okay, so once you are done with that, you open your curly brackets. Inside there you run your code. So what code are we running? So I'm going to say echo. Don't forget, once this condition reaches 10, it's going to stop automatically. We don't need to use a break or anything. So echo the number is, so since I'm using double quotes, so I'm going to use my variable inside my string, so it's going to work. So echo the number is x. Now let's go back to our browser and refresh the screen. As you can see, it's working, but we need to introduce br. Awesome. Now as you can see, we have 0 1 2 9 there, 0 1 2 3 to 10. That is what we have here. Now let's try to omit this 0. The reason why the 0 is there is because we added 0 here. So let me use 1, then it's going to start from 1. Now as you can see, we have it as 1. Now the number is 1, the number is 2 up to 10. Cool. So that's how for loop work. As simple as that. If you have any issue, you can comment in the lesson and I will get back to you. Okay, see you in the next series. Hello, welcome again to this new series in this section. So in this series, I'm going to be teaching you how to use Foreach loop. The last time we talked about for loops, now is Foreach loop. What is Foreach loop? Foreach loop through a block of code for each element in an array. That is, this only work with array. It only work with array. Don't mistake it by using the method in for loops or do while or while loops. So this is a unique one for array. So it's being used to loop through the block code of an array to display its value without the crashing of either combining string with array system. Now let's dive into the practical. So the first thing to do, if we are to use a Foreach, the first thing is to declare an array of data. So let's assume I have array of cars. Now inside my array, I'm going to say array, the first one, let me call it blue car. Now the second value should be white car. Then my next value is purple car. Now as you can see, I have 3 data in my array. The first one is blue car, white car, purple car. And don't forget, in every array data, the very first one start with 0. So we have 0, 1, 2, 0, 1, 2. Now instead of us printing it this way, just the way we normally print out our array in the previous explanation I made, that we're going to see cars, then 0, which is the very first one, the blue. So I'm going to go into my browser and refresh, and as you can see, blue car. But you know, if we had to print everything, it's not possible, so we just have to be doing 0, 1, 2, or looping it through. We'll not say, okay, we're not going to say 0, 1, 2, which is not convenient. As you can see, it's not convenient enough. Actually it's print out, but it's not convenient for us, it's not professional. So the best way to do is to loop through the value, and looping through this value will require Foreach statement to do that. So to start with the Foreach, we're going to declare function Foreach. So we're going to say Foreach. Now inside our Foreach parentheses, we're going to declare our condition, and the condition will be, now Foreach cars as value, that is, enter into cars array and pick all of them into, and pick every single value of them into a value, and pick every single index into a value. That is what it meant. So inside the Foreach code running, we are going to echo, that is, we are going to print it. This is a dash car. Now I'm going to introduce my value inside my text, and after introducing my value, I'm going to use a break tag to break it down. This is a blue car, this is a white car, this is a purple car. That is what is going to print out. Now let's check it out. This is a blue car, this is a white car, this is a purple car. Awesome. So that is it for the Foreach loop. Is as simple as that. And if you are willing to print out the key value, this is a blue car with key of, so inside this place we are going to generate the key and say for each element as key, and inside the key bring out its value. That is what I just did now. So over here we are going to introduce the key and say this is a blue car with a key of this. Now refresh. As you can see, this is the blue car with a key of 0, with a key of 1 and 2. Awesome and great. Okay, now see you in the next section. Thank you for watching. Hello, welcome to this new section, to this new PHP built-in function section. Now, what is PHP built-in function? PHP built-in function are the functions that have been developed, that is pre-made function that you can easily use to solve some problems in your code, in your script, in your PHP script. Now, PHP has over 1000 built-in functions. Yes, over 1000 that can be called directly from within a script to perform a specific task. Yes, that is the last sections that you read. We're talking about define function, while loop, for each loop. All those functions are built-in functions. I didn't declare them, I just use it and it works. So that is what we call built-in function. Okay, with no more with no more delay, let's dive into our first defined function, which is the PHP user defined functions. So what is PHP user defined functions? PHP user defined functions are the functions that you declare by yourself. Okay, you decided to generate a function or declare a function that can generate a random number, or you declare a function that can print out someone's name, or declare a function that can do anything, just about anything you think in your brain that you want the functions to do. Once you apply it, it's going to work. Yes, it's going to work. And beside PHP built-in function, beside PHP built-in functions, it is possible to create your own function. Yes, just as I have said now, it is possible to create your own function. So now let's move to the next one. It says a function is a block of code or statement that can be executed repeatedly in a program. Yes, once you declare a function at the top of your PHP script, not declaring your function below and trying to print it out at the head, it won't work. So it has to be declared at the top, then you use it again below the function declaration. So in this function declaration, once it's been declared, it can be called anywhere in the script, as many as you want. You can call it more than 10 times and it's going to respond to you. That is what function does. Okay, now let's move on to the next one. It says a function will not execute automatically when a page loads. Yes, function don't execute automatically when a page loads. You must call the function for the functions to load. If you are not calling the functions and you declare the functions, it won't do anything, to just remain stagnant. Okay, so without much delay, let's dive into the practical user defined function. PHP user defined function. Good. Now let's move into the practical. So over here now in the coding section, I'm going to declare my very first function. So to declare a function, we are going to use function. We are going to use function keyword, function, then the name of my function. I can decide to say function text, just anything. Or let me use my name, function Adeleye, so that you won't think I'm trying to use something built-in. So you can use anything. So function Adeleye. Now this function Adeleye, you are going to introduce parentheses. This parenthesis is what is going to enclose the Adeleye. Then you finally introduce bracket. This curly bracket is what is going to undo the returning, undo what I want to print, undo anything that I want to run inside Adeleye function. That is what the curly bracket does. So now function Adeleye, after declaring it, now it has been declared. After declaring it, inside this place is where I'm going to place the code I want these functions to do whenever I run it. Okay, so now once I say function Adeleye, what did I want it to do? Echo my surname. So my surname is, let me introduce a variable so that we are going to be talking, we are going to still be using what we've learned in our previous section. So variable first name equals to Adeleye. Sorry, and variable last name Ayodeji. Now my first name is Adeleye, my last name is Ayodeji. Now if I want to print it out now, I can decide to say first name, because I'm using double quote. First name then space last name. It will work. Yes. And I can say, okay, I don't want it this way. In a concatenated mode, I can use a concatenated mode. So in case you have forgotten, let me remind you again. So I can use a concatenation mode. So I'll say this way. So it's still the same thing. What I did now and what I did then is still the same thing. It does the same function. Okay, so let me leave it this way. So now I have declared Adeleye function with its argument, with what I really wanted to do. I wanted to print my first name and my last name. That is my code. So now the declaration has been done. Okay, so let's go down to our browser and refresh the page, and let's see if anything happened. Now, as you can see, the function did not do anything. Meanwhile, the function has been declared, but we see nothing at all on the screen. The reason why it's like that is because we haven't called the function. Once we call the function, now it's going to work. Now let me say Adeleye, then Adeleye, then adding parentheses. So if you are calling the function, you write the function name and add the parentheses to it. It's going to call the function. Then make sure you close your statement. Now if you are declaring, that is when you add a curly bracket, and a function is unique. You can't declare a function 2 times. It has to be declared once. Now I have declared this once and I'm executing it here. Now this execution can be in multiple time, but let's try with the first time. As you can see, it shows Adeleye Ayodeji. Now if I want to print it again, according to what I just told it in. Now look at it. So I told you that once it's been declared, you can call it multiple times. See? Okay, let me introduce break tag br. So as you can see, I can call the function multiple times and it will still work. But if I'm trying to duplicate the declaration, we get error. As you can see, there's an error. It says duplicate symbols declaration. So Adeleye has been declared. There is no room for Adeleye to be declared again, except I declare another function. So let me declare another function. Function food. As you can see, no error. So I'm going to say function food. I'm not going to use a variable this time. I'm going to print it normally. So function food equals to echo I love eating with code. I love eating with code. Now as you can see, function food, I love eating with code. So I'm going to execute this food above here. Now food, then parentheses. I'm going to close it and close my statement. And as you can see, it's working. I love eating with code. The reason why there's a jam is because there is no break tag. So if I introduce break tag, it's going to work. Now as you can see, I love eating with code. It will work perfectly. Isn't that awesome? Your first function has been declared. Cool. Okay, so we are going to move on to the next one in the next series. See you there. Hey you, welcome again to this PHP built-in function. In this series, we'll be talking about PHP function argument. Now, information can be passed to functions through arguments, that is parameters. You can call it an argument or parameters. An argument is just like a variable. Yes, you pass it in the function, and inside the function you accept it. That is what an argument does. And at the same time, parameters. Okay, so arguments are specified after the function name inside the parentheses. Yes. Sorry, you can add as many arguments as you want, but we just separate them with comma, just as I have said. Awesome. So with no more delay, let's dive into the examples. So these are our previous function that we did. So I'm going to be clearing this. I'm going to clear this. Let's make use of the Adeleye, since we are already familiar with the introduction. So here is my user defined function. So I want to convert my user defined function to a function argument. So what am I to do? I'm to apply an argument in the parentheses. I'm to apply an argument in the parentheses in a variable format. So I'm going to say first name, comma, last name. So over here, I'm going to delete this. It has been deleted. So as you can see, I have a delay function, a delay declared with a parameter of first name. As you can see, parameter of first name and parameter of last name, which can also be called an argument. So inside this place, after it has been declared, then I pass it down inside the function at the same time to echo it out for me, including the last name. That's awesome. Now if I'm to make use of this parameter now, I'll have to come down to my execution place where I have a delay to be displayed on the screen. So in this place is where I'm going to apply my first parameter, which is a delay. So this first parameter is going to go for the first name, and the last parameter is going to go for the last name. So here a delay are your DJ. A delay are your DJ. My first parameter goes to the first name, my last parameter goes to the last name. As you can see, I'm applying comma, and this is a string data type. I'm passing a string data type into this variable first name and variable last name, the same data type. Okay, so I'm going to save it now and go back to the browser, then refresh. As you can see, it works. This is a function argument method in our PHP custom function. Now as you can see, I passed the data inside my function and it's executed. So over here you can also do something like this by saying variable name or variable first equals to a delay, and variable last equals to higher digit. Variable last equals to higher digit. Now I will now reference to the variable first, then I will reference to variable last. Now as you can see, we are still saying the same thing. As you see, it's working. It still works just as the previous example. So here we are using a variable format to send it down to this place, and in fact you can even use your define statement. Define system that we use in our first series in the last section. So define name, comma. So I'm going to push this guy inside. I'm going to push this guy inside this place. That's the value, but this one is the definition of the define. So in case you forget, I'm reminding you back to the define function. It's a built-in function by PHP. So last, comma, and here is the value. So I'm going to close the built-in function there. Now as you can see, we have name and last. So the first one will be name, which is my declared define function name, and my last define function. As you can see, it's working. Okay, so let's print. As you can see, it's still working. Let me do some changes so that you understand it very well. As you can see, it works just as I explained to you in the previous section. Awesome. So let's move on to the next one. See you there. Hey you, welcome again to this PHP built-in function. In this series we'll be talking about PHP default value. That is passing a default value to our function where the function is not passing any arguments at all. So now let's take for an instance, I have 2 and 4 here. So if this 2 and 4, if you check it in the browser, if you check this in the browser, it gives us 11, isn't it? Now if we did not pass in anything, there will be an error. As you can see, it's a fatal error. The reason why is because there's no default value. So if you are to go down to the num1 and num2, passing our default value, there won't be any issue. So num1 has a default value, num2 has a default value, that's 5. Now as you can see, no more error. Cool, isn't that awesome? So you can either pass in a value. If a value is available, it's going to execute 5, 6. So that's 11 plus 5, that will be 16. Awesome. And if I didn't pass the second one, I just passed the first one, so that will be 7, that was 12. Awesome. It's amazing. So without any value, it works. So that's that for that in this default value argument in our function. Okay, see you in the next one. Hey you, welcome again to this new PHP built-in function. In this built-in function series, we'll be talking about PHP functions returning value. PHP function returning value, that is, instead of printing our results or echoing it, we are just simply going to return it back to where it's being executed, and we can make use of the value. Now with no much delay, let's dive into the example. As you can see, in our previous series we talked about function declaration with arguments, which we pass first name and last name, then we echo it out inside the function. Now what we are going to do now is, instead of using echo, we're going to use return. So we're going to use return. Why using returning is returning the value that is the result inside this function back to this particular place that we declare this at delay. Is going to return the value back there. Now if we did not print it out, nothing will happen. So let's see what I'm trying to say. So I'll go back to the browser and refresh. As you can see, it shows nothing because I'm returning the value. Now if I use echo outside this place that we have a delay, passing our name or our last, is going to work. As you can see, it works because I'm echoing it out. I'm echoing it outside the function. Inside the function is only return, while outside the function is where we can echo it out for reusable sake. Now this might be confusing a little bit to you. Let's use a format of multiplication or addition or something. So let me declare a new function. So function add number, in the parentheses inside my first one will be first number or number 1, num1, comma num2. So I have num1 and num2, then curly bracket. Inside my curly bracket I'm going to say return num1 plus num2, num1 plus num2, num1 plus num2. Now what I'm telling the functions to do is to accept the first number, accept the second number, then add it together. After adding it together, return the value back to where this add number is being called. Now as you can see, just as I did in the previous example, if I'm to say add number, if I'm to call this out 2 and 4 without using echo, nothing is going to happen. So if you see, nothing will happen. So it's until I use echo here before it will work. 6. So it add 4 plus 2, that's 6. Now for better understanding, the reason why I really use this add number, for you to know that it's returning value. Now here we have add number, we pass in 2 and 4. Now if I want to pass 6 or 5 additionally to the return value, now if this returns 6, the 6 is going to be added, it's going to be added to 5, and once it's added to 5, that will be 11. So let me save it now and refresh. As you can see, 11 is working perfectly. So that's what return statement does. Nothing more. It returns the value instead of printing it out there. That is what it do. Okay, so see you in the next series. Thank you for watching this one. Hey you, welcome again to this PHP built-in function, and in this series we'll be talking about passing argument by reference. Passing argument by reference. Generally in PHP, arguments are usually passed by value, just as we did in the previous example, which means that a couple of a value is used in the function and the variable that was passed into the function cannot be changed. Yes, that is, once a couple of a value is being passed from here 3 2, once it's been passed from here, it cannot be changed from here by default. It cannot be changed by default. But when a function argument is being passed by a reference, which is the reference that we are going to use now, once a function argument is being passed by a reference, changes to the argument also change the variable that was passed. That is, if I passed a variable as a reference and I added a new data into it, that is, if my previous variable is 6 and I pass it as a reference to a function and I had 3, it will automatically update the variable and gives me the new value. That is what this this reference does. Passing argument by reference, that is what it do. So without much delay, let's move into the example. So I'm going to clear this off to make it more simple, to simplify it for us. So I'm going to declare a function add num. So inside my add num, I'm going to be accepting a reference. Now reference has been pointed out. Then I'm going to declare my variable number num. Variable num, it can be anything you like, but I'll be using num. Now inside this num, I'm going to say variable num equals to let's say 5. So I will be changing the value to 5. Let's start with that first. So over here, I'm going to declare variable number. Remember, it's different too. Variable number equals to 1. Variable number equals to 1. Now without using the function, I'm going to equal number 1. I'm going to equal number. So let me echo number first without using the reference. So here now, without using the function, I got 1. So if I'm to use this add num function, passing my number inside the add num, let's see what we're going to get. So I'm going to say add num, passing my number inside it, the declared number. So I'm passing it here as a reference. I'm passing it as a reference and I'm accepting it as a variable of num, but it's still the same thing because it's a reference. I can just give it any parameter that I want. So I'm going to accept it here without changing the value, and I'm going to use it here. So I'll automatically override the current value that I have, which is 1, and I'm going to change it to 5. That is what I'm doing here. Now as you can see, we are not using return statement because it's a reference, is an argument, is an argument of reference. So I'm passing a reference to my current declared variable. That's what I'm currently doing. So I'm going to echo it now. So you're going to see what I'm talking about. Now as you can see, it's changed to 5. So Now as you can see, by default we can't pass we can't just pass in a parameter and at the same time update the current variable. Let me take out the reference so you understand what I'm trying to say. As you can see, it still remain 1. Normally the function run, even though I even echo the function, it will not work. You see, let me comment this out so I think it's not working. Now as you can see, it doesn't work. So what actually work in this place is the reference that I accepted. So we accept the reference here. After accepting the reference, they will refresh, it turn into 5. And if I decided to make it a plus, that is the current value in this place, the current value that I'm receiving from here, I want to add it. After adding it, then after adding it, then the result of the addition, return it back to the number. That's what I'm doing here. So I will add the current number with this 5, then it's going to return back as the new value of this number. This is going to update it automatically. So let me do it now. That will be 6. As you can see, 6. So let me add 20. As you can see, 21. So that is that for that. Awesome. So if you have any issue related to the function, user define, passing reference, and the rest of the function declaration in PHP built-in, you can comment below in the video and I will definitely support you in the error. Thank you so much for watching this video. See you in my next section. Hey you, welcome again to this new PHP section. In this section we'll be talking about PHP date and time. PHP date and time. Okay, now in PHP date we use the function date to execute the current time, the current date of the particular year. We can use this PHP function to output it out. Now how can we do that? Are we just going to use the function without passing any parameter? No. The very first parameter here, format, is very crucial. You need to pass a format of the date you would like to print. You can't just pass in the date function, it won't work that way. So we need to pass in a format in order to print out the date that we like to output. Now the second parameter is the timestamp. This timestamp is not really actually necessary, but we use a function string to time to pass in this timestamp. Okay, now let's move on to the next one. Now as you can see, it says a timestamp is a sequence of character, yes, denoting the date and or the time at which a certain event occur. So if we are not passing a timestamp, it will automatically pick the current time, except we would like to manipulate the time. That is where we are going to input our own timestamp in a formatted way. Okay, let's move on to the next one. So here is the first method we'll be talking about today. We'll be working on this method today, get a date. So get a date is what we'll be working on this particular series today. Now what is get a date? As we all know, the required format parameter of the date function specify how to format the date or the time. So here now are the common character that we used for the date functions. So the first character is D, which represent the day of the month, either from 0 to 30 from 1 to 31. That is just the normal day of the month that you know. So it represents the day of the month, and the M represents month from 1 to 12, and the Y represents year in 4 digits, and the L, which is lowercase, not capital letter L, so lowercase L represents the day of the week, that is Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and co. So now let's move on to the last one, which says other characters like /, full stop, or hyphen can also be inserted between the characters to add additional formatting. That is, I can say 10-20 2021. That is what this is. Okay, so with no more delay, let's dive into the practical example so we understand better. So we'll be working on get date. So let me minimize this now and start this over. Okay, let me zoom my screen so you see what I'm doing. Okay, now in my first declaration, so what I'm going to do now is to use an echo. Let's start with a basic example. So I'm going to say echo to today's date is, so inside this place we can pass in our method due to some little complexity in mixing a method with our string. Though it is possible, yes, it is possible, but we are not doing that today. So we are going to move out of the string and concatenate it. We will concatenate it with the method we would like to work on. So the date method is what we'll be concatenating on. Now don't forget, I said the first parameter is what is the format, and the second parameter is the timestamp. As you can see, format and the second parameter is the timestamp. So now the format, inside my format, I'm going to start from the very first one. So let me go back to the book so you understand what I'm saying. So I'm going to start from the very first one, which is D. So I'm going to pass in D. So let me pass in D and see what we have. So I'll pass D. Today's date is date function, passing parameter of D. So we all know by default that D represents what? The day of the month. So let me pass D. Let me check my current day and see what we have today. So the day is actually 30. So 30 August 2021. So let me check it out and see if it's going to be. As you can see, today's date is 30. Good, awesome. Now we are not going to test the next one. So I won't delete the first line. I'll make a duplicate. So to make a duplicate on your VS Code, just click on Shift Alternative Arrow Down. Now I have made a duplicate. So I'm going to run the next one and say M. So we are going to use M so that we are going to have a full knowledge of it. So we are going to use M now and see today's date is what? 08. 08 simply means month August. I hope you are understanding it. Let me introduce a break tag so that it's going to come. So it's going to come right after, not in a straight line. So I'm concatenating break tag because of our function mixing. So now today's date is M. Now today's date is 08, that is August. Awesome. So the next thing to do now is to copy this again, Ctrl C, Ctrl V, let me give it a space. Awesome. So the next one is passing. Let me check it out. We're going to pass in our Y in capital letter. That's representing year. So I'm going to pass in my Y now. Y. So go to my browser, refresh. As you can see, 2021. Awesome. So the next we're going to pass in now is the L, which represents the day of the week. Yes. So the L. So I will do a copy of this, bring it down, then pass in my L, save it, run it from the browser. As you can see, Monday. So let me check the current date now and see what we have. Monday, August, which is 08/30/2021. Amazing. Isn't not cool? That's great. Okay, so let's now try to make it a little bit cool than this. So I'm going to comment this out and I'm going to take it downward. Okay, so the next one we're going to do now is to introduce this / according to what I said the last time, introducing / full stop or hyphen. So we're going to introduce it in this time. So I'm going to say echo today's date is space concatenating concatenating date, then my auto completion. So date, now inside the date, so I'm going to introduce the string. So inside this string now, we're going to be passing our parameter just the way we wanted it to be. So I'm going to pass the day of the month first, which is the 31, and the month 08, and the year 2021. So I can also pass the day. Let's say, okay, today is Monday 31/08 2021. So now let's do that. Let's work it together. So we're going to say L. So we're going to say L space the day, D, then hyphen, M, then hyphen, Y. Yes, awesome. So now we're passing the L, which represents the day of the week, D, which represents the day of the month, M, which represents the month, which represents a month, and Y, which represents a year. Awesome. So now I'm going to close my statement and we're going to run it now. Wow, this is great. As you can see, today's date is Monday 30/08/2021. We can change this to / save it. As you can see, awesome. You can change it to dot. Okay, save. As you can see, it work perfectly. But I'll prefer using this instead of this. I prefer using hyphen. So I use Ctrl D to make a duplicate checking. So as you can see, we have today's date is Monday 30/08/2021. Awesome. So now we have successfully format our first date and time. That's great. Okay, see you in the next series. Thank you so much for watching this one. Hello, welcome again to this second series of PHP date and time. In this second series, I'm going to be walking you through on how to create an automated copyright with PHP date. That is in your footer. If you are done developing your project and you would like to pass in the current date, the current year at which you develop the project, so you can easily use PHP date function to do that. Sorry, not capital letter, is small letter. So we're going to use this PHP date function to do that as the footer of our project. So every year it will automatically be updating without you going there doing it manually. So let's dive into the practical and let's what we get. So the very first thing to do is to declare an HTML tag. So let's declare a basic HTML tag. I need to zoom out. Okay, good. So this is a basic HTML tag. Here will be my web page. Inside my body tag, I'm going to introduce an H1 that says welcome to my site. Welcome to my site, and I'm going to have a default content. Now once I'm done doing this, once I'm done writing my heading, my body, now the footer, I'm going to say footer tag. Sorry, let me add this in an header. Okay, so my header, I have this, and let me add section here. So my section, I have the p tag. Okay, so this is a basic HTML syntax. Now inside my footer, I'm going to have a p tag that says and copy, that is copyright, which is C, and copy, then the year. I'm going to introduce PHP here. Let me zoom in so you see what I'm doing. So I'm going to introduce the PHP date function here. So I'm going to echo date. Now inside my echo date, take it off. I'm going to introduce my y. Remember, y is year. Y is year. So now and copy 2021. Now at the end of my p tag, I'm going to introduce my name and copy 2021. Adeleye Ayodeji project. Adeleye Ayodeji project. So now we have successfully added our footer. Okay, so let's check our browser, see what we have. Wow, let me zoom out. Now as you can see, it shows welcome to my site, my header, then my section having p tag, and my footer having my copyright C 2021 Adeleye Ayodeji project. Now every year I don't need to be passing this anymore. It should automatically be updating. Isn't that amazing? That's awesome. Great. I really love it. Okay, so thank you so much for watching this series. In the next series we shall continue. Hello, welcome again to this new series of PHP date and time. In this new series we'll be talking about getting a time with the PHP date function. Now to begin with that, we are going to learn some basic character for the date time function in using to get our time. So the very first one here is the age, which is 24 hours format. 24 hours format starting from 0 to 23, and for the age stand for 12 hours format starting from 1 to 12, and for the I stand for minutes starting from 0 to 59, and for the S, which is second, starting from 0 to 59. So we have the minute, we have the second, and we have the A, which is the anti-meridian time or the post-meridian time, the AM or the PM. Okay, with no more delay, let's dive into the practical example and test what we are actually working on. Now as you can see, my current time is 12:18. Now let me echo using the basic format I just set down. So I'm going to echo date age. Now 12 hours format. I'm using 12 hours format. We're going to run everything one by one. I'm using 12 hours format now to print out my date. So if I'm to do this now, I should be getting either 13. Yes, I should be getting 13 because currently I'm using 12 hours and it's 12. So at the moment, if I'm to run on 24 hours, it should be 13. Yes, it should be 13. Is it 12? I think it's 12. Okay, so let's check the browser. The browser will tell us better. That's cool. Okay, refresh. As you can see, I'm running on 11 because the reason why it's given 11 is because my time zone is not set yet. So I need to set my time zone in order to print out an appropriate time from my particular location. So to do that, we go back to the code and say set date, then underscored default time zone set, default time zone set, date underscored default time zone set. I need to set my time default time zone. So I'm going to be saying, because I'm currently in Lagos State, I'm going to say Africa/Lagos. So you can do yours too that way. So Africa/Lagos. Now if I save it now, check my browser, it's going to be 12. Awesome. So this is the 24 hours format. At the moment we are in 12 we are in 12 out of the 24 hours. We are still in 12 at the moment. So if I'm to use the 12 hours, it's going to be 12 at the same time. So I won't delete. I will prefer to duplicate. So I'm going to say duplicate this to the 12 hours. Which this one is the 24 hours. Here 24 hours, here 12 hours. So while doing that, I will need to introduce my break tag. so it's going to continue underneath. Break tag, nice one. So now I'm passing the 24 hours at the first one and the 12 hours at the second one. Let's confirm it again. As you can see, it's working. The next one to do now is to pass in our I, that is the minute. So we're going to pass in the minute. So let me make a duplication. Minute, which is I. So let me go back to the browser and refresh. As you can see, 21. Refresh. Okay, it's still 21 at the moment. So let me check it again. As you can see, it's 21 also here. Cool. So now let's get the second. Sorry, let me take it up. The seconds, which is the S. The seconds is what we want to get now. So let me take it down and see S. Let's go back to our browser and refresh. As you can see, the seconds is also working. 33, 34 after as I'm refreshing the page. Now that was cool. Now the next thing to get now is my A, which stand for either the PM or the AM. So this will tell either morning or afternoon or night. So let me go back to the code and apply it also. So date, accepting A, save, go back to the browser, refresh. As you can see, we are currently in 12 p.m. So now let's make it let's join everything together to make it more readable. So I'm going to comment this out. You can use it for your development sake, so I'm commenting it out. So as I commented it now, I'm going to write it in a straight line. So I'm going to say echo the time is now space concatenation date, sorry, close. Now inside my date function, I'm going to pass in those my character in here. So I'm going to pass in h, which stand for 24 hours, then column, sorry my screen, column. Now I'm going to pass in the high, which stand for the minutes, so hour, minutes, seconds. Now after the seconds is being passed, I'm going to pass the A, so I can give it a space, then pass in the A. Now let's refresh the browser and see what we have. Cool. As you can see, we have 12:23 with seconds of 19. Now let's check my current time. As you can see, it's working perfectly. This great, this amazing. So now we are done with this. Now let's move on to the next one. We're going to move on to the next series and stop it here for now. See you in the next series. Love you. Hey you, welcome again to this new series. In this section, in this series, you'll be learning how to get your time zone, your local time zone, because if you are trying to use the server time zone, it might be giving you a wrong time, which will not serve you very well. So I will teach you today how to get your current time zone, then apply it to your project, and it's going to work very fine for you. Okay, with no more delay, let's dive into the practical example. So as you can see below, I have a sample that says date default time zone. So I'm setting America/New York as my time zone here, but currently this is not my country, this is my country, and this is not my state. So I'll be applying this format to my current projects in my own country and in my own state. So as you can see it now, in the previous example we did, I declare date default time zone, and I set Africa/Lagos as my time zone setting, as my time zone default. Now over here now, you might ask me, how can I get my own default time zone? If you go to this link now, let's copy this link. If I copy this link now and paste it in the browser and check it out, you're going to see the list of different time zone that you can use. So we have a bunch of it here. So just copy it and paste it. It will definitely work for you. So that's where I got my own from. So now let's try for the Africa Accra. Africa Accra. So let me try for the Africa Accra. So I'm go my code and set my time zone to Africa Accra. Save. Now if I go to my browser now and refresh, you see it's giving me something different totally from what I have here. As you can see, I have 12:35 and I'm seeing 11:34, which is totally wrong. So I need to use my own time zone, which is Lagos, and see, bam, it's working perfectly. So if you have any issue getting your time zone, just navigate to this URL, worldtimeapi.org/time zone. You're going to see yours there, and boom, you have skill high in your projects, get your local time zone. This is my own. I'm very sure yours will be here too. Okay, thank you so much for watching this series. In the next series, we talk more on how to create a time from a string. Hey you, welcome again to this very last series in this section. So in this series, we'll be talking about creating a date from a string with string to time function. That is from a string to time, that is the actual time that a Unix device can actually read. So that's the timestamp we'll be converting a string to. For example, we have January 1, 1970 000 during green meridian time. So automatically if you have a string, for example, we have a string in our string to time, it will automatically convert it to a readable format for the system. And from the system we cannot convert it to our own readable time in date function format. Okay, so what are the parameters that accept in a string to time function? The very first one is the time, that is the string that we are passing, and this now parameter is not compulsory, it is optional. The now parameter that we are passing, the now parameter that is here is getting the current time in your time zone, getting the current time, while this time here is the string that we are passing into the string to time function. Okay, so with no more delay, let's dive into the pure example of it. So over here now, I have my previous example that I did, but in this example now, I will be commenting it, then I will take it down. So I will still be using this default time zone set because we are still working on time. So the very first one I'm going to do is to declare a variable d, that is the date I'm converting from string to time. So the d will now be so yes, let's do it that way. The d will now be string to time. Now inside my string to time, I'm going to pass in the string that I want to convert to a time. So I'm going to be saying 10:30 p.m. space April 15 2015. So I'm converting this string because this string, as you're looking at it, I am the one that write it. It is not dynamic. I can say AM, I can say PM, I can say 1050. That is a string, just like normal string that we use. It's not dynamic. It can automatically update itself because it's not a unique date. So it's a string. So now I want to convert from this my string to a real time. So that's what I want to do now. So after converting this string into a readable format with string to time function, I'm passing it as a variable to my variable d. So I'm going to say, okay, now since I have converted it, let me now echo it. I'll now say echo the new time is, now here I will have my date function, and inside my date function I'm going to introduce my year, my month, my day, don't forget again my hours in 12. Sorry, my startup is giving issue. Okay, so my year, my month, my day, then my hour, my 12 hours function, my current minute, current seconds, sorry, and let me use my A, which that's either stand for the AM or the PM. That's the A. Now after passing this, by default, if you run this our function here, it's going to give us our current date. Let's do that so you understand better. So let me run it now. So we have the new time is 2021 08:30, my current time at the moment. So if I'm to use the one I just converted, so I'm going to pass this variable D. I'm going to pass the variable D as a time stamp, just as I have explained to you in the previous series, as a timestamp, variable D as a timestamp. And if I run it now, is this time that will be given. It's going to automatically convert it to a readable time. As you can see, 2015 04 15 10 15 PM. I converted this. Now let me change it to 2009, 2008, 2008. So if I print it now, you see what I'm saying. As you can see, 2008. So we successfully converted a string into a real time. Isn't that cool? That's great. So thank you so much for watching this series. I believe you will be set again for the next section. Thank you so much for watching it. Love you. See you in the next section, because this is the last series in this section. Hello, welcome again to this new series in this new section. In this series, you'll be learning how to use the include and the require statement. Okay, now what is the include statement and what is the require statement? The include or require statement takes all the text, all the code, and all the markup that exists in the specific file that we are pointing at, and copies it into the file that uses the include or the require statement. Yes. Now this definition is just like we writing a code in a file 1, and we go to file 2 and say say include. That is, we call the include statement and say include file1.php. That is what this definition it's saying. Now to the next one, PHP include and require statements. Now it says it is possible to insert the content of one PHP file into another PHP file before the server executes it. Yes, before the server run anything, the require and the include statement will be pointed at and is going to execute before the server runs up. Now, what is the difference between the require statement and the include statement? The only difference there is the failure, that is the error it return, are the only difference between the require and the include. Now for the require, it says this will produce a fatal error, that is a compile error, and stop the script from running. Now if we are to require a file and the file has been deleted or the file does not exist, it will stop the scripts and give an error. Now while the include will only produce a warning and the script will continue. That is the difference between the require and the include. Now for the syntax, as you can see, I use the include statement here and I open a new string, inputting my file name there, and it's going to look for this file in my directory, then bring it into the file that I'm calling, and bring it into the file, that is copy everything inside this content and dump it here where I call the include, then print it on the page. The same applies for the require. Now for a better understanding, let's dive straight into the practical. So I will be going into my code editor now. Save this, refresh my screen. Okay, nice one. So the very first thing to do here is to create a new PHP file. So I'm going to say PHP echo echo my new word. Echo my new word. Now if I'm to save this file now and refresh the browser, you're going to see the string that I just saved. Echo my new word. Okay, now this echo my new word, if I want it to be in a variable, variable statement equals to my new word. So I'm going to say echo a variable statement. So as you can see, it's still working. Now this is where we are going to introduce our include. So I'm going to copy this content now, this my new word string passing into this variable. So I'm going to use Ctrl X to copy that, to cut it into the memory of the computer, and I'm going to come into my directory and create a new file called file2.php. So in my file2.php, in order to use a PHP code here, I'm going to generate a new PHP syntax. Then I'm going to say sts equals to my new word. Now I have created a new file called file2.php. Now in this file2.php, I'm introducing my sts in this place. So I'm going to include my file here for me to be able to use sts in another file, which is index.php. That's what I'm going to be doing now. So I'm going to say include, then open your string tag, close your statement. Inside your string tag, just use file2.php. Save it. Now I'm pointing to my root directory, calling this file, that is this file here, file2.php. Now inside this file2.php, I have my string. So I'm now echoing it out from my index and not from the file2. So let's see if it's going to work. Now as you can see, it's still working. Let me go to the file2.php and change it. New content, new content. Okay, so I have changed the content now. Let's refresh. As you can see, it's working. Okay, now as it's working, let's not try to rename this file2 and see the error that we're going to get. Now it says warning, include file failed to open straight, no such file directory, but it still run the code. Let me try to print something downward and see if it's actually working. Oh yes, okay. So I'm going to run it again and see the downward. As you can see, it still run the code. Oh yes, that's what include does. Now let's not turn it to require. So using require statements, according to what we read, it says require will stop the script on failure. So now let's give it a try. Let's see if it's going to stop the script. Now let's go downward. As you can see, I can't find. Oh yes, all the script has been stopped because we can't find our file. Okay, so let's pass in the true script and see if it's going to work. Now as you can see, it's working. New content. Oh yes, new content. Oh yes. So let me turn this to something new. Just changed. Wow, awesome. Okay, now our require has successfully been passed and our include has also successfully been passed. Thank you for watching this series. In the next series, we'll talk more on the next one. Okay, see you there. Hello, welcome again to this second series in this section. In this series, you'll be learning how to use file handling. That is reading a txt file, reading any file that you would like to read, but majorly we are going to be reading a txt file today. So txt file is what we're going to be handling with our PHP file handling. So we are going to be using this function read file to read our file that we are going to be writing or generating by ourselves. Okay, with no more delay, let's dive into the example. So the very first thing to do is to create a new file called readme.txt. In my readme.txt, you are going to write your desired content there. So you can just write anything you would like to write. So let me just write something cool. Well, I love to code with laptop. Well, it's a great opportunity for me in Nigeria. Okay, so I will save this now and go back to my index and say variable txt or variable text equals to read file. Now once I declare my function read file, then I'm going to pass in the directory. Remember the way I taught you how to get a file from your current directory. You use a dot and / the readme.txt. Now my data has been saved into my txt variable. Now to print it out, now I'm going to say echo variable txt. That is the text. So echo text. Let's go to the browser and refresh and see. Now as you can see, it's working. I love to code blah blah blah. So it's working very fine. Let me make it changes to it. Let me see, or anything. So refresh. As you can see, it's working perfectly. So that is how you can read a text from your PHP code, and you will love this thing. In fact, you really love it, because there are still some functions that we can also use to read file in PHP. Okay, see you in the next series. Hey you, welcome again to this new series. In this series, I'll be teaching you how to easily delete a file with your PHP after uploading it with the PHP upload. So with no more delay, let's dive into it. The last time we talked about file upload, now we'll be talking about file delete. File delete. So I will clear everything over here and introduce my PHP tag, because we'll be working purely on PHP over here to do that. So the very first thing to do is to declare a variable delete and point the variable delete to our delete function. No, let's say delete file, or file name first. Let's specify the file name. File name equals to, so which file are we deleting from? So I'm deleting from, make sure you specify the path also. I'm deleting from upload paths, uploads / what file am I deleting from the upload path? I'm deleting this picture that I just uploaded from the upload path. So I'm going to specify it again and say, is this picture I want to delete from my upload paths. After specifying that, then we will now introduce our onLink function. So I will say if onLink file, if file has been unlinked successfully, then we are going to say echo file deleted, else echo unable to delete file. Okay, so this is the basic function. So what really does the job is this onLink. It delete the file. As you can see, it takes out the file automatically from your directory that you just specify. And this is the file I want to delete. So let's see what what will actually happen if we run this function. So I'll save it, go to my browser, let me make a 2 window, if it's possible. Yeah, it's possible. So I make a 2 window. I'll just refresh the page. Don't forget we are running it on a run. So if I refresh now, the file is deleted. As you can see, file deleted, and look at the folder, you can't find the file again. It's gone. I mean, completely out of the way. So that's a very simple way for you to create a file and delete a file. You can even delete anything. Let's assume I create a new PHP file in it. Let me say data.php. It can be data.php, and if I run this function now and specify my file that I want to delete, data.php. Now that's what I'm specifying the PHP code to delete from. If I refresh it now, it'll be gone. As you can see, deleted, and you can't find it in this place again. That's cool. Awesome. Okay, see you in the next series. Hey you, welcome again to this new series. In this series, I'll be teaching you how you can easily put in a content in a file, that is file put content with PHP, dumping a data into a file with PHP file put content. With no much delay, let's dive into the practical example. So the very first to do is to declare the content. The content must be a string. So content will be, let me declare an HTML document. So I'm going to say h1 closing of h1. Now inside my h1, I will say I just put in this content, and I can behave like normal file. Now what I just did here is I'm declaring an h1 of a content. Then if the file is not available in our directory, as you can see, we don't have any file related to HTML, the HTML is going to be created, or else if the file is available, override the content. But let's start with the file file not available method, which is we not creating the file over here. So we are going to run this function and see and call on to the PHP file put content. So I'm going to say if file put content, now what file am I writing into? At the moment we don't have the file, so I'm going to be declaring a basic file in my base directory. So I'm going to be declaring about.html. That's what I want to write into. Now the file part has been declared. Now the data, which is the content I'm now pointing at now, is the data. Now this current method we are using now, we check the directory if the file actually exists, and if it does not exist, it's going to create the file and dump in the data inside. That's what we are trying to do now. So I'm going to say if file has already been inputted, echo file dumped or file written. Okay, so I'm very sure it's going to write. So over here we're going to see the file. Now I'll open the browser, just refresh it, and as you can see, boom, it writes it about.html. See our h1 tag. This file can easily be opened by the browser without touching anything about it. So let me open from the browser. I just put in this content. As you can see, it's working very fine. Now we can tell the system to make an append to an existing file or override an existing file. As you can see now, here we have our previous content over here now. Now let's try to override it. I'm going to say yes, it's possible. Yes, it's possible. Now, yes, it's possible. If I save it now and refresh our browser, now you can see it over here. Go to the about.html. As you can see, yes, it's possible. It's overriding our previous content. It's overriding the previous content. Now we can now try to say, okay, we don't want this file to be overriding it. We want it to just append it inside. So we are going to introduce a new one. Appending here. I'm appending here. So to do that, we're going to specify a new parameter that says file append. Using file append, we append it. File append. Okay, so let me run the browser again. Before I do that, let's see what we have in our about.html. See what this is what we have. So if I refresh it now, the content is going to change. No, as you can see, it's working. It's appended. It's awesome. That's great. Amazing. Now, thank you for watching this series. In the next series, we'll talk about how to get the content and do anything using your file put content and get content function. Okay. Hey you, welcome again to this new series, file get content. So in this file get content, we are going to be getting our file put content file and print it out on the screen of our web page. So to do that, let's dive into it straight away. So the last time we talked about file put content, now it's time to do the file get content. So the first thing to do is to declare a variable file. So variable file, and we specify it to file get content. Now in the file get content, we specify the directory that we want to read. So which file am I reading? I'm reading about.html, what I put in the last time. So I'm going to say echo file, then it's going to print it for me on my web page. As you can see, it's working. If I come over to this place now to make an edit, I get to see the changes over there. So I delay DJ, refresh. As you can see, it's working perfectly. So that's how to use the file get content. Very simple and amazing. Thank you so much for watching this series. In the next series, we'll talk about the very next one that you also need to know on file system in PHP. Hey you, welcome again to this new series. In this series you'll be learning about PHP session. A PHP session is a way to store information to be used across multiple pages. Without much delay, let's dive into the practical example. The very first thing you have to do is to declare session start method. Is a function that you need to declare before you start using anything related to session. Now, any page you would like to use these session values, the session starts must be declared on the header, that is the very top page, either number 1 or number 2. Let's take for an instance, your PHP takes the number 1, then your session start should take number 2 in any pages you would like to do it. And again, you make sure your session start is not duplicate. It must be 1, it must not be a duplicate to avoid error or crashing on the server. So once the session start has been declared, the next thing to do is to store your information. So what am I storing? I'm going to say name. Name equals to Adeleye Ayodeji. Name equals to Adeleye Ayodeji. So I want to store this name on my session, and I want to access this in another page that I'll be creating without me including a file or doing anything, but using the session start function. Okay, so let's declared now. My name has been declared. The next thing to do is to parse it in a session variable. So I'm going to say session. So which session am I passing? User name. Session username. So equals to name. So I'm passing my session username. I'm passing this name here into my variable session username because I've already started the session, so it's going to work automatically once I point it. Now after doing this, now my session has been saved to my session username. Now I will come over here now and create a new file called data.php. In data.php, I will only import my session start. Only my session start, and I'm going to say echo session username. Don't forget it's username. So session username. So with this session statement, I can easily access my username over here, as easy as that. Don't forget I declared from the index and I'm accessing it in the username. As you can see, that's the way it's been done. Then I'm going to run this now from the browser. The very first thing is to run my index. Now my index has been defined. The next thing is to access the pages that I just created, data.php. Now as you can see, it's working perfectly. So let me now try to update my session over here and turn it to Adeleye Abiodun. Now as you can see, it's Adeleye Abiodun now. If I refresh it from here, it might not take an effect because the page has not been loaded. Our front page, which is our declaration page. So I'm going to go to the page now. Now it has been declared, it has been override. So if I go to data.php now, as you can see, it override it. Now how can we destroy the session? That is, close the statement and say, okay, we don't want this to exist anymore. By doing that, we use the declare. That's what we actually use for logouts. We can say logout.php. So in this logout, we are going to introduce the session start, and we say session destroy. Session start, session destroy. Then after the destruction, then we are going to say echo session destroyed. So if the session has been destroyed, this data.php will not be possible anymore. You won't be able to access the session. So now let's save this now and go back to our page. As you can see, it's working as Adeleye Abiodun. If I copy this URL now, I'll open it in a new tab and access logout.php, because that's what we actually use for logout too. So as you can see, it says session destroy. If I go back to data.php now, refresh the page, what did it say? It's showing error. Now in this case, let's assume we have an if condition in this place. It will not show the error. If I go back to my data.php and say if is set, that is, if this session is set, session username, then print out the session username. Else echo user logged out. That's how we use the login, logout. We use the session to do that. So it will say user logout instead of showing error, user logged out. And anytime I go back to the index and access it again, it has been initiated. If I refresh it now, it shows my name. And if I go to the URL of logouts, it has been logged out now, go back to data, it will say user logged out. Isn't that amazing? That's great. Very cool. PHP session. So that's how session work in PHP. As simple as that. We destroy the session, we access the session, we declare the session. See you in the next series. Hey you, welcome again to this new series. In this section I'll be taking you how you can easily upload file, that is images, PDF, and lots more. With this simple process you can do anything amazing with it. So with no much delay, let's dive into it. And don't forget, if you are using file upload, you have to be very careful of what you'll be uploading, so your system won't crash on wrong file or wrong pattern of uploading it in a wrong directory. So let's dive into it and see what we are talking about. So in this place now, I have my index.php. In this index.php, I'm going to be starting with the HTML. So I'm going to say HTML5 document, and I'm going to make a title of PHP file upload. PHP file upload. So in my body, I'm going to be introducing PHP form. PHP form is a very simple HTML tag that we use in uploading images, uploading files, inputting input fields in database. But in this case now, we'll be using it to upload our file. We can't just put a file directly to the server, so we need an HTML tag, which is PHP form tag, to upload the required file. Okay, so I will be declaring my form tag now. Form tag action of upload.php. that is where my file is going to be uploaded to. This upload.php, which we are going to be creating later after this current process we are working on. So action, and the method will be post, and because we are adding a media, we are uploading a media type, so we have to specify the enc type to be multipart / form data. Multipart / form data. So after doing that, you can bring it down inside the form tag. We introduce our input type of file and our input type of submit. So the very first one, let me just introduce an h2 or h3, whatever, that says select file to upload. Select file to upload, and right after that, I'm going to introduce my input feed with a file type. As you can see, type of file, then the name will now be file image. So this ID, you can tick off this ID for now, we don't need the ID. So after doing that, right after the input feed of type of file, we are going to have another input feed of type of submit. So in this type of submit will be the one to trigger the form action to be submitted to upload.php. So in this value, we are going to say upload file. Now, as you can see, we are done with the HTML. Now let's try to check our browser and see what we have done. Okay, so here we have select file to upload, choose file, then here is the button that says upload. Now if I do anything now, let's see what happen unless I declare the upload.php. Now I select an image. Now if I click on upload, it says file not found. As you can see, the URL, it is upload.php. So now we now have to go back to our code now and say and declare upload.php in our directory. So I'm going to create a new file now, that's name upload.php. Now in our upload.php, we are going to be having target directory. Sorry, we need to declare this. So in our upload.php, we're going to declare a variable dir equals to that directory that we want the image to be uploaded to. So we say upload to this folder, upload folder, that is this upload folder here. Now I'm going to declare my upload folder in this place and say upload. Now this is my upload folder, so any image that is coming into this our website is going to be uploading it to our upload folder. That is what I declared just now. So upload directory. After doing the directory, then the targeted file itself, the file that we want to upload itself. So we'll now say file equals to target directory, which is the dir. The dir, the target directory, that will concatenate it with our base name that is taking the parts, that is the part at which the file is coming from. We are going to take out the unnecessary file and use our new directory to rewrite the file. That is what base name does, nothing more. So we are going to be writing the file parts of the image we are uploading. So we are going to be using file function. Is a global function to access our upload file. So we're going to be using file function to access the file that we just uploaded. Now this target place now is pointing to the name, so I'm going to come here and copy my name. File image is the name, so file image is the name of the file that we are pointing at. So once I copy the name, so I can simply specify it in this place. Okay, which file am I accepting? I'm accepting file image with type name for my input feed. Then after accepting the file image, here we are going to accept the name of the file itself. The name of the file, I mean the file that I'm uploading. Let me show you let me show you what I'm saying. So the name of this file, for example, the name of this file is pxx 2020 and co.jpg. That's the name of that file. So the name of the file will be appended to also in this file section, and this directory will be accept the file name, the file extension, and co. That is what I just did in this place with this name, name key point I accepted from the array of files. From the arrays of files, we accepted our input file image from our input feed, and over here is the name that we are accepting from the image itself. From the image itself that we are accepting from the server, the one we uploaded. So that's the image itself that we are accepting. So now let's move on to the next one. So I will close my statement now. After closing the statement, I will now say after accepting the file and co. So the next thing to do now is to access the temp name. The temp name will be accessed with our new functions that we'll be using now. So we'll now say if we're going to use if move uploaded file. So which file are we moving? We are changing different parts to another part. So we are going to say function files. It's a global function files. Then we are going to accept our file image. So where is the file coming from? We are going to accept the temp name, tmp underscore name. The temp name will be accepted. After the temp name has been accepted, then we are going to introduce our file part. That is the one that we have concatenated, the base name that is taking out unnecessary details from the files and enabling the name and the extension only. That's what we ask for this base name to do for us. And this directory allow us to easily pass our file name and extension into this folder that will be uploaded over here. So that is what we just did there. Then now we are not trying to move the file after doing everything here, trying to move the file completely to our folder after declaring that. So I'm going to pass in my variable file into this place as a new parameter. Now as you can see, I say if move uploaded file from this temporary name to our new directory. This is a temporary directory from its array key, temporary directory. Now to this our original directory over here. That is what I just did now. So after doing that, let me break it down so you'll be able to see what I'm doing, so you're confused. Now as you can see it now, so after doing that, we are now going to enter into the if statement and say if the file has been uploaded, echo echo image uploaded, echo image uploaded, else echo error uploading image, error uploading image. As simple as that. Very, very easy. Now let's give a try on what we just did now and see if it's going to work. So we save our file, go to our browser, refresh, select our picture, select this picture, open. Now let's check our folder now if anything is there. As you can see, there is nothing in the folder. Okay, so let's go back to the browser, click on upload file. As you can see, image uploaded. Wow, is it there? Wow, is there? Awesome, that's great. Now our picture is here. Now we have successfully uploaded our first picture to the server. Cool, amazing, wow, awesome. Okay, see you in the next series. I hope you love this. Thank you. Hey you, welcome again to this new section of PHP for beginner. In this section you'll be learning how to check for form submission. So with no more delay, let's dive into the real practical. So the very first thing to do here is to declare our HTML tag. Now inside our HTML tag, we introduce the h2 that says submit form. Okay, in our submit form, we are going to introduce form tag. Now inside our form tag, we are going to introduce a label that says name. Now below the label, we are going to introduce an input feed with a type of text. We have text, we have email, we have password, but today we'll be working on text. So input field with a type of text. Now this name is very, very important. So this name is what we'll be accessing from PHP. So the name will be name, and that's all for this. Now below it, we're going to introduce either an input field or a button. You can either use a button or input field. So let's use a button that says submit. Now this button submit, we're going to introduce a type of submit. Sorry, small letter. So a type of submit will be for the button. Now in my form tag, in my form element, there are two important attributes that we need to add: the action and also the method. Now this action will point where this form data is going to. Now at the moment is blank, so as it's blank, I'm saying okay, post this form in the same directory. That's what this action is. Let me save it so that you understand very well. Let me save it and run on browser. As you can see, the action I'm currently using, sorry, I use calculator there. Now this action tells the form tag to post it directly to this URL. That is not going to an external URL. Post it to this URL. That's what this empty action attribute simply means. Now for this method, it's very important for us to pass it. We can either pass get, but by default get is the default, while post is not default. So you can either pass get or post. Those are the two attributes we mostly use in web development. So the get and the post. But today we'll be working on the both. So let's use the get now, and let's see what the get does. Actually, the get make our form tag visible to the user, while the post make our form tag hidden. Okay, so let's save it now and refresh the page, then input my name here, and let's click on submit. As you can see, as I click on submit, my name is added to the URL. I'm very sure if you try that from your device of your system, you're going to see the same thing. It's added to the URL, which is not really good enough. So now let's now try to use a post. Now post is not visible, as I told you. So let me delete this, my name here, hit enter. Now let me put my name again. As you can see, you can't find it there. It's a post method. Meanwhile, the data has been passed. The data is passed already. Okay, so we are going to be using internal PHP form handling. Internal PHP form handling. We are going to use both the internal and the external, but the external will be in the next series. But in this current series here, we are going to be using the internal checking for submission. So internal checking for submission, it can either go for the post and the get, the both of them. So I'm going to be using for the post, which is the one we have here. So what I want to say is, okay, whenever this button is being clicked, tell PHP that okay, this button has been clicked. So let me call this button submit. So to give it a name, I'm going to give it a name of let's say login. So button login. So I'm going to show you the difference now. So once button login is being clicked, PHP is going to check, okay, is it button login that is clicked or button register? So let's try with button login now, and let's accept the data from button login, because we'll be having two form also. So in case you have multiple form on your page, for you to be able to accept the submission and process the data for them. So let's try for the button login and let's see what will happen. So above the page, we're going to bring it down and create a new PHP tag. Close it again. So I have opened my PHP tag and close it. So in this place, we are going to use if statement. If is set, that is if someone click the button. So which button are we trying to look up to? So we are trying to look up to this button login. So I'm going to say, okay, since we are using post method, I'm going to use the global declaration of post. So I'm going to say post, so accept login, that is if login is being clicked. That is what this if is set it simply means. So if is set, if this button is being clicked, then do this function. So which function did I want to do? I'm going to echo variable dump, that is dump the data on the website. Dump it to us for us to see it, that is for us to be able to debug the code to see what we are actually sending. That is what this variable dump does. It dumps the information for us to see what we are sending. So now don't forget we are in the login page, so we are accepting the form for this particular form element. So now let's accept it now. So I'm going to my browser again, refresh my screen, then I'm going to say submit. Now as you can see, our form has been submitted and I accepted it. Now look at it, Adeleye, which is the name I gave it to it, Adeleye. Now for the login, it has nothing because it's our button that we click that has this login name. Now this name here is meant for this account. I know you might be confused a little, but let me change it to something else. Let me change it to where. So PHP actually sees this as the value. So I've changed to where now. Let me now refresh. Let me refresh this page and enter this place again. Enter my name. Now it's not more Adeleye now. So it's now where. So I'm going to say Adeleye testing. Adeleye testing. As you can see, well, so automatically is this input field name attribute that actually pass our value from this input field down to PHP. As simple as that. While this login is the one that tells the PHP that our button has been clicked, which is this one. It make it active. Now let's assume we have two form tag on the page, the login clicking and the register clicking. Register. So let's assume we have the register and we have the login at the same time. So here, since we are saying, okay, if it's login that click, do this one, and if it's register, do that one. So we are going to come back to this place now, and I'm going to click on register. Let's see if it's going to work. So we are both sending this form on the same page. So let me rename it so that to make it more different. Register. Okay, so here I'm going to say where. Now if I click submit now, it does nothing because it's register. So I have to come back to this place now and accept the submission. I'm going to say if is set post register. If you set post register, then echo variable dump post. That is dump everything for us if it's register variable dump. So once it's set, it's going to dump it for us. I'm going to say yes, registered. So let me dump it now. As you can see, it's working. I access it now. I'll access our register. That is, we check if it's registered form that is sending. So as it's registered, it dump it for us. As you can see, well. Now this well can also be changed. Let's change something there so that to look more cool. So here will be first underscore name. Don't forget, you can't put a space here. Space is not allowed. So you can either use underscore. iPhone 2 is not allowed. Use underscore or join it together, better still. So let me refresh the page now and say yes, I'm cool. So submit. As you can see, first name, yes, I'm cool. So that's how you can easily accept a form, a different form tag from your page. Now for the name, it will never crash themselves. As you can see, it's still working. Now if I also send for the registration now, yes, I'm cool. You see, it's working perfectly, no crashing, no jamming together. Now this same method can also use for external, but in the next series we're going to do that to make this tutorial short. Okay, see you in the next class. I'll see you in the next series rather. Hey you, welcome again to this second series in this tutorial. So now today we'll be learning how to extract information from our form data. So the last time we actually talked about how to check for form submission. So today we'll be learning how to extract data from the form submission. So with no more delay, let's dive straight into the real protocol. So the very first thing to do now is to declare our form. Our form has been declared from the previous series. Now we submitted our name well, so I'm going to be adding more data to it. So we have the input field name, so let me call this name, and here we have the email, which I'll be changing this to email. So we have the name, we have the email, and here we have the password. So let's bring in password this time around. So password, so I'm going to call this password, nice one. So here I'm going to call this login. So now I'm accepting my name, my email, and password. So I'm going to write a new label for my email, new label for my email, new label for my password, okay, password, email, cool, yes. Okay, let me go to my browser and refresh the screen. Good, we have the email. Oh, sorry, I need to pass break tag. Okay, break tag is not working there. Let me pass it from here. Break tag, cool. Now over here too, going to pass break tag br, nice one. And for the login button, we need to pass a break tag for it also. So break tag br, refresh. Nice one. So here now we will be submitting our name, our email, and our password. So we'll be submitting it to the internal form as form submission. We'll be using the internal form submission. That is, we are not using an external page, we are using the internal page submission model. So now we are already accepting our form submission and we are dumping it here. So let's print it out again and see what we have in our form feed. So Adeleye Ayodeji email this, and my password is this 12345. So login. As you can see, my name has been dumped, my email has been dumped, my password has been dumped. Meanwhile, our password is actually hash. We cannot see it, but once it's going to PHP, it's going to be visible to the user. No, it's going to be visible to the programmers. That is, the programmers can actually make a changes to the password, verify the password, compare it before you publish it to your live production. Okay, so now how can we access this data? How can we use the data? That is, if I want to tell the user, okay, welcome Adeleye Ayodeji, your email is, how can I print it to the user? Now to do that, we are going to say we are going to use this function. We are going to use this method that says that pass our data. That we are going to pass the data down to a variable. So now let's declare this first name. So we declare the name. Now to accept that, as you can see, is an array of data. So I'm going to accept the name in an array. So I accepted the name. The name has been passed to my name variable, and my email to my email variable underscore post. So here will be email. Now we have the name, we have the email. So now my name, my email has been passed. Now I can access it. So once I submit this post, I will accept my name and I will accept my email. But for me to print it to the user, I will have to make sure if this statement is set. That is, if it's set login, if anytime user click this login, that is where my email and my name will be accepted. So I'm going to copy this name now and come down to this place to print it equal your or equal welcome Adeleye Ayodeji, welcome Adeleye Ayodeji, comma. So let me introduce break tag and say your email is email. So your email is email. Welcome Adeleye Ayodeji, your email is email. Whenever a user click on this button, that is when this message is going to print out. Okay, so let me refresh since we are still running and see what we have. As you can see, welcome Adeleye Ayodeji, your email is Adeleye Ayodeji at 12345. So that's a very simple method for you to access your data from your post submission. The same applies to the get method. So let me say get login. So let's change this to get. So I'm going to refresh the page. It's just that the get will add some parameters above our URL. So login. Now as you can see, it add a parameter to the URL, which is not good enough for you to use. So we use the post method to override that. Okay, see you in the next series. Hey you, welcome again to this new series. In this series you'll be learning how to validate a form data, that is checking if the current data the user submitted is equals to the previous data that you have already, either in your database or anywhere in your code. So with no more delay, let's dive in straight to it and see what we are and see how to fix or how to use the form data validation. So here the very first thing to do over here is to declare a variable, because we'll be using a password checking. So we're going to declare our old or default password. So I'm going to say old password equals to 12345 6. So if old password is equals to the new password, it's going to see your password match, and you are going to see welcome, your email is this. But if your old password is not equals to the new password, an error is going to pop up and say password do not match. That is what we call the validation. Okay, now with no more delay, let's dive in straight to it. Now, as you can see, we are already accepting our input field of password here with our name of password. So I'm going to access this password name inside our if statement. So over here now, I'm going to say if a new if statement, if old password is equals to variable underscore post, that is the password we have in our form. If it's equals to this, that is if the old password is equals to the password the user is submitting, then do variable message msg equals to variable msg, or let's just echo straight away. So echo let's use some kind of color, echo b tag, that is bold tag. Inside our bold, we are going to give we are going to give an inline styling of color. So which color? Color green, that is if it's the same thing, green, that is password match. So I'm going to say password matched, else if it's not the same thing, else echo wrong password. So echo wrong password. So if it's wrong password, this message is not going to show. So this message will be above our echo here. So our name will echo at above, then our success message is going to echo under it. So if it's an error, it's going to say wrong password. So let me copy this title for the message to look more cool. Sorry. So here will be red. And we're going to close our statement here. Okay. So now let's give it a try and see if the old password match the new password. So yeah, I'm going to start all over. Let me start all over. Don't forget we're using a get request. I don't like get request, so I'm going to transfer back to post request. So post request. So refresh the page, enter my name, enter my email, my password. Now as you can see, wrong password. Enter my name and change it to 1 2 3 4 5 6. 1 2 3 4 5 6. Sorry, 1 2 3 4 5 6. Good. Now as you can see, password match. Password matched. So we welcome Adelaide. Your email is this, and your password match. Awesome, cool. So that's how you can easily validate. Just checking. We check if it's the same thing. That is what we call validation. So see you in the next series where you use an external form submission. Here is the internal form submission. Okay, see you in the next series. Hey you, welcome again to this last series in this section. So in this series you'll be learning how to use the external page submission in your PHP form tag. That is, you passing your PHP form, your PHP data directly to an external PHP file or PHP code. So this time is not going to be in the internal area. That is, all our PHP code here is going to be moved to a different directory. Now I have moved it now. So over here I'm going to create a new PHP file called process.php. So process.php is where I'm going to paste this data into. So once I paste it here, automatically whenever I send a request, it's going to match the current data I have here. It's going to be pushed down to this place, either the post, the gets, or anyone. So in order to access it, you need to make a pointing from here. So I'm going to make a point from my action and say, where am I pointing to? So I'm pointing to process.php. That is where I'm pointing to for my action. As you can see, action process.php, that is, I'm not pointing again down to itself, that is to the current page again. Now I'm not pointing to process.php, which we just created now. Now let's see if it's going to come down to this place now, or it won't. So let's refresh the page. Okay, so let me input my data, but before that, let me try to introduce BR to this place, because the last time BR is not included. Okay, so Adelea Adeji email this. Now login, as you can see, wrong password in a different page. As you can see it now, process.php. Awesome. So let me input the right password. 1 2 3 4 5 6. Login. As you can see, it worked. Welcome, Adelea Adeji. Your email is Adelea Adeji, blah blah blah, password matched. Awesome. Okay, so thank you for watching this series. In the next section, you'll be learning how to create a PHP blog from scratch using the previous knowledge that I've passed to you in this series in the previous sections. So prepare yourself for a real world project in the next section. Bye. Hey you, welcome again to this new section. In this section, you'll be learning how to build a beautiful and smart blogging system in PHP from scratch without any string or anything. We build it from the beginning to the end, adding database and any other details that we need to add. But before we start doing anything, before we start adding any process, the very first thing we need to get is either our template or framework you would like to use. But in this project, we'll be learning how to use a framework, which is Bootstrap 5. So we are going to be diving down to Bootstrap 5, getting the assets, structuring the data before we're writing into PHP. Okay, now let's dive straight down to Bootstrap website. So I'm going to be using Bootstrap 5. So Bootstrap 5. Just search Bootstrap 5. Once it comes up, click on Bootstrap 5. Once it's load, scroll down to where we have starter template, and once you are here, copy it, Ctrl C. Once you Ctrl C it, then go down straight to where you want your project to be. So like I want my project to be in www, which is my Wamp folder. In case you don't know where this folder is, let me start all over. So I'll be going straight to my file manager. Then in your file manager, go to my computer Wamp server. Under your Wamp server, click on www. So it's under your www folder, then click on make a new folder that you would like your project to be. But I have a folder already, which is PHP beginner. So I will look for the folder PHP beginner, and everything in my folder here, I'm going to delete it for a new development. So I've deleted everything. So once it's deleted, you are going to open this empty folder in VS Code. You are going to open this empty folder in VS Code. So I'm going to be opening it with VS Code. Open with code. Now as you can see, it's loading up. Good. Now the folder has been opened up in VS Code. So wait for the process to be done. Okay, now I think it's completed. So once it's done opening, the next thing to do is to create a new file. Don't forget that we copy this starter template from bootstrap.com. So now in order to use it, we need to create a new file. a new file over here. Just click on this plus icon, create a new file, index.php. Index.php. That inside your index.php, let's close this file. Okay, inside your index.php, paste in the code you copied, from the Bootstrap website. Now I have pasted my code. Let me zoom it very well so you see what I'm doing. Okay, I think it's well zoomed now. Now this is the code. This is the code we copy from Bootstrap website. This is a ready-made framework that we can use to build our blog. So I'm going to be uncommenting the script down here. I will uncomment it. As you can see, our template has been copied and is here. So to test it, to view it in our browser and check if it's actually working, so we're launching the URL in our browser. So I'm going to go to my browser now, open a new tab, then type in my URL, localhost php underscore beginner. Okay, now it's opened. It's currently loading the framework. Might be my network. Okay, it's loading. It's taking a while. Sorry, let me switch my network. Let me switch my network to other one. Let me switch my network because it requires network to download the details. So I'll be switching my network now. So in case you are experiencing the same thing, please switch your network to something stronger. Switch your network to something stronger. Okay, now my network has been switched. Now as you can see, it loads faster now. So here we have the basic template from bootstrap.com. Basic template from bootstrap.com, the Bootstrap 5. So what are the necessary things for us to do now to get started with our blog? So we are going to be splitting this particular code we copied. We are going to be splitting it to 3 themes: the header, the footer, and the body. Header, footer, body. So we are going to be splitting it in three files. At the moment we have one file, which is the index.php. so we are going to be having header.php, footer.php. Okay, without further ado, let's dive into the code and let's see how we're going to do it. So the very first thing to do is to create a folder here, a folder called ink folder. Inside this ink folder, you are going to create a new file called header.php. header.php. Inside the header.php, you are going to go back again to the index.php and copy the code from the body to the top. Copy everything and paste it in the header.php. Then go back again to your code and copy everything from this section here down to the bottom. As you can see, what we have here now is hello world. So again, after the header.php, we're going to create a new folder, a new file rather, called footer.php. Then you paste in footer.php you paste in the content we copy from the footer from our index inside the footer.php. Now we have header.php and we have footer.php. Inside the header.php and footer.php, we are going to make a connection between the header and the footer. So to do that, we are going to be introducing the include folder, the include function rather. So to use the include function, we are going to be opening our PHP tag and closing the tag. Then we have include, or we use the require. Require is more important because if require didn't find the file, there will be a stop on the run of the code. But with include, there will be an error. It will just show the error that okay, this particular file can't be found. But with require, nothing will run. So require is more better to use in order to avoid any code display to your users, like wrong details, wrong code display to your users. So if it's require, it stop the code from running. So we are going to be using require. So require, so what am I requiring? I want to require ink from ink folder using the header. So I'll be requiring header file at the top. Then I can make a clone of this. Just click on shift alternative down from your keyboard. If you are using VS Code, shift alternative down arrow key. So once you are done doing that, use the alternative arrow down to move it down, and you can change this to footer.php. Footer.php. You will save this now and go back to your browser, refresh. You will discover that it's still working, and if you try to check the code, you discover everything is still intact. The body tag is intact, the footer is intact, and meanwhile we have split everything in our VS Code. So in our coding term, we have split everything. So now we can now start adding our body and doing all sort of things over here. I can say welcome to my blog. So I save it. Sorry. Welcome to my blog, and I've saved it. As you can see, it's working perfectly. Now stay tuned to the next series. In the next series, we dive more into the next parts. Okay, see you there. Hey you, welcome again to this new series. In this series, you'll be learning how to create database and category table for the CMLs, post table, user table. Now, without much delay, let's dive into it. The very first thing to do is to go to your browser once your server is running and you know it's running. So open a new tab. Make sure you don't close your current tab for the development. So open a new tab and type localhost PHP admin. Let me type it normally, so I won't use a shortcut. Localhost PHP admin. In case you are not seeing my URL very well, let me pronounce it. LOCALHOST, or better still, let me zoom it. Let me try to make a zoom so you'll be able to see what I'm saying, because I know most of you will be using a phone to check this thing out. So let me try to zoom it with my my system. I think you can see it now. LOCALHOST/PHP admin. That's the URL. So let me zoom out back and continue what I'm doing. So I'm going to exit this magnifier. Okay, so enter. So when you navigate to the URL, let me zoom this thing out. Let me zoom it out. So let me now zoom it in a bit so you can see the screen. I hope you can see the screen now. Yeah. So I'll be taking out this guy. So whenever you log into this URL, you are going to see a login form. That is your username, your password, server choice. So you don't get confused. It's very simple. What you just need to do is to pass in the username root. Once you pass in the username root, password empty. Just leave it empty, and make sure the server choice is MySQL. Don't select MariaDB. It's not that MariaDB is not good. It's okay. It's fine. It's fantastic. They are alike. But select MySQL because that's what we're using this project. Please, MySQL is the server choice. Okay, so I'm going to click on go to log into my dashboard of my PHP admin. I'm going to log in now. Now we are logged into the dashboard. Now this is where the magic happen from the back end of our website. This is where the data is being sent to, data is being accepted, all those things. We have the database, the SQL query, raw query, status, user accounts, export, import, settings. All these tabs at the moment is not really necessary. But now, in order to do anything, just click on the database tab. So here we have our databases. These are the databases we have created so far. Now this is my own database that I've created so far, that I've done. So the next thing to do now is to enter your own database that you want to create. your own database. So my own database is PHP beginner. So you can use PHP beginner. So I'll be using PHP beginner, then click on create. Now it says PHP beginner has been created, and it says no table found in database. No table found in database. So please pay attention to this particular time, please, so that you won't get distracted. So now the next thing to do now is to create a table in our database. Our database has been created. We now need a table to use the database. That is, to every database there is a valid table with a valid column and a valid row. So we will be creating our first table now. So the very first table to create is the users table. The users table is the table that we're going to use to accept the user email, user full name, user password, and also the user role, either user or admin. We are going to be using a role also. So now what I just mentioned now is about how many columns. Let's say it again. The username 1 column, full name 2 column, email 3 column, password, which is 4 column, yes, and the row 5 column. So I'll be saying 5 column, and don't forget this column can be edited. You can add more to it. So now here is it. Once you click on next, it's going to show this page. Please pay attention. Please pay attention to this particular section. So the very first thing to do in the very first field is the ID. So we're going to say ID. This ID will be an integer type. As you can see, this type, it will be integer, and the length, just leave the length as it is. So once you give it a name of ID, just scroll it down to the last end where we have AI, auto increment AI. So do we want this ID to be auto increment? That is, if any data comes in, there will be a unique ID that will be given to everybody in order for us to make an edit, update, or delete the data. So please check this place so there won't be any issue in the future. So now I have added auto increment to my ID. Auto increment has been added to my ID. So once down is done, the next thing is the full name, or better still, you can use a name. So name. Now the type will now be voucher. Voucher can either be string, integer, or any data, but make sure is in string format. That's what voucher does. We have the integer. This integer consists of numbers, anything related to numbers. White text is a big string, that is large text. We have the date, and we have other details over here. Boolean, just as what you have learned so far. Float, double. So what we'll be using here today is the voucher. So please check the voucher. And now the voucher will now ask you, what length do you want me to be? So by default, we'll be using 1000 length for our voucher. But we know that a person's name cannot length to 1000. It's not possible. So we'll be using 1000 as the length. And default, let's set it as nullable format. So down is done. The next thing is the email. So email, we also use voucher because it's a string. 1000 nullable. And the next one is the password. Password voucher 1000 nullable. Please make sure it's nullable. And the role is voucher 2 voucher, set it to 1000. And don't forget, by default we are going to define this as defined. We are going to be using as defined this time around. So as defined. So by default, anybody that is entering as a new user will be user. The user role will be user. Yes, user role as user. So once that is done, scroll down to the last entry. Sorry, I can't find the go here, so I have to zoom out. So I need to zoom out my screen to be able to find the save button. Now as you can see, here's the save button. So click on save, and it's going to save the table you just created. Now the table has been saved, and it takes me down to structure. As you can see, we have structure tab. Let me zoom in so you are able to see what I'm saying. So here is structure tab. We have the structure tab, we have the browse type. So this is the browse tab. So this browse tab will list everything you have already in your table. So we have the browse tab, the structure tab, SQL tab, search tab. So all this tab is very important. So but the most important part of this tab is this first one and this second one. You really need it a lot. To you can use the structure to make a modification, while you use the browse to check entry that has entered into your table. Okay, so now we are done with the user table. Let's now move in to the category table. So I'm going to go back to my database. I'll click this this is my database title over here, or you click it from the left navigation bar over here. So you can either click from here and see everything here. So now we have this already. So the next one we to do now is to click on new table. So if you click on new table, you're going to see this area. So you call this table category. So category table is going to consist also of ID, and don't forget our ID must have auto increment, just as we have the user table. So ID is done. Then the name of the category, make sure is in voucher and 1000 nullable. After the ID is set and the name is set, I think we are done for now. So let's save it and let's use it that way. So our ID is set and our name is set. So you click on save. Our category has been saved. Let's see it. Okay, so we have the ID and we have the name. So our category is set now. We have no issue with that. So the next table to set is the post table. Now we already have the user table, the category table. Now we need the post table. So we are going to say post. So the very first column to add is the ID, and the ID must be auto increment, just as the way we do that. Auto increment post name, let's say post title voucher 1000. Make sure it's null. Post title, post content. So we are going to say content. Make sure content is in text. Because we can have more than it. So once it's in text, you don't need to pass anything here. So you also make it nullable. So post title, post content, and post category ID. So we're going to say category underscore ID. Category ID, make sure is voucher 1000. Make it null so that we won't have issue inserting, because it's a new development for you guys. So we're going to add a new column because we still need one more column, and that column will be the image, that is the feature image, the image that will be that will represent the thumbnail, that will represent the post. So we're going to say thumbnail. I'm very sure you know what thumbnails. So thumbnail, we're going to use voucher. So the voucher will be 1000. Make sure it's nullable also. After doing that, so we have our title, content, category ID, thumbnail. What else? So for now, let's save. Okay, now our post table has been saved for the title, the content, the category, thumbnail. Let's add something else. So in our structure tab, you can Now I told you earlier we can modify. So here is the browse. In the browse section, you'll be able to see what you have done so far and your data so far too. So now we are going to click on the structure tab. So in this structure tab, you can modify the table. You can edit, do anything editable you want to do. So I'm going to be clicking on content. After content, I want to add status. So status, I want my status to be integer, and my default status should be 0. That is, anytime you add a post without you clicking status or without you setting the status, is going to be 0. That is draft or unpublished. So 0 means unpublished or draft, while 1 means published or active. That's what 1 means. So 0 status unpublished, while 1 means published. So I'm going to be using 0. So I'll save it now. Now my status has been saved, and here we have the title, the content, the status, category, thumbnail. Okay, so the next thing to do now is to create our comment table. Comment. Now I told you earlier we'll be using comment, so I'm going to say comment ID auto increment user ID. We are going to accept the user ID integer 255. Make sure it's null. User ID and message, make sure it's text. You don't need to pass anything, nullable. So status, admin can disable someone comment or enable someone comment. So as define status, you can just leave status as none, because once a user, okay, let's make sure the status is disabled, which is 0. So admin, we have to moderate the comments, we have to approve the comment for the comment to be visible. So now we have the ID, user ID, message, status, and post ID. We need to add post ID. So we say post ID. Okay, so post ID 255. I know, let's use big integer because post ID can be more than this. So let's use 1000. Null. So we have all this data defined. So we have the ID, the user ID, the message, the status, the post ID. Okay, so after doing that, we click on save. Oh, sorry. Yeah, our big integer is only 255, so let's use 255 and save. Okay, now our comment table has been saved successfully, and you can also modify it. If you click on browse now, you see everything we have in our comment table: the user ID, the message, the status, the post ID. So this is how database work. This is how it work, and the previous table that we created, you can easily be accessed. You can access the category, you can access the comment, you can access the post, you can access the user. So all these details is accessible, editable. You can also delete it. So thank you so much for watching this series. In the next series, we'll learn how to do more with our development. Thank you. See you in the next series. Hello. The last series we talked about creating tables with my PHP admin using the MySQL server, and learning how to edit, create a new table, modify your table. That was what we learned in the previous series. So in this series, you'll be learning how to connect your PHP code with your existing database. Very, very easy and simple. Without more stress, let's dive into the real code. So I'm going to be I'm going to be clicking on my URL here and entering into my coding area. So here we have the welcome to my blog and the included file, the header and the footer. So what we need here now is to create a new file in the ink folder. So I'll be creating a new file here. The file name will be connection.php. So I created a new file called connection.php. Connection.php. Please don't mismatch it. So connection.php, inside connection.php you are going to have your PHP syntax created. Now once you create your PHP syntax, don't bother closing it, since you'll be including other PHP file. So just leave it the way it is. So once you have this done, you will need to include it in the header. So here is the header. Drag the header down and include the PHP connection in the header. So I'm going to say require connection. So I'm going to target connection.php. connection.php. So require connection.php. My connection.php now has been required over here. So the next thing to do is to go into my connection.php and make a test to check if my PHP file has been connected. So I'm going to say connected. So let's see if the PHP file is connected truly. Okay, now it says failed to open stream, no such file in the directory. Okay, what's going on? Connection.php require connection.php. Okay, so let me take out this guy. Oh, the full stop and the forward slash is giving issue. So in case you have that issue, to just delete it. Make sure the code is working. That is what the client really wants. Get it done and let it work. Okay, so now the code is running very fine. So the next thing to do now is to make a connection for our database and our PHP. So the very first thing to do here is to declare a variable connection equals to MySQLi underscore connect. MySQLi underscore connect. Make a full stop there, or say or die if there's any issue. Die saying database can not connect. Okay, now let me explain this thing to you. I declare a variable here just as we normally declare variable, and you know that. So now I'm using a function called MySQLi connect. MySQLi connect is a procedural method for connecting PHP and MySQL together. So, and I say if this connection is being done and there is no response from it, or there is an error, then display this text for us and make an exit from the code. The code will not run, nothing will display. It will just say database cannot connect. That is what I meant by this. Okay, so for our data to be passed from here, so we're going to be declaring these variables: the host name, the username, the database. So we'll be declaring it. We don't really need to declare the ports or the sockets. So now let's do that. Let's declare it above here. So we'll declare the very first one, host is localhost. Host is localhost, and database is equals to, don't forget, I've forgotten my own database. Database is PHP beginner close statement, and user is equals to root, the details you used to sign in the last time, and the password is empty. Don't forget you didn't include any password. So we are going to be connecting this thing one by one. So we say host, comma, then the next thing to add now is the username, comma. So the next thing to add now is the password, comma. Now the next thing to add now is the database, and that's all. So we save it. So to make a clear details, just scroll it down and make a comment here saying connecting to my SQL database, connecting to my SQL database. So once you are done doing that, then you copy your variable here and we make a log of it. So we are going to say if database connected successfully, that is if there is no error with our database connection, equal database connected successfully, So we are going to see this message if the database connection is true, and if it's an error we are going to see this. So let's run our code. I'm very sure it's awesome. As you can see, database connected successfully. Now let's try to input wrong details. Let me say admin. Let's see if it's going to work. As you can see, it says warning, MySQL connection unable to access denied for user. So the user was unable to connect it. Now if you check below here, you're going to see the message we log the last time. Database cannot connect. That's the die that we use. So once we use die, nothing will run. Don't forget. Now as you can see, access denied is not going. Now if we use the original data to log in, we are going to see it, database connected successfully. I hope you enjoy this series. In the next series we shall continue. If you have any issue related to this current series, comment below and I will definitely respond to you. See you in the next series. Love you. Hey you, welcome again to this new series. In this series we are going to be crafting our home page with sidebar and other components that we need to add to the home page. So at the moment we have this in our home page, so we are going to be clearing this now and adding something cool from the Bootstrap 5 framework. Okay, to get started, the very first thing we need to do is to go down to our coding area and leave this as it is for now. And don't forget, we need to delete this. We don't really need this one. You don't need this if statement, so you delete the if statement and save. Go down to your index.php and delete this h1. Welcome to my blog. Just take it off. Now we are going to be creating a new file to make our code smooth. A new file, look at it. In case you are creating your file, make sure you click on this index here, so that the file is going to be created outside, not inside this ink folder. So we're going to be creating a new file called body. You can call it body because we already have the header and the footer. So body.php. So in the body.php, this is where our body code is going to be placed. Let me show you an example so you don't get confused. So it's still the same thing we are doing. So here we have the h1, welcome to our page, so you don't get confused on what I'm doing. So I'm going to go back to the index.php now, and I'm going to include my file. So instead of creating a new PHP file, So I'll just delete the very last and the first one, break it down. I hope you understand what I did here. Break it down to, break this guy down to, okay. So once I break the both sides down, now in between it I'm going to require the body tag. So I'm going to require the body tag now. So I'm going to say require body.php. body.php. Now if I run the code now from the browser, you're going to discover that is still working. So we still have what we have in our previous tag. So now we are going to move down to the body.php file now. So now I'm in body.php file. Now in this body.php file is where we are going to be creating our container from the Bootstrap framework. Don't forget. So the very first thing to do now is to create a container. So we are going to be using a div. So I'm going to say div inside my div, or to make a shortcut you can say div.container. Then you use your tab key to display the main element with your class. Okay, so once it's done, then we can start writing the main component inside the div container. Okay, we are going to head down to Bootstrap 5 website now to copy the header. So I'm going to go to my browser. Then in my browser area, I'm going to navigate down to the component section by the left navigation bar. So once you click on the component drop down, you're going to click on the nav bar. We have navs and tabs, but you click on nav bar. So once you click on the nav bar, you'll scroll down to a point where you're going to find image and text. So this image and text is what we're going to use as our logo. So I'm going to copy this guy now. Ctrl C, go back to your coding area and paste it inside there. So you copy the code and paste it in the body tag. As you can see, now we have navigation with a class of navbar light, bg light, so background light, text light. So as you can see, we also have container fluid. So container fluid that is fill the entire surface of the body. That's what container does. It's use 100% of the body. I'm very sure you understand this particular section, and if you don't really understand, that's why I navigate you down to Bootstrap 5 website. So during your leisure time, you can read through and see how it work more better. So now we are going to be using this image and text header for the logo, and don't forget we don't have this URL in our local server. So I'm going to be copying the URL from here. So I'm going to right click this logo now, and I'm going to say, and I'm going to copy image address. So I'll be copying the image address and replacing it with the current one I have here. So I will delete this one now and paste it inside. Okay, so once you're done pasting, save, go to your browser, go to your local go to your working environment, refresh, and as you can see, it's working perfectly. So let me zoom in to see more, to see the full details. So let's change it to bg dark. Let's play around with it. So bg dark, we have the dark, the lights, primary. Let's use primary. Primary is not good. What should I use there? Let's leave it as the big bg. Yes. Let's use the dark. Let's use the dark, and let's see how it is. Nice, like this. So I'm going to change this bootstrap text to white. So I'm going to say bootstrap, since this text is inside this anchor tag, so we are going to introduce the text color in our anchor tag. So I'm going to say text text white, text white. Awesome. So here now we have our navigation bar for the header set. The next thing to do now is to create the body section and also the sidebar. So to do that, we are going to go back to our coding area now and navigate down below the closing tag of the navbar. Below the closing tag of the navbar, so we take it down and create a new div. So we are going to say div. Inside this div, we are going to call this div, we are going to give it a class of container. So let's give it container fluid, since we are using container fluid over here. So container fluid, let's use the container fluid. So container fluid. So in our container fluid, we're going to be using column and row. So I'm going to say div dot row, that is a class of row. In my row, how many column did I want? Now this is the body. We need the place where our post will be displayed before the user can click it. So this section will be used for it. This section here we use for the post display, while this section will be used for the sidebar. So I'm going to say the very first div section should be given a column of let's say 8 by 4. So let's give it a column of 8 because everything together is 12. So a column of 8, and I'm going to duplicate this now and make the right hand side 4. So all together is 12 now. It's 12 all together. So if I save it now and refresh the page, you can see nothing is happening. So I'm going to break it down. After breaking it down, in this first column that we have our post content to be displayed, I'm going to go back to Bootstrap website now and copy a simple UI from them so we can use for it. So I'm going to go back to Bootstrap, then go to card. You click on card, so the card is going to load up. Once it loads up, scroll down to where we have okay, I think let's use the one at the top, and this one is a bit better. So copy this. Once you're done copying it, paste it in the first column. You save it, paste it in the first column and save. Paste it in the first column and save. Now as you can see, we have a defined style, inline styling over here. So at the moment we don't need inline styling, so delete the inline styling and save. Now this image source, they don't have an image doesn't come along with this text template. So we're going to go back to it and copy their own. Oh, it's not copyable. So open a new tab for now. Let's do a test layout so that by the time we finalize everything with our PHP, it will be very easy for us. So I'm going to go to my website and copy my URL. So you can do the same from your side too. So that'll be very good. Network. Okay, let me try something new. Okay, I think it's loaded. Good. So I'm going to copy my URL. I'm going to copy my picture here to use for the project. So I'm going to copy image address. Image address is being copied, then paste it here, save. Let me go back to the browser projects and see. Oh, cloud, my security is not allowing a local host to preview my image, so I will need to use an image from the internet. So let me Google something. Let me Google coding. Google coding. So let's take an image from the internet. My website security is blocking the connection to the localhost, so let's skip that. So copy image address. Image address has been copied, so we go back to our URL section and paste it here and save. Let's see what we have. Sorry, now as you can see, this guy loads up. So let me zoom out so that our browser will look good. It's not really fine that way. So now we're in 100% section. Let me take it up a bit. Okay, I think this okay, this size is good for now. So let's go back to our coding. Now after we are done pasting that, I need to take out this place too, this sidebar, and let me zoom out. Now it's not time for us to start editing and fixing these errors that we have here. As you can see, we have the card title, the button and co, but as it is now, it's not really good enough. So we are going to be trying to mix up this content over here and increasing the height. So the very first thing to do is to give the image a specific height. So I'm going to be using my browser inspector to do that. So I'm going to say I'm going to type height 200 pixel, then the width 200 pixel. So please just follow up what I'm doing. So height 200 pixel, and the width, let the width be 100%. So 100%. So let's copy this first and edit the card itself. So I'm going to say style, inline styling, and I'm going to paste what I used from my browser. Okay, so in the card section, we are going to try to reduce the width because the width is too lengthy. So we need to override the width and say style width. Let's give it 18%. Let's see what 80% can do. Okay, we need to improve it. 28%, 38%. Okay, I think we are getting there. So after doing this, after setting the weight and co, so we need to add a spacing. As you can see, there is no enough space from the header to the content, so I'm going to say my. My means margin top, margin bottom, while mx means margin left, margin right. So I'm going to be using my my iPhone 3, that is margin top, margin bottom, in the interior section for the Bootstrap framework. As you can see, there is a space has been given. So after the space is being given, so here we have more cards from our database that will be represented over there. So to make a more clarification on that, so I'm going to be duplicating this card with PHP, so we don't have to stress. So by the time we have the original data, we can override it. So we duplicate it to make the proper layout. So I'll be duplicating this guy now. So I'll copy this guy over here. Then I'm going to introduce a new row and column again. I told you we'll be using row and column, so I'm going to be introducing a new row and a new column. So in this new row is going to support 3D card in this section. So that's what we are accepting. So I'm going to say div with the class of row. Now inside the class of row, I'm going to be introducing 3 column. So 3 so we are going to divide 12 by we're going to divide 12 by 4. So 4 times 3 is 12, so it's going to be 4. So column 4, 1 2 3. So now we have 12, 4 4 4. So the very first column will be the card. The second column will be the second card, and the third column just like that. So this is how it's going to look like. So we paste it here. Now let's refresh. Oh, sorry, there's an issue with our code. So let's take this guy out, since we have break the details. Okay, so this also has to be taken out. So I will show you a shortcut that you can use to do a looping and we've already done in our previous class, but I'm just trying to do this one so that you will get how this thing is working. So as you can see, we have the 3 card loaded up for us. So in order to use PHP to loop this thing through without you duplicating every time, we just need to clear the very first one. We clear this first 2. Sorry. So after clearing that, we scroll up to the very first one and we check the column. Now as you can see, we have co-4 is the co-4 that is our column and is what we are splitting with. So make sure the co-4 is the one you are splitting also from your own hand. So once you determine it, scroll it down and introduce PHP. So close your PHP. So say for I equals to 0, so you can say for I equals to 1. For I equals to 1, then if I is less than or is equals to let's say 6, if I is less than or is equal to 6, else I plus plus. So inside this for loop, I'm going to close PHP and I'm going to start the PHP to resume the looping over here. So after doing that, so I'm going to determine my core 4. Make sure you determine your core 4 that you are going to run the loop on. So I'm going to determine my core 4. After determining that, I will scroll up to this place where I have my loop inside the loop itself. So I'm going to paste it inside this place. Now I have pasted there. Now as you can see, we have the diff of a row and diff of a core. So this core we are looping it through. So you also have to check if there's any error somewhere. So I need to check through and check if there's any error somewhere. So here is this core 8 is for the section, while this core 4 is for the sidebar. So don't get confused seeing it as the main data. So I'm going to say sidebar here, sidebar, so you don't get confused using it. So sidebar, we are still going to work on the sidebar, but for now let's work on the main body. So here now is the for loop, looping this data in 6 places. So let's see what we have done so far. Now as you can see, we loop it through. Now during the loop, you discover that at the top here we have a too close relationship with the top cards. So in order to fix that, I'm going to be introducing margin top. So margin top empty, margin top let's give the margin top of 2. So let's refresh. Now as you can see, there's a drop down that solved the problem. So now here we have the card looping. So this same looping method is what we're going to use for our post that is coming from the database. So please make sure you get this particular section in order to run your looping through from the database. So that has been done for our post. This is the prototype that we are using. So the next one to do is the sidebar. So in the sidebar section, we are going to be introducing the search functionality, the search, the list of our categories, and what else? That's all for now. So search and the list of our category. So the very first one to determine in our sidebar now is div dot border. So we want to enable a border in our div. Once the border is enabled, then we introduce form tag. In our form tag, we introduce method of post. So this is used for the search query. So method of post, and we define the elements that we want to accept, the input we want to accept inside our form tag. So I'll be defining my form group first. So form group with the label of enter enter search term or enter text or search. Let's say search with the label of search, and inside the input feed with the text type. Inside the input field, the text type and the name of search, we'll be having a class of form control. So we're going to say form control with a class of form control and a placeholder of enter search term. So let's save it and see what we have. Refresh. As you can see, we have the border as declared, just as we plan to have it, and we have the search term, but it's not really good enough. It's too close to themselves. So we're going to enable padding from our border. So I'm going to see padding of 3. So let's see what we have. As you can see, we are getting there. We have the search. Now after the search text, we also need to create another div. You can just introduce the button straight away. So button that says search, a search button with a type of submit. So we're going to be using submit for this type. So submit is enough since we are running under form. So let's introduce class of btn. Should we use primary or dark? Let's use dark. btn dark. Okay, so it's too close to the top div, so I'm going to use margin top 3. Okay, margin top 3 is too much, so margin top 2. Wow, awesome. So now we have our search with our input feed with our search button. At the moment it's not working. We can't do anything here. It's still a prototype. If I click search, nothing will happen. So our search form has been declared. Now we are good to go for the categories that we have in our database. I told you we are going to showcase the categories that we have also in our database. So to do the next one now, we are going to copy this one here, copy it, scroll down, paste it here, and take out this form tag. So in this case, we are going to be using h3. So let's use h3 and say category. Something is wrong. Okay, categories. Now in our categories, we are going to have ul on ordered list, li list item. So we're going to be using ul and li to determine our categories from database. So I'm going to introduce the prototype here that we're going to be using. So I'm going to also be looping. So I will say for I equals to 0. For I equals to 0. Should we loop now, or since our li is from database? Okay, let's loop. So for I equals to 1, then if I is less than or is equals to 3, so let's just display 3 category. So after doing that, make sure you close your statement, you begin your statement, and you bring in the li inside the looping data. Now inside this li, you need to introduce your a tag, and inside the a tag where we have the link. Now after the link, make sure you give your link a title. So here will be links. So let me loop through the number of I have. So I'm going to say equal I, variable I, which is 1, 2, 3 down below. So save, refresh, submitting form, no, refresh. As you can see, we have the categories 1, 2, 3. So let's make a rhyme for our search title alongside with our category. So let me call this h2. h4 rather, h4. Okay, so this h4 will be used for our label. So let's just say, let's turn our label to h4 since it's an heading. So h4, save it. Awesome. Oh, sorry, I need to drink water. So as you can see, we have the search box generated, the category generated, but we need to give a space within the category and also the search box. So I'm going to say margin top 3. Okay, margin top 3. I think let's use 2. Okay, 2 is better. Now as you can see, we have the search bar and we also have the category section. Okay, so we are good to go now, since we already have our search, our category, our post, our recent post data. So for the recent post data, we are going to be adding the dates as we are looping through, but at the moment let's still wait a bit and see what we are doing next. So after this one now, what we need to do now is the login page. So stay tuned and let's do the login page in the next series. So this video will get bigger insights for you to download on your devices. So I'm stopping here now and continue in the next series. Hey guys, welcome back again to this series. In this series you'll be learning how to create the login page and the registration page. But before we start, we need to split our header. This header that you're looking at, that we have the logo Bootstrap, and we are going to create some links over here that our category 2 can that our registration and login page can take in, where we are also the logout also can be placed there anytime the user login. So as you can see, our category has been placed there, so we don't need to place both the header again. So we are going to be placing the login button on the logout link. Those are the links that we are adding to the header and also splitting it. And don't forget, we need to add a footnote to our blog to showcase the developer or a credit to you in case you are developing yours. So now the very first thing to do is to split the header and also introduce our body footer. So let's dive in straight to the code and do the changes. So the very first thing to do is to copy this nav, cut it out from here. Once you cut it out from the container section, you are going to scroll down, you are going to move down to your sidebar where we have those files that we created earlier, where we have the body and the index.php. So in this place you are going to create a new folder called you can call it page, you can call it pages. Let's say pages, or what should we call it? Let's say pages. So pages, and the very first one is the header home.php. So header home.php, paste in the nav bar that we created earlier, paste it inside this place. So nav bar that we created earlier is being pasted, and inside the pages folder we create another file called footer home, because we already have a file called footer, so to avoid error. So footer home.php, inside the footer home.php we are going to be introducing a new content to the footer which we haven't added yet, but for the header we are adding the login links and also the login links and also the registration link. Those are the links that we are adding now. But before we do that, we need to include our header home and our footer home to our body. So where I cut out the header, I'm going to introduce require statement and require the file that require the directory, the path at which the file I want to require is. And don't forget, the file we are requiring is header home.php. So I'm going to say require.pages/header_home.php. The last time I tried to use parsing method, it gives an error. Let's see if there won't be any error now. So I'll go back to my browser now and refresh. As you can see, it's working, so we have no error this time around. Now we navigate to this part, pages, which is this page that we have here, and we pick our file header home.php. Now this same code can be copied and scroll down to the ending of our container fluid. So scroll down, scroll down, scroll down. Now this ending part, you break it down and paste in the require statement and call this footer home. Don't forget, it's still the same thing. So as you can see, we have the footer home here too. So footer home.php, save it. Once it's done saving, now the next thing to do is to head down to our header home.php. Now in this place, let me save it and refresh the browser and see the changes. So we have the header still placed on our website. So what to do now is to create a link for a room for registration link and a login link. So I'm going to hit drop down. So once I drop this down after the anchor tag, so I'm going to say div. Inside my div, I'm going to give it a class of dflex, that is display flex. So a class of dflex. So I'm going to give it the class of dflex. Inside my dflex, I'm going to be introducing two links, which is the registration link and also the login link. So I'm going to say A. For now we have hash, we don't have the page yet. So here will be login, and okay, let's finish that first. And the next one will be register. So we have the login and register. Now don't forget, we need to introduce Bootstrap link class in it so that it will look more cool. So class nav link with the text of white. So just copy this class, copy this class and paste it in the registration link also. So nav link text white with the login text, and also for the registration. So once you are done saving that, go back to your browser and refresh. Let's see what we have. Now as you can see, we have it above. The login and the register link has been added. So if I click on it now, nothing works, but we are going to define the page very soon. So let's define the footer. So go back to the code and click the footer. Now in our footer section, we are going to introduce div.footer. So let's give the class of footer, or better still, container fluid is better. So let's just container fluid to fill the entire container. Then in my container fluid, I'm going to have a padding of 3 with a bg of dark, just as we have it there, bg dark. Now inside my footer note, I'm going to have p tag that says copyright C and copy C 2021 our project. So it can be your name, our project development. So when you save it now, you're going to see what I'm talking about. So once the background is dark, we also need the text to be white. So I'm going to say text white. I'm going to say text white. So you save it and go back to the browser, refresh. Let's see what we have. So scroll down. Now as you can see, we have the footnotes here, copyright C 2021, our project development. So we need to centralize this data. And as you know, this padding is not very effective over there, so let me try to copy this padding. Let's take the padding out of there and bring it inside this place and say text, oh, is already text, right? Text center to text center, and padding top, padding bottom, px, sorry, padding top, py, py is padding top, padding bottom. So we are going to use 3. So let's save it now. Now as you can see, this is more better than the one we have so far. So now we have copyright 2021. Now this 2021 can be generated with your PHP. So let's generate it with our PHP, just as we learned it in the previous class. So date y, that's year. Okay, so as you can see, it's still working. Okay, so now our footer is set and our header is set with our link, but the link is not defined. We need to define the login page link and the register page link. In the next series, we're going to continue from there. Thank you so much for watching this series. Thank you. Hey guys, welcome again to this new series. In this series, we are going to be creating our registration page and authentication for users. That is, if a user has already created an account before, the user won't be able to create an account again. So we are going to create the registration page and also making an authentication for user to register an account in our website or our blog system. So without further ado, let's dive straight to the practical example. So the last time we stopped at the navigation link, which gives us this link over here, this login button and this registration registered button. So if I click on this button now, it does nothing. So what we want to do now is to make a registration page where user can click on to register their detail based on the user column that we have in our database. Okay, so the very first thing to do is to make our link clickable to registration page. So to do that, I'm going to go back to my code now and bring up my sidebar. Let me close all the one we have here. So once my sidebar has been opened up, now inside not inside the pages, outside the pages where we have the body, the index, we are going to create a new file called registration or called register. You can name it register.php. So register.php, in register.php we are going to be using the same format that we use for our home page. So in our home page we have the body section for post and also the sidebar, but the registration page we only need the header and the footer. That's what we need in the registration page. So to do that, we are going to move down to index.php. We're going to copy the header. So I'm going to declare php, copy the header, and also go back to index.php, copy the footer too. So footer has been copied, header has been copied. So let's close this statement because we are going to be concatenating, or we are going to be adding HTML. It's still the same thing as concatenation. So let me close this statement here. Statement close. So we have added our header and our footer also has been added. So I save it. So after saving it, we also need to add our navigation link, this navigation link above here that is inside the body. As you can see it here, we have navigation link here. So this header navigation link is going to be copied and also paste it here. So instead of using another PHP tag, I will just cut it out of here and paste it inside this place. So this is the header script, while this is the header menu that we are clicking on and also for the footer, the footer bar. So I'll copy the footer bar from here. I'll say Ctrl C, go back to registration page. Now above this footer script, this is the script why this guy is the file itself. This is the footer content they are looking at. This is the content, why this one is the linking, the header linking as we have inputted it the last time. So don't get confused. This is where our scripts are. This is where our scripts, links, script, CSS, anything related to links. This is where we have them. Why this section is for the content, the header content. So don't get confused. Header content, footer content, footer content. Okay, why here is the footer script, footer script links, So now this is it. So here is the script link, while here is the header content. So let me open it for you. So this is the header that we use here, this ink header. This is it. As you can see, we have these links here, so no magic is being performed. The footer also, as you can see, is the links to our JavaScript. So why the pages over here that we have the footer home, which is the content, and the header home, which is the navigation bar that we are editing now. Okay, so let me close all this bar and go back to our registration page. So in our registration page, our files has been added, so I'm going to save it and go back to my pages, to the header, and in the registration link, I'm going to add register.php. So I'm going to be pointing to register.php in my linking. So after doing that, I'm going to save and go back to my browser, refresh the browser. After refreshing the browser, we click on the register link and let's see if it's going to work. So as you can see, it's working perfectly. So after clicking on the register link, it takes me from index down to this place, but there's something wrong. There's a minor issue over here, so we need to rectify this. Our header is being pushed to the entire body, so we don't want that. So to rectify that error, we need to go back to the body, and as you can see, we have a container before the header. So we need to add this container to our registration page that we have here. So above this place, container will be added. So let's close this and start it here. So container, and also after the footer has been closed, we also close this and close our div here. So let's check it out now. As you can see, it's working now. Now inside the div container, which is this place, is the body. Inside this div container that we have, which is this place, is where we're going to add our form tag to communicate with our database. So I'm going to say div with the class of display flex with the class of aligns items center. Okay, with another class of justify content center. Now as you can see, I'm having a div with the class of div flex, display flex, aligns item center, justify content center. Now inside my div, I'm going to introduce form tag. So this form is going to be a post method with an action of the same page, so we don't pass any other thing. So we are performing this this query in the same page, or we can perform the action in process.php. I think that would be very good. That's the external linking that we talked about in our previous tutorial that we did. So let's move on. So inside this form tag, we are going to be introducing the email the email that we are accepting. But before you move on, it will be very good for you to go to your database and confirm. So I'm going to navigate down to the link localhost php my admin to confirm my my column that I'm accepting. So I might made a mistake and there might be an issue while saving my data, so I need to make sure it's actually working. So after logging in, I will navigate down to the database, which is PHP beginner. So let me zoom my screen so you can see what we are doing over here. So I'm going to zoom in. I hope you can see it now. Let me zoom again. Okay, so this is enough. So over here we are trying to add a new user in our registration page. So I'll click on the users, and as you can see, we have the name, the email, and the password. Then we have the role. So the role, by default, we already set the role to be users. It's only admin we can add, that we can pass the role data, but by default it is user. So what we are passing now is only name, email, and password. Name, email, and password. Okay. So let's dive straight to it. So the next thing to do now is to go back to our code and declare our input field. So the very first I'll be declaring here is div.form group. div.form group. Now in my form group, I'm going to be having a label of name with an input name with the input type of text, and the name is name. The class is form control, and the placeholder is enter your name. So that is done for the name. Now let's preview this. As you can see, our data has been added. Let me zoom in a bit. Okay, this is good enough. So our name has been added. So let me give a padding. So py 2, because it's too close. 3. Okay, so name has been added. The next thing to add is email. So div.form group, then label email, inputs the type of email, then the name email, placeholder, enter your email, and the class from control is the class. So let's refresh. Okay, so our name has been added, our email has been added. Oh man, now we need a password. So from group label password, input with the type of password, name is password, class form control, and placeholder, enter password. Okay, so we have our name, we have our email, we we have our password, and the next thing we need to add now is the button. So I'm going to say button register, button register with the type of register, type of submit. So the button is going to have a class of btn primary. Let's use primary. btn primary, then margin top and bottom 3. Okay, so now we have our name, email, password and button. So above it we are going to say register h4. So we say register, or let's say new registration. So let me bring it inside this place. Okay, so register. So let's centralize it with the class of text center. Okay, so we have register set up, which is accepting the name, the email, the password, and our button is also registered with it. Now it's time to test. It's time to test our file. To test our form data rather. So we are going to be using external submission. So I'm going to be creating a new file in my ink folder. So I'm going to point to my ink folder, ink/process.php, ink/process.php. So I'm going to create this file in my ink folder here. So process.php is the file I created now. So I'm going to use PHP syntax to accept those data. So now to be able to determine if it's registration form or it is a login form, in order to make a determination of that, I'm going to pass a name here in my button, a name with registration or register. So I'm going to pass a name with a register. So whenever register is set, so the code will know that okay, it is register, and if it's login, the code will know that it's login. So name register is accepted. Let's close the statement. Okay, so over here, according to what we learned in our previous series, using if statement to determine a form submission. So I'm going to say if is set, that is if the form has been submitted. So which form am I accepting? A variable underscore post, just the way we used to do it. So which post am I accepting? Register. So if register is set, if it's being clicked, that is what is meant by is set. If it's being clicked, then let's log everything in our form tag and see what we are getting. So this is the data. So I'm going to say equal variable dump. So we'll be dumping everything to see what we are receiving from. So let's go back to the register page and save it now. Okay, so let's go to the browser, refresh the page, enter my details. Okay, register. Now as you can see, our data has been sent. Name of Adele, email, password, register. Okay, in the next series we are going to be submitting into our database, and we're going to also hash the password. So we are not going to be saving a password like this in the database, so that people won't be able to hack your account or see your password. Okay, so we're going to be encrypting this password in the next series. See you there. Hey you, welcome again to this part 2 of the creation of our registration page and authentication for user. So in this part 2 we shall continue from where we stopped in the previous in the previous series. So in the previous series we stopped at the array. Let me zoom my screen so you can see where we stop. So we stop here, we submit the form, and we check if the registration button is being clicked. So if it's clicked, then we output this data. Okay, so let's dive into our coding and see where we need to work on in our process.php. So now we are in our process.php. In our process.php, we are going to be accepting this data: the name data, the email, the password. The register is not needed, it's for the button to be clicked. So I'm going to say the very first one. So let me copy this name, copy name. So I'm going to be converting this to variable name equals to $_post, because it's an array. So array of name, we're going to target it. Our name has been targeted. To the next one, email. So I'm going to copy my email. I'm going to copy my email and say email _post, also email. Now the next one is password. So variable password equals to post password. Now we now say encrypt password, encrypt _password. So it's the encrypted password we are going to save to our database. So we are going to be using MD5 to encrypt our password. MD5 function is what we'll be using to encrypt our password. So we'll be encrypting this password now. Our password has been encrypted using MD5. So now it has been turned to hash from a string. Okay, so now after doing this, after getting our name, our email, our password, and our encrypted file or encrypted password, the next thing to do is to insert it into the database. We are going to insert it into the database. So let me say insert data to base. Insert data to base. So in order to insert our data to base, we're going to be using the procedural method to do everything in our process over here. So to do that, I'm going to say variable query equals to MySQLi query. Okay, once I say MySQLi query, then I'm going to connect to my database, which is variable connection. If you remember the connection we use for our database, let me show you over here, connection. So we are using variable connection to connect with our MySQL query. So variable connection, but before you can use variable connection, make sure the connection file is included in our process.php. So I'm going to say require connection.php. So I'm requiring connection.php in our file for the database connection. So now connection has been included in our MySQL query. Then after the connection has been included, then the variable SQL will also be included, or die, that is destroy, just the way we used to do it. Can't save data. Okay, so over here we are going to declare our SQL that says insert into user, that is our user table. So we determine the column. Which column are we inserting into? Name column, email column, then password column. So name column, email column, and password column. That is where we are inserted to. So what value are we accepting inside? So values. So we determine the first value, then we capture the name. The name for the name. So we use single quote, passing the name inside, comma, email, single quotes, pass in the email inside, pass in the email inside, then comma, then the password we're going to pass the encrypted password inside. We're going to pass the encrypted password inside. Okay, so after doing that, we close the statement. Now we have the square that says insert into user table, where the column is name, email, and password, and the value that should be added into it should be name, email, and the encrypted password for security purpose. So after doing that, run this query. Run this MySQL query with our database connection, using our SQL statement that we just write here now. And if there's any issue saving this data, display this on the screen that says can't save data to database, or can't save data is better. So if there's any issue, we get this message or else. So I'm going to say else equal data saved to base. Okay, so I'm going to save this now, go back to my browser, and return back to our home page. Oh, sorry, it's too zoom out. Okay, so return back to our home page, our register page. Let me zoom our register page so that we can see what we are doing. Okay, so I'm going to say AJAX, my email, my password, admin. So register. Now as you can see, we have an issue, can't save data. So let's check our database table and see if there's anything there. As you can see, nothing is actually there, and we pass in our name, our email, and our password. What's wrong? Something is wrong somewhere. Okay, we say user, not user. As you can see, it is users, not users. So we're going to say users instead of user. So let's go back to register.php. sorry, not registration, register.php, delay, sorry, my name, delay, password, register. As you can see, it says data save to base. Now let's check the database now and see. Now as you can see, we have this data in our database with the password that is being encrypted, and the user is row, and the role is user rather. So our name is safe, our email is safe. So this is awesome. So we have successfully connected to our database. So the next thing we have to do now is to check if the data is available in the base before, or the email exists in our database. So we're going to be using the email to check if the data is available in the database for a unique identification in our database. So we are going to be omitting a duplicate email by returning information back to the user saying email has already been registered or so. Okay, in the next series I'm going to show you that. Thank you. Hello, welcome again to this new series. In this series we'll continue from where we stopped in the last series. The last series we submit a form data, and it's added to our database under the user table. So this data now has been added, but if we are trying to add another one now, it's going to be submitted. Let's give it a try. This same data, I want to add it again so you understand it very well. You understand what I'm trying to say. So I'm going to say Adile, okay, register. Don't forget the user has been registered already. Now it says data saved to base. Now let's check it now. As you can see, we have a duplicate email, duplicate password, duplicate everything, just duplicates. So to avoid a duplicate data entering, we need to check before submitting it into the base. So let me delete this user. Let me also delete this one over here. After deleting it, so we're going to try to add a new one now, and after adding it, we are now going to also make a query from our process.php checking if the user has already been registered or is a new user. So we are going to be doing the checking over here now. So to get started, we are going to push this guy down. We push it down, and above here we are going to make a comment that says check if user already exists. So it's going to check if user already exists. Now I'm going to see, before we use the if statement, we're going to make our first SQL. So SQL check is equals to select all from users table, where, let's use capital letter or true, where email equals to the email the user is submitting just now. So our SQL check has been loaded. So the next thing to do now is to pass our query check. So query check will now be equals to my SQLi query. Then we pass in the first parameter as our connection and the second parameter SQL check. SQL check. Yes. So after passing this data, so the next thing to do now is to apply our if statement. Since our SQL check has been passed, we write in an SQL statement that says, okay, select everything from user where we have email, where we have this exact email, and if the email is not there, return an error back to us. So to do that, we're going to say if we are going to declare a variable here to accept data, and if we don't want to accept the data, we can leave it the way it is. So if my SQLi query, my SQLi fetch associate. So I'm going to be using associate, passing the query that we have run already over here. So I'm passing it inside this place. So if my SQLi fetch associate return a true boolean data type, so we're going to echo a statement here, the user already exists, else inside the user into the database, So over here we're going to say give notification, or let's just say already exist. Okay, and over here insert database. So we're going to copy from this echo inside our else statement. So if it already exists, it's going to say echo user already exists. Okay, so you're going to say user already exists, and if user is not existing in the database, a new user is going to be created down below. So let's run this code again. Let's check our database first before doing that. Now, as you can see, we have no data in our database, so I'm going to register the new user, and as you can see, data saved to base. So let's check database. Now we have the user over here. Now let's now go back again to the registration page and try to register a new user again and see if the user is going to register with the same email. Okay, register. As you can see, it says what? User already exists. So let's check our database if it's actually there. And as you can see, it's not there. If I change the email now, a new user is going to pop in. So let me change the email to Adeleyayodeji without 12345. The one I use here is 12345. So let me use Adeleyayodeji. Register. As you can see, save to database. That has been saved. If I check here now, you're going to see it is there, and this email cannot be duplicated. So now we have a unique authentication to our user table in our database. Awesome. So the next thing to do now is to make a login page to our page. That is, if you want the admin to add a new post, or you want the user to make a comment to your post. But the very first thing is the admin dashboard. So after the login page, we are going to proceed to admin dashboard. See you in the next series. Thank you. Hey guys, welcome again to this new series. In this series, we are going to be learning how to create the login page and also making authentication for the user. Without any delay, let's dive into it straight away. So the last time we stopped at the registration page where we submit our data and we make a duplicate check-in to check if an email has already exist in our database, or if it does not exist, let it save, and if it exists, it's going to show a message saying user already exists. Okay, so without much delay, let's move down to the login page. So I'm going to say register.php. So this same register.php page is going to be duplicate to login.php. It's going to be duplicate to a login.php. But before we do that, let's try to pass a notification down to register page anytime a user register, or if a user already exists in database. This user already exists is not going to be over here. It's going to be returned down to the registered page. For example, let me show you what I mean. Sorry, register. Okay, so anytime a user already exists, it's going to show that in this same page without taking us to another page. So that's what I'm going to enable now. The same will also be applied to the login page. So to do that, the very first thing to do is to go down to the register.php, scroll up. Once you scroll up, this form action that we have here, we are going to take it off. So there won't be any URL in the action, and above this place you are going to be having the code here. You are going to be having the require here, so don't bother about requiring, just use an include statement. So include inc process.php. I'm very sure you've seen it. So let's try to do this again. Now let's try to submit a data and see if we are going to get the same results. Oh, sorry, let me refresh this page. So we are not taking it to external page anymore. As you can see, it's working. User already exists. So this user already exists. Let's customize it very well. So to do the customization, I'm going to be binding this into a variable error, and this data saved to base variable sources. So instead of data to base, we just say registration completed. So registration completed, that's the sources. So we have the error and also the sources. So now we go back to the register.php. Above the name label, where we have the register title of the h4. So we're going to be introducing the alert statement. So we are going to be using this thing, Bootstrap alerts. So div with a class of alert sources, and we're going to use a strong element, and we're going to say info here will be the info. So let's do a test run and see what we have here. So let me refresh. Okay, as you can see, it's working. So this info, we don't really need it, so let's take out the info and override it. So this info will be the message we are accepting from our process.php. So we are going to say, let's cut it off. We're going to make a new declaration of our PHP in this same place, because we'll be using PHP to check if the variable is available or is not available. So we are going to say if is set variable error. If variable error is set, then log the error message inside our Bootstrap alert. So we're going to log error message. We're going to log error message here. So echo error. So we'll be logging the error message if error variable is active. That is, if it's active. So else if else if is set sources variable. If it's set sources, so if it's set sources variable, then close statement, begin statement. Now inside this place, inside this place, we are going to copy this alert sources here, and we pass in our sources message here, and here will be danger, since it's danger. Now as you can see, we have passed it inside this place, so anytime there is an activation for the error, is going to show, or for the sources is going to show. So let's check it out. Let's refresh this page and enter this detail. As you can see, user already exists. Wow, I love this, it's amazing. So now let me register a new user. Let me delete this user from our database. Let me delete the both of them, and let's register a fresh user and see who's going to save to base. As you can see, registration completed. Is it not amazing? You don't need to go to external page. This same page will handle everything for you. So now let's check our base if it's actually there. Now as you can see, it's there. And if I try to run this query again, it tells that the user is already exists in database. Amazing. So now let's move down to our login page. Now our registration page has been completed. So so below this place, I'm going to say, below this form tag, we're going to say if accounts already exist, login here. So I'm going to say HR with an A tag, the P tag, that's saying if already registered, login here. So we're going to use an A tag to do the login. So login.php, so login here will be the stuff. So we don't need to pass the button, just the anchor tag is enough. Okay, if already registered, login. So this login is not defined yet, so we need to define the login page. Okay, so as I said earlier, we are going to be duplicating this registration page to form our login page. So over here at my left hand side, I'm going to right click on the register file and scroll down to copy. After clicking on copy, this same place again, I'm going to scroll down again and paste it inside. Paste. As you can see, I have it here. Now it says register copy, so I'm going to right click on it again, and I'm going to rename it to login login.php. Now login.php is now defined. So over here you are going to convert this to login. So leave it the way it is. So let's refresh now and click on login. As you can see, we are in login page. So in login page, we don't need to pass a name, so we are going to take out the name input tag. So delete the name input tag. After the name has been deleted, check it again. Okay, so now we have the email, the password, and also it says if not registered, because we have if already registered. If not registered, click here to register, and this button will be login. Just a vice versa. So if accounts or if not registered, click here to register. So we have register.php here, register.php. So we'll convert it to the register. So register. So if not register, click here to register. Else, click here to login your account. So this name will also be changed to login. Don't forget, please. This name will be changed to login. Okay, so now we have our login page set up for us. So what to do now is to go down to our process.php and determine when this button is clicked with name login. So we need to determine when this button is clicked. So I'm going to go down to my process.php now. Now in my process.php, I'm going to scroll up. As you can see, we have an if statement that check for the register. So we are going to create another one here. Another one down below this place saying if is login page. So if it sets post login, that is if login button is being clicked, then do this one. So to make our work faster, I'm going to come back to this place to pick some data. Let's copy everything to make our work faster. So we copy everything here now. We copy everything here, then we modify it and paste it in our login page. So we're going to delete the encrypted password. Leave the encrypted password, just delete the name. The name is going to be deleted. Leave the encrypted password, leave the email, and over here now we have select all from user where email equals to email. Now you will now add another query where email is equals to email and password is equals to variable encrypt password, and if password equals to encrypt password. So all we are doing now is we are checking the user, if the user is in our database and the password also match the password the person is entering over here. So if the user exists, then it's going to tell this statement here, it's going to log in, that is the user exists. And if the user did not exist, it's going to give an error, user not found. So over this place now that says user not found, we're going to pass in an error message. So error message will pass here, user not found. And over here we're going to say login to dashboard. Login to dashboard is going to log into dashboard. So login to dashboard, login to dashboard. So over here now we are going to make a query, but for now let's give a success message here. Success user logged in. So let's just make a test if it's going to work. So let's make a test of it. So I'm going to refresh this page now and click on login. As you can see, it says user logged in. So let me input a wrong password. Saint, as you can see, user not found. Meanwhile, the user actually found, but it's the password that is not correct. So I'm going to go back to this place and check and make a different error message. So we are going to check if the user is actually there or the password is not correct. That's what we're going to be doing now. So we are going to make the first checking. So now we need to have a 2 if statement. This current if statement from here down to this place is for password checking. So now we are going to make this. We are going to take it down and check if user already exists. So we're going to check if user already exists. Now if the user already exists, now this one over here is to check if user email and password exists. This one is for user email and password exists. So if user already exists, just a normal checking is what I want to pass in this place. So I'm going to copy this guy now. We are still going to copy this guy. We paste it here. So in this time we are going to make a SQL check. We are going to call this SQL check 2. MySQLi check 2. Please don't forget. Then convert this to MySQLi check 2. So in this case we are going to delete the password. You delete the password. Now we are checking if select all from user where email is equals to what? Email. Now after checking it, that's the SQL check 1. Then we are going to make the query over here. So we are going to pass this SQL check 2 down to this place also. So don't forget. So leave the connection as it is. Now our query has been passed down to this place. So we are going to make a check here. So if this data is valid, that is this guy here, if it's valid, then we are going to run another statement to check for the password. Check password as we have it here. So check if the email and the password is correct. So we are going to copy this guy here now and move it down to check password. So over here is going to check for the password. So let me take it up so that it's going to be more identification and more indentations rather. So it's going to check if the user email and the password exist. After checking if the email exists, so if email exists, it will not check again, checking the password. So over here now it's going to say user login. If the user is actually matched with the password, it's going to log in. Else it's going to say a password incorrect. User password not, or password not, or user password, or password error, user password error. So if is password issue, user password error. If email is not there, it's going to say user email not found. Okay, so now let's load this page again and check what I'm saying. Login, as you can see, user login, a wrong password. Let me pass a wrong password. Login, as you can see, user password error. Now different messages. Now let me pass a different email. Let me log in now. Login, as you can see, user email not found. So we have different segments of error notification and a success notification. So in the next series now, we are going to be building our dashboard where the admin can easily log into and post in the data of the website. Thank you so much for this series. See you in the next one. Hello, welcome again to this new series. In this series, we'll be learning how to create admin dashboard. So the very first thing to do now is to create the UI of the admin dashboard. Then after the UI is being created, then we can now start integrating our PHP to manipulate the dashboard. So without further ado, let's dive in straight to it. So the very first thing to declare here now is to make a validation of our login page after we are done designing our dashboard.php. So let's still leave this login page the way it is now and go down to our coding area. So in our coding area here, we're going to be creating a new file. So let me close this existing one over here. So let me close this tab too. So over here, we're going to be creating a new file called dashboard.php. So this dashboard.php is going to be used to create post, edit post, create category, edit category, check for available users in the database and other things that you would like to do on the website. So let's move straight to it. The very first thing to do is to copy the code of our header and footer, because we'll still be using the same layouts to design the dashboard also. So I'm going to be copying everything over here. I'll move down to my dashboard.php, paste it here. Then after pasting that, I'm going to track the heading section of it. Now as you can see, I'm going to be clearing this display flex align of center for the form tag. So you trace it down to where the div ends and delete it. So I'll be deleting this now. After deleting that, so we start working on the new design layout that we want to use. So here now we need to define a new a row or a column. But before we develop the row or column, we need to unpack everything in a main or in a content. Now as you can see, we already have the container that we are packing everything into. So we already have a div over here of container which encapsulates the header and the footer. So the same applies to this place. We need to write a new container that we can control either the padding or the margin. So we need to have a new container over here that we can control in order to edit the page to our desired styling. So once the container is defined, then we define our row. So we'll be having sidebar and also the post content area. So the very first thing to do now is to declare for the sidebar. So I'm going to say div with the column of let's say column of let's give the 4 column of 4. So 4 minus 12, so that's 8, and the second one will be 8. So this 4 column will be used for the navigation bar, while this 8 column will be used for the content area. So let's say 3, 3 and 9, because it's just a link that will be here. So after doing that, let's save it and check our browser. Let's navigate to dashboard.php. So dashboard.php. So at the moment we have nothing there. So once we are in dashboard.php, we need the links, the navigation bar links. So I'm going to say navigation. So h3 navigations. So under the navigation, we are going to have UL, unordered list item, the anchor tag. So we're going to determine the very first navigation link. So the very first one here is post. So post with this, once they click on post, it's going to display all the posts. So after all the posts has been displayed, let me make a copy of this LI here. So after all the posts is being declared, then the next one is add new post. Then the next one is categories. So let's say category. Categories. So it's going to, on clicking on this, it's going to show all the categories. Now add new category. No, we are going to be adding the category in this same page. So let's only leave the post this way it is. So let's take out this add new category out of this place. So instead of that, we are going to be saying users, getting all users. So all the users will be listed here, and we can also add a new user from the admin dashboard. So adding new users to admin dashboard. From admin dashboard, add new user. So you can add new user from the admin dashboard. And what else are we doing again? Comments. Let the comments be below this post section here. So comments will showcase all the comment that has been supplied. You can either approve a comment or delete the comments. So we have post, comments, add new post, category. So let's refresh the page and see what we have. Now as you can see, we have the navigations with post, comment, category, add new comment, and just as we define it here. So I'll be changing this to H5. The H3 is too big, so as you can see, let's use H6. Okay, H6 is better. Now after doing that, according to what I said earlier, we need a padding. So we're going to be adding a padding of 3. Okay, so we are good at this padding. So we are in 175% zoom. Let me zoom a bit. Okay, I think this 250 zoom is okay. So we have the navigation link, post, comment, add new post, categories, users, add new user. Now in this place, anytime admin clicks on post, it's going to load the data in this place. So let's define for the other side too. So in this side is where we will be accepting those post contents, those details. Anytime admin click on that URL, this place is going to take effect as admin clicks on it. So here we are going to say, we're going to be declaring another container over here too, so that we can control it. So div.container in the second column .container. Now inside this container, we are going to be accepting table. We are going to be accepting table inside this place. So let's define a table. So we are going to be heading down to Bootstrap website now to get their table format. So I'm going to say Bootstrap 5 table. So Bootstrap 5 table. So we'll just click on the Bootstrap 5.0 table. So scroll down and let's see a better version of the table that we would like to use. which one can we pick? Next, okay, let's just take the very first one, since everything is the same thing, no difference in it. So let's pick this guy here. So pick this table and paste it in this place. So as you paste it, you can try to edit the heading. The first heading is going to be the image, the thumbnail that we created, the thumbnail. So thumbnail title, title, status, then add another one, action. We have the thumbnail, the title, the status, and the action. So after doing that, let's add a dummy text over here, title, blah blah blah. So the thumbnail will be accepting an image. So the source, let's pick an image from the internet. Let me see if I can copy this image, copy image address. So a demo to override, to prepare for the one we'll be accepting from our database. Okay, so image has been accepted, and over here is the title. Let's see auto, status, active is the status. And for the action, we're going to be having two link that says edit with a break symbol, edit or delete. You can either edit it or delete it. We'll be defining this later. So you can either edit the post or delete the post. Okay, so let's take out this down part. We don't really need it. Okay, so what we really need is this section here, the table head, the T body, the numbering, which is 1 2 3, that is the number of posts you've added so far, the title and co. So let's check it out in our browser and see what we've done so far. So refresh. As you can see, we have the thumbnail and the status. So let me edit this thumbnail and resize it to a specific height. So I'll be using 20 or 30 pixel. So 30 pixel is good. So I'll be copying this my height size and pasting it in the inline styling of the image. So style height equals to 30 pixel. So if I refresh now, we are still getting the same result. So when you click on post, we need a title to showcase that we are in this page. So I'm going to scroll up now, and after this container, I'm going to be adding an H6 that showcase the container. So here will be all post. Okay, so as you can see, we're in all post. We are in all post page based on the demo that we are still doing in this designing. So by the time we make it dynamic, anytime you click on post, it's going to show post. Anytime you click on comments, it's going to show comments. Add new post, the same applies to it. It's going to be add new post. Okay, so see you in the next series on making it dynamic. I can't wait to start posting my first post blog post. Okay, see you there. Bye. Hey guys, welcome again to this new series. In this series, we're going to be continuing from where we stopped in the last series. So the last time we stopped at the authentication of the user, but today in this series we'll be working on the categories. So the category page is what we'll be building now. So at the moment we don't have the category page, we only have the dashboard.php. So I'll be heading down to our coding section now. Then we create a new file. So let me close all this file that I opened. Then I'm going to create a new file right here. So create a new file called category.php. Now category.php, don't forget we are using the format of the dashboard.php. So copy everything in dashboard.php, paste it in category.php. paste it in category.php, and once you are done pasting it, at the navigation section where we have the navigations links, you can try to make a difference to the class of the links. So let's say this, let's give a class of text, let's say text danger. So we know we are in category page, so text danger. So this href, the link will be category.php. Fine, so our category.php is set now. So this link also will be passed down to the dashboard.php link. So over here we have to pass it here too. So dash category.php in the dashboard.php. So let's save it now. Click on it. So let me refresh. I will refresh this page now. Click on the category.php. As you can see, we are in category.php. But as we are in category.php, we don't really know what we are checking. So we really need to pass a title that we showcase that in this place that we have the all post, we're going to be changing it to categories. So it's going to be categories, maybe all categories or something. So it will be all categories. So let me scroll up. Oh, sorry, I have to scroll to the heading of the second container. No, we have two container there. So here will not be all category. Let's call it all categories. All categories. So we'll be able to know we are in category page. If you are in dashboard, you know you are in dashboard, and if you are in category, you know you are in category. So at the moment we are in categories. As you can see, it's highlighted as red. So this all category, in this all category section is where we'll be having all the categories that we have created so far in our blog section. So the category that had been created will be accessible here and can also be edited. So now let's create a room for us to add a new category. So I'll be pointing an a tag here now. A tag with new category. New category. So it's not going to be a link, it's going to be a pop-up. So JavaScript column, that is column semicolon, that is doing nothing. That's what it means. It shouldn't go anywhere. If I click on it, it's not going to go to anywhere. That's what the JavaScript column and semicolon do, nothing more. So now in this place now we're going to be using a pop-up. So once we click new category, a pop-up is going to come up. Then we can enter the category name, category title rather. So we enter to the category title and we click on submit. So as we click on submit, it's going to save the category in a post format. So the very first thing to do now is going to Bootstrap 5 website and copying a pop-up layout. So in case you are with your computer, you can do the same thing to make our work faster. So I'm going to go to Bootstrap 5. Bootstrap 5 pop-up. So I only search Bootstrap 5 pop-up, so it's going to show the model for you. Now as you can see, we are in the Bootstrap 5 website with the pop-up. Now the very first place now is an example. Just scroll down to the one below over here. So we'll be using this format for our form creation. So copy this code here and scroll down to the end of the div over here. So after the end of the div, paste in your modal. Then after pasting your modal, just copy this attribute target down to bs toggle modal. So cut it, delete the button, and delete the button. We don't need the button. Then scroll up to where we have the new category link. So once we are there, paste in what you copy from the other button. Now after doing that, our modal has been set. Let's refresh the page and let's click on it. As you can see, my modal is working. Now we are going to change this modal title now. It's going to be new category. So now let's do that. So we scroll down to where we have the modal div. over here. So modal title will be new category. So our title has been changed. Let's check it again. Let's refresh the page. As you can see, new category. So once you are in the new category section, inside this place is the body. So we are going to be creating a form tag here with a button of submit. So this save changes, we are going to remove it. We don't need it over there. So let's scroll down to the save changes button. We delete the save changes button. Now the save changes button has been deleted. Let's check it again. As you can see, it's not there anymore. So now inside the body, the modal body, we are going to be declaring our form tag with the post or with the method of post. So inside our form tag, we are going to be passing what we want to accept. So I'm going to say div.form group. Don't forget it's a form group for Bootstrap 5. So class of form group. Then inside my form group, we introduce a label of what? Title. So title. Then right below the label, we have an input tag with the text of type. So type text with the name of what? Title, and or any name you call your category in your database. So let me go to the database and confirm that. So make sure it's corresponding to the one you have in your database. So let's wait for our admin database to be loaded. So click on database, database PHP beginner. Okay, click on it. Category, nice one. Now, as you can see, I have name, so his name I'll be passing in my input text. So this name will be name, will still be name also. So the name will be name. So this name will be accessing with our post array. So the name has been passed, and don't forget to include your placeholder. Enter title, and don't forget again your class has to be passed. Class form control for good UI. So after the title has been passed, let's refresh and see what we have. Okay, as you can see, our title has been passed successfully. What we need now is button, submit button. So we are going to say div dot margin top or my my3, that is margin top and margin bottom 3. Now here I'm going to have a button that says submit. So this button will be having a type of submit, okay, type of submit with the name of, don't forget we have to put your name so that you'll be able to target it in the process.php with the name of what? With the name of category the name of category. So anytime we see anytime the process.php discover category array in your form, on your post tag, it's going to know that okay, we are trying to add a new category. So now after doing that, we must make sure our process.php is connected. Now as you can see, it's connected. So the next thing to do now is to go to our page, to go to our inc and our process.php. Now in the process.php is where we are going to have our own declaration. But before we do that, let's see if it's going to work without passing our process.php, and let's see if it's going to add. So I will refresh my page, click on add new category. We need to pass a class. So let's pass a class. Let's pass a class of button, class btn primary. So let me refresh. btn primary now is working fine. So now my button has been declared. Now if I click on it now, it's going to submit empty data. It's submitting empty data. So let's try to pass require attribute so that it's not going to be submitting empty input feed. So I have passed require attribute and if I click on new category now, it tells me to enter something, at least enter something. So if I enter something now and I click on submit, nothing will happen because we haven't passed it in the process.php. So I'm going to go to process.php now and accept the data. So you need to accept it here. So I'm going to say if is set variable post of category. Don't forget, category is the name of our button. So category, then if it's found, that is if this data is found, then let's log our data and see what we have. So variable dump post. So let's dump the data and see if it's working. As you can see, we dump the data and name is given. Name is given, and the name I passed is also given. Adele Ayodiji. So to access this name, you know how we do it now. So I'm going to access the name now. I'm going to say name equals to post name. So once the name has been accessed, it's already here. So the next thing to do is to just create the category. So what to do first is SQL, our SQL statement, which is variable SQL equals to insert into, make sure you copy the right category table, insert into category. So where am I inserting into? Name. Okay, after name has been passed, then the values that needs to be passed also. Then the value will have to be a string format. So after passing the string format, then I pass in the value, the variable of the name, that is where I accept the name value. So we are printing it here. So SQL has been passed. Then now the next thing is the query. Query will now be my SQLite query. Then connection has been passed. Then we pass in our SQL as the second parameter. So after that has been passed, we can actually add or die, but since we already put that in our connection section, so you don't need to worry yourself over here. So I'm going to close the statement, save it, and over here we are going to say if query variable query, if variable query was a success, then we are going to introduce success message. Category added, or else we are going to pass in error variable unable to add category, So now if it's a success, if it's true, category added, or else unable to add category. So that's what we'll be receiving from our category.php. So in order to receive that, we need to define our info. So I'll go to category.php now. I'll scroll to the add new category button. So right below the button, we are going to be defining our notification acceptance over here. But since we already have it in our login.php, we are going to go to login.php and copy it to maximize our time. So since this is it here, so I'll copy everything there, copy, then paste it here. Okay, so let me make a good indentation here. Okay, so I have passed it in, I have passed the variable error and also for the sources. Okay, so let's add our first category. Now this is the database. At the moment we don't have anything here, so let me refresh, let me reload this page now, add new category, let me say news, submit. As you can see, category added. So let's check our database. As you can see, we have it there, news with an ID of 1. So our category is now working now. So we are going to edit this table now to accept our details from our database. So we are going to edit this table. We take out the thumbnail we leave the title, and the status is going to be out. So we leave the action. So for now we can only delete Abi. Okay, let's edit then, but the edit will be another 10. But let's add the edit. Let's add the edit in some other day. For today, let's just delete it. So now once you create it, we are going to be having title and action. So this action can delete it, can delete the category, not edit. But next series we'll be doing the edit of the category. So now let's accept it. I'll go back to my database now. Oh sorry, go back to my code, then delete the thumbnail, delete the thumbnail, status, take it off, take this off too. For the 1 2 3 we can leave it. I'll teach you how to do that. So after doing that, so we take out this 1 2, take it out, take this out. So for the edit, let's still leave it the way it is, but the delete, we are going to pass the delete. So we're going to say category dot php where delete is equals to the ID that we'll be accepting, but we have not defined the ID yet. So after that has been done, so we are going to cut out this tr, then we are going to pack everything inside while loop, so that we can loop through the data that is coming from our dashboard. So to do that, I'll be doing Control X. I cut it, so I'll declare PHP. After the declaration, I'm going to use while loop because I'm using procedural method. So while loop, so inside this while loop, I'm going to be creating a new variable results. So it's this result that we'll be using to pass our data. So variable results fetching from MySQLi fetch as such, as just the way we are pointing, to the user in our login.php. So to make it more better, so over here I'm going to be declaring the hair square to now be select or from category, everything from category. So just select everything from category, then after selecting it, do the query. So query will now be MySQLi query. Then we pass in our connection. Don't forget, our connection needs to be passed. Connection, then after connection is passed, then our SQL will be passed also. So after this has been passed, then inside this place we are now going to have the MySQLi fetch associate. So MySQLi fetch associates. Then after the function has been declared, then we pass in our query to run the MySQLi query. Then after that has been passed, the table data that we copied the last time, that we cut in our clipboard, so we are going to paste it inside. Now I paste it now. Now after pasting it, we are going to pass the variable results for us to access the name. So I'm going to say PHP echo results, then name. Okay, so name has been passed. So let's refresh our browser. Let's refresh our browser and see what we have. As you can see, we have news. News is now showing. Wow, this is great, awesome. So after the name has been passed, we also need to pass the ID for us to be able to delete it. So here will be ID. So refresh. As you can see, the ID also has been passed. If you check the URL, ID is passed. Okay, so after the title has been passed and also our ID has been passed, we need to add some function to delete the category. So if you don't want it, it's going to take it off. So I'm going to be accepting deletion of category in our if statement here.
So I'm going to be saying if, because it's a get method we are using, if it's set get delete cat, so we'll be turning it into category. So delete category. If you set delete category, and don't forget and is not empty, make sure it's not empty, and is not empty. So if you use this exclamation mark, it's going to turn it upside down. Why this empty is when it's empty. So this exclamation mark is going to check if it's not empty. So and is not empty, delete category, that is not empty data we are passing. So if it's not empty, it's going to run the query and delete the data. So if it's not empty, we're going to run our query. So the very first thing is to accept the ID. So ID equals to this guy. So now this delete category now will be passed later on, don't forget. So our SQL will be SQL is equals to, so let me scroll down, SQL is equals to delete category where, delete category where ID is equals to the ID we accepted. So delete category where ID is the ID we accepted. Then we run our MySQLi. There's a query, MySQLi connect, then SQL. They would check if is success category deleted or else unable to delete. So success category deleted, else unable to delete. Unable to delete category. Unable to delete category. So we are going to pass this delete category as our header, as our parameter for the get method. So I will be passing it now over here now. So delete category ID. So I've saved it. Let's refresh and let's click on it. Unable to delete that category. Why? Something is wrong. Process.php category ID 1 and our ID is 1 here too. So what's wrong? So let's check what's going on. Delete category where ID is equals to this. Okay, what's going on? Okay, let me try to check the query here. So delete, now it's going to ask you, okay, delete from category where category ID is 1. So I need to add from, that's the error. So delete from category where category ID, where ID is equals to the ID. So let's refresh this page again and see if it's going to delete. So I'm very sure it's going to work. Now as you can see, category deleted. Category deleted. Amazing. So let's add a new one. Biggie tutor. Let me add another one. Biggie man. Another one. King's morning. So let me now delete. As you can see, we are deleting everything. So the next one we have to do now, the next series is editing the category. And after editing the category, we move down to post, inserting post to our database. But we will first finalize the category section. Okay, see you in the next series.
Hello, welcome again to this new series. In this series, you'll be learning how to make the category editable. That is, once we click on the edit, it will be able to edit in another page, and once we click on updates, we can update the name of the title of the category. And as you know, we can actually delete the category and we can add a new category to it. So in this version, we are going to be learning how to edit the category. So without further ado, let's dive into the code. So now, as you can see, we have category.php created. Now if you have to make this edit possible, we need to either create something above this page, above this content here, to be visible whenever a user click on edit, or we take them to a new page entirely. So I will recommend taking to a new page entirely, so that it will make your work smooth and smart in case you have a long list of category. So it won't mismatch the layout for you while you are trying to scroll down or making a pagination. So now let's do a separate page for the edit.php for the category. Okay, now let's dive into the code and create a page. So we are going to be using the same layout for the category.php also. So for the category.php, we are going to make a clone of this category.php. So I'm going to make a clone of it, Ctrl C, Ctrl V. So I'm cloning this category. So you make a clone of it. Let me delete it now. So category -edit. Category -edit is the name. Category -edit. So category -edit here will be accepting parameter of ID of the category. So don't forget, above here we need to accept the parameter of the ID. So I'm going to be saying if is set, that is, if is set get ID. Don't forget, we are using get to get ID from the parameter that we are seeing on the browser tab. So if is set get ID, let's just say ID. This is the only ID we are accepting over here. So if you say get ID or category edit ID or edit ID, let's say edit ID. If you set edit ID and edit ID is not empty, just the way we do it normally. Sorry, my system is a bit slow there. So if you set edit ID and edit ID is not empty, good. So we are going to save the edit ID in a variable. So here will now be edit ID equals to get edit ID. Nice one. So after we are done getting our edit ID, then we can get the details from the database. So get data. So we get the data from the database, but before we get the data from the database, let's add an else statement. So an else statement will be standing for an illegal ID that has been passed. That is, if you pass any other ID, it's not going to work. It's going to return back to category.php because the ID is not valid. So any invalid ID will be returned back to category.php so that there won't be any error. So else return back to category.php. So if there is no a valid ID for it, it's going to return back to category.php, and if the ID is valid, it's going to store the ID here, and at the same time we are going to accept the data from the category table. So now let's accept the data. The very first thing to do is to create the SQL. So I'm going to say select all from category where ID is equals to the ID that we are accepting here, edit ID. Okay, so once your SQL statement is written, just as you know, we pass our query, my SQL query, the very first one, connection. After connection, our SQL. Then after our SQL has been passed, you close the statement. Then you accept the fetch results. So I'm going to say result is equals to my SQL fetch associate, then pass in the query. So this has get our data into result variable. So this result variable is what we'll be using in the body of this page. So now let's scroll down and take out some data that we are not using over here. So I'm going to scroll down of the category edit. What are we taking out? So we are still in category. You can still use text danger. So all category will be out. So anything inside this container, let's delete it so that we can replace it with category edit. So just trace the container down so that you not make a mistake. Make sure you trace it down to the table area. So highlight everything down, highlight the table up down to the h6 over here. But since we are trying to make an edit here, you can omit the success statement, the notification that we copied earlier. So leave the notification, delete the table. After leaving the notification, also try to take out the modal button. This modal button over here, we don't need it again, so we are not creating any new table over there, so you need to delete it. After deleting it, then here will now be the table that you are the category you are editing. So now here will now be edit category. So edit category over here, sorry, category. So this edit category over here will be accepting form. So above this place, we are going to accept the notification. So anytime we have any notification, it can show. So below it, we are going to introduce form, a form that we accept the name and the updates of the name. So now let's add the form. You can also delete this modal. We don't need the modal anymore. Let me delete this modal. Let's take it out. Let's delete this modal. Okay, sorry. Okay, so the modal has been deleted. So let's add the form. Let's add the form tag inside this container. Don't forget, inside this container. So I'm going to say form, sorry, with an action of the same page but with a method of post. Okay, so method of post has been passed with an action of the same page. So after that has been passed, also inside the form tag, we're going to be introducing our div group, form group. Inside our form group, we are going to introduce the label for title, the category title, and over here we're going to be accepting a text type of text with the name of title of the category. And don't forget to add the placeholder. So we're going to be adding the placeholder of enter new category. Enter new category. So the placeholder of enter new category. Now inside the enter new category, we are still going to add another attribute of class with form control, Bootstrap form control. So after doing that, we are still going to add another one, but before we do that, let's refresh the page and let's see what we have. Let's delete this correct parameter. So now we have refreshed the page. If I click on this edit now, it's not going anywhere. So I need to add this URL to it, category_edit, inside our category.php. So I'm going to scroll down now. I'm going to scroll down to where I have this URL. So my href will be targeting category edit.php, then use the question mark. Use this question mark. Let me zoom my screen a bit, but it's zoomed enough. You can try to use a computer. So use this question mark to pass your parameter. So where edit id, don't forget this edit id we are using, where edit id is equals to, you pass in the id is equals to echo result then we accept the ID inside our array of the results. So ID has been accepted. So if I refresh this page now, the link is going to be popping up. Then when I click on it, oh, we have an issue on defined variable connection. Yeah, that's true. We are not passing our header, sorry, under category edit. Category edits. Under category edit, this our query should be right after the process.php. Process.php over here. So let me put it there. Yeah. So let's check it again. Now as you can see, it's working. So edit category brings us down to this page, but at the moment our old category is not stated in this place. So we need to add a function that's going to show our old category. So I'm going to say default value. I'm going to give it a default value. Default value with our previous selected name or previous added name. Sorry, it's not title, I think it's name. So let me see. As you can see, it's working. So let's turn this to name, not title. This name. Okay, so our whole category is added, which is news, inside our edit category. Now in order to update this category, we need to add a button and also accept the parameter. So I'm going to be adding a new button now. So div from group. From group, inside my form group, I'm going to be creating a new button with a title of update, then with a type of submit. Type of submit. For now, let's just submit. Submit is good. Now with the type of submit, but if we are to try to do something, in order for us to accept this current form tag, we need to specify it in the process.php. So I'm going to be using name to specify this button. So here now be edit underscore category. Edit category. So anytime process.php discover this category name, this process is going to run and the category edit will be updated and the page will refresh. So let's go to process.php and scroll down, then write our query. If it's set post, don't forget, if it's set post, post edit category, if you set edit category and edit category is not empty, don't forget to pass this one too, and edit category is not empty. Or since we are using post, we are not using get, let's take this one off. So if you set post edit category, then do this, do edit category. So this edit category is what we're going to be adding. So we are going to accept the new name that we are passing from the edit category, which is the post name. Don't forget the post name. Let me show you again in case you have forgotten. This one here is what we're accepting. This input tag here that has this name of name is what we are accepting. So we are accepting it in the process.php with post global function with our name, just as we pass our regular form tag. So after getting the name, then here don't forget also to get the ID. The ID is also very, very important. So I'm going to be collecting the ID since we are already on the same page and our edit ID is set. So I'm going to say edit underscore ID is equals to variable underscore get edit ID. So I'll be getting my edit ID since my edit ID is already in the parameter of the URL. So we get it in order for us to be able to update it using the edit ID. So now I'm going to say SQL variable SQL is equals to update update category, update category table, update category table, set name is equals to name, set name equals to name, equals to name. Let me scroll down. Set name equals to name, where id is equals to, where id is equals to edit id. We'll close the statement. Where id is equals to edit id, and over here we run our query and we accept our MySQL connection. We accept the query also. Then after accepting the query, then over here we're going to say if query succeeded, if query succeeded, then variable sources, variable sources, category updated, category updated, then else, else, so that you can track what's going on with your code. So error, error, unable to update, unable to update category. So if there's an issue, you get this error. Now let's refresh the page and see what we are trying to say. Oh, sorry, the button does not have a class of btn, so let's add it. Class of btn, btn sm, then btn, let's say, so let's say primary. You can use anything you like, so just for development purpose, and it's too close to the input field, so I'm going to say margin top 3, margin top 3. Good, let's use 2. Okay, now awesome. So let me remove s and click update. As you can see, category updated. If I had a new thing, wow, update now is now wow. If I go back to categories, I get to say wow there. If I had a new category now and I say bigman, submit, as you can see bigman, right? Let's click on edit. Let's take out the man and leave biggie. Sorry. Now as you can see, updated. If I go back to categories, we're going to see biggie. So thank you so much for watching this series. In the next series, we're going to learn how to add a new post, edit post, just as we also do for the category. See you in the next series. Hello, welcome again to this new series. The last series we stopped at the edit of the category, where we have the functionality to update our current category and also the category landing page. We can also delete the category that we created. Okay, so today now in this series we'll be moving down to the post section, where we'll add a new post and also view our previous posted post, previous published post. We can also view it from this section and also add a new post from this section. But the very first thing to do is to create the post section, recent post section, where we can easily manage and edit it. We need to create a link first and then move down to the add new post section. Okay, so now let's do that. So we are going to be replicating the category.php formats for the post, for the landing page of our recent post format. So it's going to look just as this one is, but the difference is there will be an image, a thumbnail will be representing for the third column. So as we have the title, we are going to also have the image. So now let's dive straight to it without further ado. So the very first thing to do is to go back to our code, and don't forget this is the category edit page. So we need to duplicate for the category.php. So as we have the category.php, we are going to make a duplicate of it. So I'm going to copy this category now and duplicate it. So I copy it and I also paste it here at the same time. So after pasting it, I'm going to rename it to posts.php, post.php. Now I have renamed it to post.php. So after doing that, I'm going to take out my text danger from the category section here down to
post section here, down to this post link, and this post link we have a post.php file in it, so we are going to link it to post.php. So whenever we click on it, it's going to be highlighted. Don't forget, the reason why I added this text danger is because this is the current post page, this is the post page. So because we are in the post page, I added the text danger, so it's going to be highlighted whenever we are in the post page. So now we are done linking the post page and also aligning the text danger. The next thing to do is to change this to all post, all post. So we're going to be deleting this modal. We don't need this modal because we are not using a pop-up. It's going to be in a new page entirely, so we leave this our notification symbol, the success and the error. We're going to leave it the way it is because we'll be using it for we are going to be using it for our what's it called, the deleting function, in order for us to see a notification of the delete function. So after the first table heading, we are going to clone a new table heading down after the hash. So this new table heading is going to be image, so the image of the blog post, and here will be the title, image, title, and also the date at which the post is being published. So let's add date, so image, title, date. So that's 1 2 3 4. So we're going to be including image and date after title over here. So over here now we're going to say select all from post. It's going to be post this time around. Select all from post, that is the post table that we created earlier in our database, the post table. So we are still replicating the format of category table. So we are still doing the same thing, but the difference is just the content we are adding to those table. So in this case now, we say the very first one is the numbers of the post, the second one is the image. So I'm going to be addressing an image after the first td. So here will be td, sorry, not th. So td, that's the first data for our first number, and the second one will be the image, the second td, the second table data. So it's going to be image img. So use img, and the url will be some url, but for now let's head to the internet or get some images from our assets here. Okay, since we don't have that yet, let me move down to Google and get some image. So let me say user images. So for a demo, we're going to use this for a demo first. So copy image url. So copy image url. Oh god, that's much. Let me use something more cool, more simple. The URL linking is too much, it's too lengthy. So let's try something more cool. So let me see this. Let's see if we can use this. Oh, I can't even use this self. Okay, I think we can use it. Oh, we cannot use it. So if you cannot use it, let's try to use an image from my computer for the dummy text. So I'm going to move down to my computer, picture. I'm going to use my picture, so I'm going to use Ctrl+C to copy the picture and go to the directory of my folder in www directory. So I will enter into the PHP beginner folder in my Wamp location, my Wamp directory, just as you normally do it. So I'm going to create a new folder called uploads. Now inside the uploads, I will paste the picture there. After pasting it, I will copy the name and the extension, and I will go back to my coding area and point to the URL in my image source. So I'm going to be pointing to upload the path. Don't forget, the path is the first thing. So upload / the image and the extension. So now my image has been pointed, and and also we have the image, we have the title. So the title has to be pointed here too. So now you go to your database and confirm the title, so there won't be any issue while trying to fetch that. So we go to the what's it called, to our table in our database. So we are going to locate PHP beginner, which is our table. Sorry, PHP beginner. So I will click on PHP beginner, and I'm going to click on the post table. Now the post table has been clicked. So according to what you see here now, in our post table we have the title, we have the content, we have the status, we have the category ID, and we also have the thumbnail. So since our category has been created, we are going to be using it in the future while we are adding the post. And also for the title is what we'll be accepting here. So instead of name, we are going to be accepting title. Now since my title has been accepted, what else are we accepting again? So we have title, we also have the date. So I'll be accepting date here too. So title, then break it down td my date. So I'm going to say echo results. Then let's check the date. Oh, we don't have a date here. Okay, since we don't have a date yet, now this is what we're going to do. We're going to be adding a timestamp to this current table of posts that we have. So we are going to be modifying this table now, so we can have a date, that is the day we post the day we had the post to our database. So I'm going to go to structure. We'll go to the structure. Then after going to the structure, we're going to click on after content. You click on go and add timestamp to this place. Timestamp. So you can copy the timestamp also for you to be able to use it in the future in our coding area. So we're going to select timestamp. Let me scroll down. So you select timestamp. After selecting timestamp, set the default to current timestamp. After doing that, save it, and bam, it's working. So our timestamp has been added to our post table. So we go back to the table again and add the timestamp that we created earlier. So now we have the title, timestamp, and the action here. Let's see what else we need to add. Title, date, action. We also need to add status. So status need to be added. So status. So we are going to be adding the status, and the status will come after the title. So here is the title. We have the title in display. Let me break it down so you can see what I'm doing. Here is the title, while here is the timestamp. So after the title, we need to add the status. So status will be adding here. So I'm going to say status over here. So don't forget, we also have status in our table. This is it. So we have status, we have timestamp, we have title, content, category, thumbnail. So these are the few data that we're going to be passing on our table post, on our post table. These are the few tables that we're going to be passing. And also in the action area, we can edit the post or delete the post. So let's save this now. Also introduce the post.php in our category.php link. So I'm going to introduce it here in our category.php link. So here will be post.php. Oh, sorry, post plural. So post.php. Also in the what is it called? In our dashboard, we need to introduce post.php also. So post.php. Okay. So now we have added it in our dashboard category, and also our category edit. We also need to add it to category edit. So let me add it to category edit. So here will be post.php. So good. Now we have added it to the necessary navigation bar. So now let's preview what we have done so far with our post file, our post page. So I'll go back to the page. Hello world. Now click on it, refresh. I'm going to refresh this page now. I'll refresh this page and click on post. As you can see, post is highlighted, and also we have our post here, the image, the title, the status, date, and action. Okay, so the next thing to do now is to try to create a new page that we're going to be adding our form data, that is the post form itself. We are going to be uploading our image, adding our title, status, date, and action. So that will be the next that we're going to do in the next series. So let's break this series into several videos, so it won't be too big for you to download on your phone. Okay, see you in the next series. Thank you so much for this one. Hello, welcome again to this second series of the post of our post section. In this series, we are going to be learning how to add a new post to the database table of the post. So we are going to be learning how to add the title, content, timestamp, status, category, and the thumbnail. The most important part of it is the thumbnail, that is image that's going to be displayed as the post feature image. So without further ado, let's dive straight to it. Now, as you know, we don't have a post page at the moment, so we're going to be adding a link for us to add a new post. So instead of adding this link here, and we can also decide to leave it the way it is now. I should have put it after this all post section. Then we can have new post here. But let's continue with the way we have it over here. So I'm going to be creating a page for add new post. It will just be a form page where you can add your image, add your title, status, and co. So let's dive straight to it. So the very first thing to do is to duplicate the category edit page. So we are going to duplicate the category edit page. So as you know, we already have a form tag in the category edit. So I'm going to make a copy of the category edit now. I will copy it and also paste here. I will copy and also paste in this same directory. Paste. Oh, I can't find paste here. Okay, let me use Ctrl V to do the pasting. So I use Ctrl V to do the pasting. So also I will be renaming it. I'll be renaming the file to new post.php. So I'm using new post.php for my new post file. So don't forget we duplicated the edit category file. Don't forget. So in case you don't know how we get to this particular page, so we duplicate it. So after doing that, you are also requested to delete this if it says a statement of a theme. So let's take it off. Let's delete that. After deleting it, you need to change. We need to change this our link over here. This add new post. We need to take out this class danger from category and add it to our add new post. So in the add new post section, you are going to point in new post.php file in your URL, and also you are going to do the same thing for the rest of the link, but at the moment we are not doing that, so we can do that later. So add new post will be adding to our new post file page. Our new post file page will be having the add new post URL, having a class of text danger to make it active. And also let's try to add this link to the dashboard, so we know we just move from dashboard to this place. So add new post. So let me add the link here, so later we can be adding to other pages. So for now, let's leave it the way it is now. So now let's scroll down, change this title here to add new post. So add new post. So we'll still leave the notification bar here. Let's leave it the way it is. So this form area, we are going to modify it. Now, as you know, we have so many content that we need to add: the title, the content, the timestamp, status, category ID, and the thumbnail. So let's pick it one after the other. The first one is the title. So I'm going to leave the title the way it is now, and I'm going to take out this value. because we are not editing at the moment, so we are only taking the title. So the title also be title here, so title over here too. So here will now be enter title for the placeholder, enter title. Now after the enter title is defined, then you move on to the next one. So to make your work faster, so let's make this one be publish. Let's call this publish, or let's call it publish. Okay, so publish. So the button will publish. Why this name will be new post, new underscore post. So we can track that in our process.php. So new underscore post is for this name, and also our title has been added. So let's save it and go back to our dashboard. And let's refresh this dashboard and let's see what we have. So at the moment it's not linked yet in our post table area, so I'm going to go down to my dashboard. So let me go down to my dashboard.php. Now as you can see in our dashboard.php, we already have something similar to our post. So what I will suggest us to do is to okay, let's still wait for this moment, since we already move this post over here down to our post.php. We don't really need it in the dashboard.php, but we're going to add it. Don't worry, we're going to make a copy from the post table here down to this place, so it's going to override the one we have here. So let's still leave it the way it is now. Let's move down to the add new post area. So in this add new post area, we are accepting many fields. We have the title, we have the content, timestamp, status, category, and I said we need to pick it one after the other. So now we've declared for the title. The next one is the content. So I'm going to make a new div group. So div form group. So in the form group, I'm going to be introducing a label with the title of content. Now in my label, what are we going to be having? So I'm going to be having a text area with a name of content. So we need to accept the content of the post with the name of content, and a placeholder of enter post content. So we also need to add a class to make it beautiful. So form control as the class, and let's save it and see what we got in the UI. So we have the title, we have the content. So what else do we need? We need other things. Let's check it. Timestamp is automatic, so we don't need to add timestamp. Automatically is going to work since we already put it as defined in our selection during the creation of the timestamp. So the next thing to do now is to create for the status. Now let's check the structure of the status and let's confirm what we are doing. So 0 means not visible, while 1 means visible. So don't forget, the type of format of your column really matters. So status only accepts 1 or 0. So 0 means not visible, while 1 means visible. So over here we are going to be introducing the status, but for us to use the status, we are going to bind the status selection drop down and the category drop down in the same place. So after the title, we are going to have status above this place, and also the category at the right hand side. So it's going to look more cool and more great for us to understand. So in order to achieve that, we are going to be using two column. In order to use the column, we are going to first of all declare our row. So our row has been declared, then we declare the so column of 6. So we are going to be running on column of 6, and we are going to be using two columns. So the first column is going to take the status, the second column is going to take the category. So let's first of all take the first column that is accepting for our status. So I'm going to say div.form group. So div.form group, we are going to be accepting our label label standing for status. Then in our status we are going to have a drop down of, so let's state the name first, a drop down of, so let's also add the class form control. So our select has been done, so we drop it down. Inside our select we are going to have a drop down of the very first one to be 1, which is live or publish, either publish or anything you really like. Let's say active, let's call it active. Then we have for active, and also the second one will be not active, so option 0. So we have 0 and also 1, so the second option is not active. So let's use active and not active. Now after done with the first column, if you check it now, you're going to see what I'm talking about. Now as you can see, our first column has been done. Now we need to work on the second column, which is the category. So the second column, we can make our work faster and copy this layout. Then we paste it here, we save it, we call this category, and we change the name of our select drop down for the category. Don't forget, this really play a major part of the connection to your data table, to your table in your database. So make sure it's corresponding to this current category ID name here. So we're going to change it to category ID, and in the drop down, we don't know how many category we have, since our category is dynamic based on what we create in our dashboard. Based on the category we create in our dashboard, that is what we are going to be accepting in our drop down here. What I really mean is the categories we have in this place. Let me add a new one. Yes, let me add a new one. Yes. Well, so all this category you are looking at in this place is the one that is going to be displayed to us in our post area. So let me go back to the post section. So in this our post area is the category that I added in the previous page that you see now, is the category that we have that will be dropped down in this place. So let's try to make it possible for us to be able to achieve that. So the very first thing to do here is to introduce the PHP function, so we can loop through our database and dump down the data here. So after creating our PHP syntax, we're going to make our query saying SQL equals to select all from category. So make sure your spellings are correct with your table. Please make sure it's correct. If it's not correct, go back to your database and check. Okay, category, make sure it's correct. Now select all from category. Then you can either use order by ID descending order, ID dex. So dex simply means descending order. We have ASC and we have DESE. So you can either use ASC or the other one of it, which is descending order. We have ascending order, descending order. So this has been done, our SQL has been done. Now let's perform the query. So I'm going to say query equals to my SQLi connect. My SQLi query, not connect. We already connected. So my SQLi query. Now inside our query, we're going to match to the previous connection we have in the previous settings that we made in our config.php, in our database connection, in our other process.php file. So you can see what I'm trying to talk about. So this connection variable can also be passed down there as long as it's connected to the same file, so we can use it also in this place. That was what I actually mean. So after the connection has been passed, the next thing is to pass our SQL. So we pass the SQL and we close the statement. After the statement has been closed, then we accept the data in our while loop. So we are going to be using while loop to accept this data in order for us to print it to the user. So print the category. So now we are trying to print it now using while loop. So we're going to be using while loop to do the printing. So we're going to say y variable results. So we are going to say variable results is equals to my SQLi fetch associate from where? From this query that we declare above. Okay, so now we already passing our query. We said we are saying fetch everything from category where ID is index order, that is descending order. So after doing this, don't forget we need to close our statement here, then begin it over here in order for us to use HTML within this page. And you can also use another format, but this is great. You can also use this format or use this format. Let me show you what I'm trying to say. So in case you are bothered with this, so you can use something like this. You can use something like this and also continue in this place and do it this way. Then inside this place, inside this place, you're going to say end y. Now you take out this one since you don't need it. Now don't forget, I closed the PHP here, I begin it here, and I end the while loop over here. So inside this place now, you can either use what you are trying to do, but to follow the previous pattern that we are using, let's go back to it and use our previous pattern so it won't look confusing because that's an advanced version. So over here now, I'm going to close the statement and use this format now. Then after doing this, inside the while loop, the data that we are looping through, so we pass in the option element, option tag. Now the very first thing to do is to pass in our ID. Don't forget we are accepting category ID in our post, so we don't need the name. So we are going to be accepting category ID. So I'm going to copy this result since it's looping through. So I'm going to say echo. So let me enter my PHP now and say echo variable result since it's an associate data that we are accepting. So I'm going to drop in my ID. So now we are going to echo the ID inside the value of the option tag. Then after the ID has been echoed, so let me take out this sidebar so you'll be able to see what I'm doing. Now after the value has been echoed in the value of the options, then we also need the name. So we need to print the name within the options. We are going to say echo result, the result we are accepted from here. Now the name, don't forget category is name. Let me show you so you're able to get what I'm saying. In our category, what we have there is name. As you can see, name and ID, name and ID. So we are printing down the name here and the ID has been accepted over here. So let's save this now, go back to our browser, refresh the page, and let's see what we get. Now as you can see, we have the category displayed for us. We have the web category, the Wahoo category, and any other category that you will think of or you created in your category dashboard. So our category has been linked up now to our post. The next thing to think of now is let's go back to our post table and see what else we have. So our category has been set, status has been set, content has been set, title has been set. What we have next is the thumbnail. So we need to add thumbnail to our PHP. So now this thumbnail should be added after our title, so or before the title rather. So we can add it before the title. So over here we're going to say div dot form group. Now our form group we introduce the label. So we introduce the label for thumbnail. So let me just paste what I copied. So thumbnail. So select your thumbnail. Let's just select thumbnail. Select thumbnail. Now below the thumbnail selection, we are going to introduce input tag with a type of file. Make sure it's a file type. So the name will be what? Thumbnail. Don't forget the name we specify for the post in our post table in the column. So the name will be thumbnail, and we're going to try to add a class of form control. So let's add a class of form controls. Now form control has been added, and don't forget, to every form that has a form type included, there's always a corresponding enc type for it. So we need to pass in our enc type, which is multipart slash form data, multipart slash form data. So this multipart slash form data, we allow this file to be pushed to our form tag in a form of file type. So it's going to be accepting in the file format, while the rest will be accepting in the post format. So let's save it now and see what we have in our dashboard here. So I refresh. As you can see, we have choose file, no file selected. So let's select our file and try to add something, images. So let me add an image. As you can see, our image has been selected. This is amazing. So the next thing to do now is to submit the file. We are going to submit this file as an image. After we are done submitting it, and we are going to also print it out as a real-time image that we can be accepted from our database. So at the moment, the file has been selected. So since our column and our content area has been added, the next thing to do is to make this post work. That is, once we click on publish, everything is going to add and it's going to save to our database. So let's dive straight to that. Let's add this to base. So once our picture has been selected, the next thing we need to wait for is the title. So we add in our title and our other and also other data type that we are accepting in our form tag. But before we do that, we need to go to the process.php. Please, you need to go to the process.php and accept this data. Please, it's very, very important. So let's go back to the file. Let me show my sidebar. Let's go to the process.php. It's very important for us to be able to accept it. And don't forget, I said we are going to be accepting this data. We are going to be accepting data as a new post. We are going to be accepting this data as a new post. So don't forget, we are using new post as the data name that we'll be accepting. So I'll go back to my process.php, then scroll down to the next phase of this file. Now in this next phase, I'm going to introduce if statement. So if is set post, new post. So don't worry about if it's not empty. We use if it's not empty for the get method, but for the post method we don't need that. So if it's set post, new post, so we are going to be accepting everything. Now before we print anything, let's echo everything that we'll be accepting, and let's see if the image is going to show. So let's say dump post. So if it's set new post, then dump the post in this place. So let me refresh this page now and select my image, my title, status, active, category. Let me use yes category. For the post content, well, I can code. So my content has been created. So the next thing to do is to post it. Now I publish it now. Now as you can see, we are only giving title, status, category ID, content, and also new post. So where is the image? Now if you may ask me, where did the image go to? Now by default, global function of post, that is this function that we are using here, does not accept file type, because we introduced this format in our form tag, this format multipart slash form data, because we introduced in our form tag. So automatically any file that we are uploading will be appended to the file global function. So we are going to say file now. So we're going to say files, dump files. So let's see the files that we have. As you can see, we have the files dumped in this place. So the next thing we are going to do now is to save this picture in our folder, in our upload folder. So we are going to point to the folder, then pick the name as the base name, which our base name is this current name that we have here. .jpg is the base name, and once we accept the base name, we're also going to accept the temporary name, the temporary location of the file. So after picking the temporary location, we're going to push it down to our new directory. So now let's get to work. Let's do that. So after submitting the post, the very first thing to do is to accept the picture. Make sure the picture submitted before you even insert into database or anything. So let's first solve the image issue. So now I'm going to say uploading to upload folder. So we need to upload this image to upload folder. So after done with our comments, we are going to say the very first one is the target URL or the target area. So let's say the target directory equals to, in a string format, we are going to say upload. Don't forget the current upload we have in our file. As you can see here, I have uploads. So uploads slash, that's all. So just upload slash is the file location, that it is the directory location that we want to upload to. This current directory that I have created in my base directory. As you can see it here, I have uploads here. So now once that is set, you are going to pick the base name. So I'm going to say base name equals to let's first target the base name first. So I'm going to say base name. Don't forget, this is the base name I told you earlier. So base name equals to the files. So we're going to call in the files. Inside the files, we pass in our form tag, the name of the input field that we address it to be, which is this thumbnail. Don't forget the name. As you can see, the name is not passed in this place. Okay, it's passed, sorry. So as you can see, this is the name here and an array. So array of this name and also an array of this image of this name that we have here. So our thumbnail has been passed. So the next thing to do is, let me pass the name of our input feed, and the next thing to pass again, the next array is this name that we have here. So after passing this, it's going to select the base name from this current file that we have. After the base name has been selected, the next thing to do is to merge it together. So we're going to say upload underscore file. So we're going to merge the directory with the base name. So I'm going to say directory concatenated with base name, directory concatenated with base name, directory concatenated with base name. So it's going to be upload slash the name of our image that we are uploading. Don't forget, upload slash the name of our image that we are uploading. So after done setting the directory, now we are not going to move to the directory. So we're going to say move uploaded file. So we're going to say variable move is equals to move uploaded file to where. So we are going to pick the temporary location over here. Don't forget, the temporary location has to be accepted here. Then we are going to add the new location. So the temporary location is this, while the new location will be the temporary location is not here, while this one is the new location that we are uploading to. This is the new location, while the temporary location is the one you are looking at in this place, this temp name. So we copy this temp name now. So we pass in the temporary location from our file. So I'm going to say files thumbnail, then pick in the temporary location. After picking the temporary location, then we're going to pass the new location, which is upload folder. So we're going to pass in the new location. After the new location has been passed, so we are going to make a check. We're going to say if move file, that is, if this file has been moved. If it has been moved, it's going to echo sources, just our normal sources, image uploaded. So else error, unable to upload image, unable to upload image. So now if it's a success, it's going to say image uploaded, and we are going to see the picture in our upload folder. So let me delete this current picture now, so that we are going to see something fresh in our directory. So the picture has been deleted. We don't have any picture yet in our upload folder area. So I will save this function now, go back again to my page, then click the URL again. After doing that, select the file. So let me select this, my guy here, select his picture, enter the title, category, and anything in the content. So just pass in anything there. After doing that, you click on publish. Now, as you can see, image uploaded. So how can we prove it? Now let's go back to our coding area and see if the image has actually been uploaded. As you can see, the image is uploaded. This is amazing. This is great, awesome. So thank God that our image has been uploaded successfully without any error, without any issue. So now let me take out this picture now. I will delete it now. So after deleting it, we are going to take an advantage of it. So after uploading the file, we are going to save, just take it up a bit. So here, just call this success message, success message. So above this place now, we are going to accept the new directory, the new URL. So is this new URL will be accepting in our database. So we are going to say upload file is the URL. So I'm going to say URL equals to upload file, which is the new data, which is the new base URL that we added to our upload folder. Don't forget, we concatenated the both of them here. So upload file is our new URL. Now after the URL has been set, so above here we are going to make our SQL statement. So we're going to say SQL is equals to insert into post. Insert into post. So let's check if our post is correct. As you can see, is a plural. So post, insert into post. Insert into post. Where are we inserting into? So we're going to specify the areas we are inserting into. So the title, comma, content, comma, we don't need timestamp, we need the status, comma, we need the category ID, then comma, the next one is the thumbnail, thumbnail. Now after the thumbnail has a pass, then give a space. After the space has been given, then write values. Inside the values is where we are going to pass our value. Now inside this value, we are going to be accepting the form data. So we append it to this place. We are going to say title equals to underscore post title. Don't forget we are accepting title. So the next one is, I'm going to clone it, content. So I will clone it again, status. I'll also clone it again, status, category ID. Don't forget category ID. So I will clone it again. So our thumbnail. So thumbnail also will pass. So this thumbnail will be the URL. So thumbnail will be the variable URL. So variable URL is the thumbnail. Variable URL is the thumbnail. So our thumbnail will be accepted over there. So now to connect this thing, now we need to start connecting one after the other. So the very first one here is the title. So we pass in the title. The next one is the content. The next one is the content. So let's pass in the variable content down here. The next one is status. So let's pass the status variable. While the next one here is the category ID. So I will pass in my category ID. And the next one is the thumbnail. Okay, so thumbnail has been passed. Now our query has been set. We said insert into post table where we have title, content, status, category ID, and also thumbnail, and we pass the value of their corresponding index, that is where they are positioned into. So title is position number 1. We also have it number 1, content number 2, 2, 3, 4, 5. Make sure it is well positioned for you to achieve the best result in the SQL query. So after our SQL has been declared, then the next thing is the query. So we're going to say query. Now in our query statement, we're going to say query is equals to my SQL query, that is connection, just the way we normally do it. Now as you can see, we have an auto completion of that. So we have the MySQL query, our connection is passed, and our SQL is also passed. Okay, so now after a successful connection has been made, so we need to check if it's actually working. So I'm going to cut this success message here now, and I'm going to say check if is stored. Check if it's stored. So I'm going to say if variable query is true, that is if it's stored, then do success message, else unable to upload post, else variable error unable to post content, so that will be the error that we're going to get. So on the success area, post uploaded, so let's say post published. Okay, so we accept post published for our success if the post is done, and if there's an error, unable to upload post, and if the image is not uploaded, unable to upload image. So after doing that, let's see what we have. So this is our table now. We don't have anything yet, so let's enter this page again. And let's see what we are going to have in this page. So I'm going to select my picture. So let me select this guy. My title, work from home, status active, category yes, work anywhere in the world. So work anywhere in the world. So after doing that, I'm going to click publish. As you can see, post publish. Awesome, our first post has been published, and I'm very sure it's been in our database. So let's check it out, because sometimes may not work. So let's see. Wow, it's working. This is amazing. So now our title is set, our content is set, our timestamp is set, status 1, category 1, and our image also has been uploaded. This is amazing. This is fantastic. That's great. Now since our post is now working now, the next thing to do is to go back to our post table, to our post section where we have these files here, and direct our image URL in this place. So the title is actually accepted from here, the status is accepted, and the date published is this. So now the next series will be working on how to edit this post, how to delete this post, but at the moment, let's fix this image and correct the error. So after now since our poster.php is set, we are done with that. So let's go back to the post area. So let's go back to our post area where we have this content here. So we're going to be pointing to our URL. Don't forget. So let me point to my URL here. So I'm going to say echo results, then thumbnail. So we're going to be assembling thumbnail here. So thumbnail, let me refresh. Oh, it's too big. So since it's too big, I'm going to give it a regular size. So and height, anything you like to do. So let me give it a height of 50. Save, refresh. As you can see, it's working perfectly. My image is displayed, my title is working, my status is 1. So in my status area, I can decide to say if status is equals to, if it's equals to 1, that is if it's 1 they show active, else show something else. So I'm going to copy the status here now, delete this guy here. After deleting it, drop it down inside display. I'm going to say if statement. If status is true, that is if it's 1, do this. So what are you doing? We are going to echo something here. So echo active, else if it's not 1, if it's not true. So echo not active. So let's say this. Okay, so we have active and we also have not active. So in the next series we are going to be editing our post, deleting the post. But if you can do me a favor, give yourself a test, do a test, try to edit this post with your knowledge of the category.php and also deleting this post with your knowledge of category.php. See you in the next series. But before we go, let's try to fix the navigation. Forgotten. Let's fix the navigation. Let's set up this navigation bar. So this is our landing page navigation for our post, and adding new post. So we need to add a navigation that says new post .php, and we also have to go to the category section, also add it here, new post .php. Okay, so don't forget we need to copy the same code of our post section here. This our table. We need to copy everything here down to our dashboard, so it's gonna look the same thing. So let me trace this container here downward and make a copy of it to the dashboard section. So whenever the admin login, you can also see it in our what's it called, in our dashboard. So I have copied that. Make sure you copy the right div, please. Make sure it's correct. Okay, let me start again. So make sure you click on the container, trace the line downward, So after tracing it downward, stop at container. So copy it, go to dashboard, scroll down to where we have the post section. I mean this container here. Now scroll downward, delete the current container, paste the new one. So after pasting the new one, then over here we are going to go back to the dashboard. At the moment we don't have a link for dashboard, so we're going to add a link now for dashboard. Now my dashboard is set. So let's also fix this. Let's add this link for dashboard. If admin is logged in, then this URL here will turn to dashboard. So let's do that. So I'm going to go to the header where we have those links. So is it here? No, it's not here. Let's go to the page. Sorry. Okay, header home. So this place that we have these files here. So we are going to be saying if the admin is logged in, it's not going to be displayed. So let's scroll down and say and make a declaration here that if it sets variable underscore session user. I'm very sure. So if you are not sure about it, just go to the login page. Go to the login page and scroll up. Oh, it's not here. Edit page, scroll up. Okay, session user. Just make sure you are correct. So session user, if it says session user, do what? It's gonna do the dashboard.php. So instead of having login.php, so I'm gonna copy this now. Copy this one, say dashboard, and here will be dashboard.php. So dashboard, so let me turn this small letter, dashboard.php, and the else statement will now be that if admin is logged in, dashboard.php else, what are we gonna do? So we are going to have login or register in the else statement. So login or register for the else. Now refresh, as you can see, we have dashboard.php. So whenever I'm in post or I'm in category or add new category, I can easily click on dashboard.php here, and it's gonna go there. So see you in the next series. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you for watching my tutorial. Thank you that you are also gaining from this tutorial. See you in the next series, where we're going to be having to delete our post and also editing our post. Thank you.
Hello, welcome again to this new series. In the last series, we switched the difference between the login button and also the dashboard button. That is, when the user is logged in, dashboard is going to show, and when the user is not logged in, it's going to show the login button. So let's practicalize that. Sorry. Let me go to my browser and refresh this page now. So let me click on logout and let's see what we have. As you can see, it's changed to login and also changed to the register. And if I log in now, it's automatically going to change to dashboard, which I can click on whenever I'm in any page or in any post area. So if I can click on dashboard now, it's going to take me back to the dashboard section. So just something like this. If I'm in category page, if I click on the dashboard, it's going to automatically load the content of the dashboard. Okay, without further ado, let's dive into the next thing I want to do in this series. Now, in this series, we want to learn how to edit the post, editing the post, and also deleting the post. So the very first thing to do here is to learn how to learn how to edit the post. So we are going to be editing the post first before we start deleting the post. So without further ado, let's dive into the code and get started. So the very first thing to do over here is to let's take out this header. We don't need this header anymore. We don't need this dashboard. We still need the process. We need a new post and the all post area. We are still going to do something there. So let's take out the category also. So over here now, over here in our new post.php, since we already have a format for our post, that is this particular page here. Since we already have the format, we are going to be using this format for the edit.php. So now let's convert this to edit.php. So we are going to be copying everything here and pasting it in a new file called edit post. So copy everything, create a new file edit post.php. So a new file edit post.php, then paste what you have copied from the previous file. And don't forget, update this button to update. Let the button be update and let the name of the button be update post. Please don't forget, change that to update post. So now all this content, now we need to get the content that we need to use here, and currently we don't have the content. So anytime we are trying to navigate to the edit post.php, we need to get the ID of the post, then fetch the post from database and print it into our form area. So let me show you what I'm trying to say. Since our edit post.php is being created, we need to connect it to our existing post. So let me go back to post. And let me show you what I'm trying to say. So now in this post section, in this post area, as you can see, we have the edit and the delete, just the way we control for the category.php, where we pass our ID and also pass our ID to the delete. We also need to pass it in this section. So now in this place, now we need to pass in our ID. So I'll be going back to the post area where we have all the posts and renaming it to our specific ID. So I'll scroll down to where we have the edits. So it's not going to be category edit anymore. It's going to be edit post.php, edit post.php, edit post.php. Let me back. I think something is wrong there. Okay, edit post.php, where my parameter edit ID is equals to this. But we're not going to be using edit ID. We're going to say edit underscore post ID, so that we can use in our process.php. Edit underscore post ID. edit underscore post ID. So our post ID has also been passed down here. So once that is done, we also need to delete the post if we are trying to delete the post. So we are going to get the post URL, that is the post.php URL, and add edit and add delete post to it. Now because we have this post table in two places, we are just going to add this parameter alone, because we are going to use the same thing in the dashboard section. So we are going to just delete this guy and leave the parameter alone. So we're going to say delete post is not going to be category again, where delete post is equals to this ID. So this parameter is just going to be appended to the post URL whenever we are trying to click on it. So let me show you what I'm trying to say. So this is what I mean. Once you click on it, it's going to append to the URL. So that's what I'm achieving there. And also in the dashboard section, is not configured yet, so you need to configure the dashboard section. So in order to achieve that, just copy what we have here to the dashboard area and paste it there, so that you have the same format. So paste it here. Okay, so now our configuration has been set. So let me go back to post area. Nice one. So now whenever you click on edit post, let me click on the edit post. So it's going to take us to edit post.php, where we have all this input feed. So let me change this right up to edit post. Edit post. So scroll down, edit post. So you know you are in edit post area. So edit post, nice one. So once you are in the edit post area, you already know you are there. So above here now, we need to get in our what's it called, with the post ID that we are trying to fetch from database. So to make our work faster, let's go to category edit section and copy the same format we use over here. So I'm going to copy everything here now. Copy everything, then go back to edit post.php, paste it inside this place, and let's convert our edit parameter to edit post ID. So you can use Ctrl D to highlight everything and paste what you just copy. Edit post ID. So I use multiple selection using D. So edit post ID has been added, and we also need to change this table. Make sure your table is valid, make sure it's corresponding to what you have in your database. So let me go to my database now and check the spellings and how it's being phrased in my database. You must make sure it's corresponding to it. So let me go to my database now and click on database. Scroll down to where you have the PHP beginner. Yeah, we have it here. Okay, now our table name is post, so we're going to be using post. So select all from post, where ID is the edit post ID. So our post has been selected, thank God for that. So after doing that, the next thing to do is to point to this file. That is, if this post cannot be selected, if the ID is not found, then redirect the person back to post. Redirect the person back to post.php. Yeah, now our query has been set. What I did here is, once the post is not found in database, or the user post ID is not found, redirect the person back to post.php. So post plural. So now let me refresh this page now and take out this one ID parameter. Let me refresh. As you can see, it take me back to post all post.php. That is, if ID is not found, it is going to return you back instead of giving you error. Okay, so now let's move on to the next one. Since we have fetched our data from database where this post ID is equal to the ID that we're passing, so I'm going to copy this result now and scroll down to the form area. So let's still leave the picture now. Let's still leave the picture area for now. So I'm going to move down to the title. So in my title section, I'm going to introduce the value. So value equals to this echo. So paste the result and point to the title, then save it. Let's refresh the page and see what we have. As you can see, we have the title selected. Now for the status, and also for the category, it's very simple. This is what you do. In this value attribute area, just move to the end of it, give a space. Sorry, move to the end of it. Let me close this sidebar. Move to the end of it, give a space. Now inside this space, we are going to introduce new PHP syntax, and I'm going to say echo. So we are going to be using ternary operator. So ternary operator is just doing if this one is this, do this one else. So that's what we are just trying to use in this place. So I'm going to say echo if result status, echo if result status is equals to 1. If it's equals to 1, because this value is 1. If it's equals to 1, now the very first true parameter, which is the echo that we are doing now, if it's equals to 1, then let this one be selected. So selected, this guy will be selected, then else, which is the column that I used there, else is not going to do anything. It will just be empty. So if this result status is equals to 1, which because this one is 1 here, because this value is 1, if it's equals to 1, then it's going to print selected on the options attributes. Selected is going to be there, so it's going to highlight this selected, or else is not going to do anything. So the same format will also be taken down to the not active. So in the non-active area, we're going to say if value is equals to 0. If it's equals to 0, then don't do selected. Sorry. If it's equals to 0, no, it's it's a mistake. We are matching with this value. So if status is equals to 0, then select it, else don't do anything. So that's what that also do. So let's refresh this page now. As you can see, it's working. It has been selected as active. So the next one is category. So we are going to use the same format also for the category here. The same format will be applied. Now at the end of the value section, just give it a space and paste the query that we copied from the status version. So instead of passing status here, it's going to be category ID. So pass category ID. So we are going to check if category ID is equals to this category ID that we have in this place. So copy this current category ID that we have in this place and paste it here. Now because there is a two naming format in this place, we have our own result also here. We have this result, we have another result, we have this result. So we have two variable of results, and it's going to be conflicting themselves. So let's rename our category 2. Let's rename it 2 so that there'll be a uniqueness within it. So variable 2 is this category. So we are running category with a variable of result 2. So result 2 is our variable name for the category. So now category ID has been passed here, and also the category name is passed here. Now inside is our selected place. This is the result that we are fetching from the top of the page. Let me show you the normal one that we fetched earlier, as you see it here. So it's this one that we are calling down there, so that it won't conflict themselves. So now that has been passed. Why this result here is for the result that we are looping through in our category data, in our category table that we have here. It's different selection that we have. So now after this data has been set, so we need to copy this ID and match it to this one area where we have this one. So it is dynamic. If this category ID is equal to this ID, then select it, make it selected, and if it's not the same thing, don't select it. So that's all for the category and also for the status. So if you refresh now, as you can see, it's switched to yes, because yes is selected. Yes is what is selected. Amazing. So to the next one that we need to consider now is this post content. So post content, just scroll down, and now no, we have been using value attributes, but in text area you don't need to pass value. Just in between the text area, you're going to introduce a PHP, and you're going to say echo results, then pass in the content column name. No, we have this content as the column name, which is this one here. So the name is the content, so the content has been passed. Now as you can see, it's in between the text area opening tag and closing tag. So make sure you also do yours like that. So if you refresh it now, you can see it is working. Work anywhere in the world. And for our button is updates. Okay, we are good. Now the next thing to do now is to display the previous picture for us to be able to know the one we have there before. And if we display the previous picture, we can either select change the picture or leave the picture the way it is. So we are going to be using a radio button or a drop down select button to check if we are changing the picture or we are not changing the picture. Or we can also use this format over here to check if this input file is active or is not active. If it's not active or if it's empty, we are not going to do anything, and if it's not empty, we do something. So the very first thing to do is to display the previous picture. So let's do that. Let's scroll up and move down to where we have the thumbnail, and above the thumbnail we are going to introduce an image. So img, then I'm gonna call the what's it called, we're going to call in our URL. So the URL to the picture, something is wrong. Okay, is here now. Amazing, nice one. So now results is not status, so don't forget we are having thumbnail here. So thumbnail will be passed down to this place. Now let's refresh our page. As you can see, it's too big, so we need to pass in our height needs to be passed. So let's say 50 pixel. Refresh. As you can see, we have the previous picture displayed for us. So now, since you know your previous picture has been displayed, so what you need to do now is to either check if a user select new picture. If new picture is not selected, the same picture will still remain the same thing, just the way it is. So let's first do that checking before we move to any other stuff. So if thumbnail is selected, the picture is going to be updated, and if thumbnail is not selected, the picture will remain the same, the way it is. So now let's go down to process.php. Before we do that, sorry, let's try to make sure we are connected very well to our button. So update post is connected, so we copy this name and move down to process.php, then scroll down to the last end, then hit down, just take it downward and say if is set post what post update post. If you set post update post, now what are we doing? We're going to echo variable dump. We are dumping everything that we are receiving from there. So let's see what we are trying to say over here. So refresh this page now. We have everything here. So I click on update now. We have the title, the status, the category ID, the content, and the update post is set, but we can't find the picture. Now in order for us to see the picture, we need to use the file. We need to use the files global format of its own. So we are going to see files, then let's reload this page now and see what anything we have in the files. As you can see, we have a file name of thumbnail, a file name of thumbnail. The name is empty, the type is empty, the temporary name, the temporary directory is empty, and error 4, size is 0. So now since we have an issue with our with our input file name, that is, once it's 0 there's an issue, but once we select it and pick something and try to update, we are going to get a unique file. Now as you can see, the size is what is 5 point something kilobyte, but at the moment but in the previous one we have an issue of having zero size or having zero, so we can either track it with zero or with the error, or tracking it with the size. So let's try to track it with the zero, or with the error rather. So I'm going to copy this error now and target the error. So I'm going to say echo the thumbnail that we are using, and also check if error is actually valid in what we are passing. So let me do it again. Now, as you can see, we have error of 0. For you to be able to understand it clearly, let me make it more cool by saying if thumbnail error is not 0, that is if it's true, let me pass it normally. If it's not 0, it's still the same thing as saying true or false. So if it's not 0, echo not empty, else if it's empty, echo empty, not empty if it's not empty, and if it's empty, echo empty. So let's refresh. Now, as you can see, empty. Oh, sorry, shouldn't be empty. If okay, sorry, I said if error is not equals to 0, not empty, and if it's 0, empty. But yet we having empty, it shouldn't be empty. Okay, let's selectify again. And upload. Wow, that's amazing. It's showing empty. Our equation is not correct. So let me try to use the true or false statement. Refresh. Wow, empty. So now let me take this guy out of here, and let's try to print it above here. Let's do variable dump here, since we're having empty everywhere. So let's dump it here first. Let's see what we have. We have 0 is empty. That is not empty, rather. We don't have any error. Why are we having empty? So okay, since error is not really giving us what we need, let's target the name there. Let's target the name. Now, since we have something in the name, so we are going to check if this name is not empty. So we are going to say name, since error is not giving us what we want, if name is not equals to empty. Nice. So it's going to say not empty. So let's use the name. Let's delete that and refresh again. Now, as you can see, the name actually worked for us. It's not empty. So if it's not empty, that means the person selected a picture, and if it's empty, the person did not select a picture. So let's comment it here. Update image, and here we have leave image upload. Okay, so above here we have upload image, and below we have leave image or leave image upload. So now let's work on our update image. If the image has been uploaded, then it's going to update the content that we are passing. Now, since we already have a format of our content before, so to make our work faster, we just go down to the previous one we have, and I will copy the title, the status, the category ID. Yeah, so I will copy that and scroll down to where we have this thumbnail area. So we're going to be using it here and also here. So I'll paste it now, our title, content, status, category ID, and don't forget thumbnail also we passed. So I'm going to pass this thumbnail here to be URL that we're going to be generating very soon. So this URL will be generated above. So above here, so let's call this parameter. So above this image place, we're going to say target directory, which is our normal upload directory, with slash our normal upload directory, and the URL. The URL is equals to base name from where
base name from our files, thumbnail, and inside the thumbnail we have the name, which is the base name. Then the base name will be concatenated, sorry, our target directory will be concatenated to base name. You get what I mean now? Upload, then slash the name of the file. So let's concatenate it here. So base name concatenated with our file name. Then after the concatenation has been done, then we try to move it to the directory. So to do the moving, so I'm going to say move to the directory. Move to the directory. So I'm going to say if move uploaded file, that is if the file has been moved. So where are we moving it from? We are moving it from a previous directory. So the previous directory is where, so is this thumbnail, then the temp name is the old directory. So from the temporary directory down to this new directory, which is this URL that we are having here. So I'm going to pass the URL inside my move uploaded file function. So now what I'm doing here is, if this file has been moved to this new URL, then do this data update database, so we're going to update database if this file has been moved to the directory that we are specifying into. So we're going to copy this parameter now. We copy this parameter, move it to this place. So don't forget, make sure you are well indented. Okay, so now the parameter has been moved to this place. So we have the title, content, status, category ID, and don't forget our URL has just been defined. So after doing that, we make our SQL, and down here we're gonna see SQL is equals to update who are we updating? Update post set title. So set title equals to title, set title equals to title, comma, set content is equal to content. So set content equals to content, nice one. Then we put comma, set status equals to status, yeah, comma, don't forget category. So category, set category equals to category ID, it's category ID, not just category. Yeah. So set category ID equals to category ID, and last but not the least, thumbnail. So set thumbnail, since we are updating thumbnail, so set thumbnail equals to thumbnail. Okay, set thumbnail equals to thumbnail. Now we said update post table, set the title, content, status, category ID, and the thumbnail. Now after we say we should set it, now you are not going to question the query where the post ID is equals to what the one we are accepting from our parameter above. So we're going to say here will be the ID. So this ID is not defined yet, so we need to go up here and define the ID. So let's define the ID above the file system. So we're going to say ID is equals to get, don't forget this is our ID, edit post ID from the URL. So get edit post ID as our ID. So now this edit post ID now will pass down to the ID section that we are using here. As you can see, we have it here. So where post ID is equals to this ID that we are accepting. Now our SQL has been set. What else we need to do now is the query. So we're gonna say query. I'll say query equals to MySQL query connect, and our SQL also has been stated. So don't forget, is a what's it called? That's my auto completion. So now I'm gonna check if it's a success connection or is an error. So I'm gonna say if if query succeeded, then we are going to issue a success message saying post updated, and else we're gonna say error, again on active error, and say unable to update post if there's an error. So unable to update post. So this has been done for the image upload, so don't forget this is for the image upload. Now for the other part of it, which is not image upload, so it's very simple. Just copy everything you have in this place, and we are going to omit the thumbnail section. So copy everything, paste it in this place, and take out the thumbnail. Since picture is not uploaded, take out the thumbnail and delete it from the update section, and let it stop at category. Okay, wow, I really love this thing. So now we are done passing our data. I'm sure it's going to work. So let's refresh this page now, and let's try to change the picture to something new. So let me scroll down to this guy here. So save, work from home, don't bother as the title, don't bother. Okay, now it's working perfectly. Our image is switching. So now let's try to leave the image and just do something else, and let's see if it's going to work. Now, as you can see, it's still working. Post updated, it's still working as expected. If I click go to post now, you're going to see the title, and you're going to see the new image. If I click on update now and select a new picture, let me select something new. So let me select this picture here. The picture has been selected. I'm gonna say updated post. Now if I go down now and click on update, you're gonna see what I'm talking about. As you can see, it's working perfectly. Now we have it here. This amazing, this awesome. Now to the next thing to do now is to work on our delete function. So let's try to change the status. I love to see that status change. So let me change the status to not active. Let me enter post updated. So go back to post. As you can see, oh, we have an issue with our status. Actually, it's working. It's not active here, but something is wrong with our status in display. So let's go back to our table area, our post area, and let's see how we define the status. So we say if, oh, imagine I only pass array of status. This is funny. Okay, so I'm going to pass the variable result now. So I'm very sure it's going to work. Wow, not active. So the same applies to the dashboard. Don't forget, we forgot to pass the variable result. Okay, wow. Now let me go to the dashboard. Now as you can see, it's working. So what we need to do next now is the delete post. So we get now to do that. Now we're going to go back to our process.php and scroll down to the next area where we're going to be accepting our if it says statements and checking for the get data. So we're going to say get. What are we getting? Don't forget we're getting this parameter. Let me click on it. Delete post. We get the parameter of delete post, and also checking if delete post is not empty. So we're going to say and also if this delete post is not empty, if delete post is not empty, so check if it's not empty. So make sure delete post is not empty too. So paste it here, delete post. So if it said delete post and delete post is not empty, then what are we doing? We are going to delete the post data that are passing down to this place. So we're going to say variable id is equals to get delete post. So that's the ID that we are sending from the URL. So after the ID has been accepted, we run our SQL just as normal. We will do run our SQL, and we're going to say delete from post. Delete from post where ID is equals to this ID. that we have here. Okay, so for the query, I'm gonna run the query and say my SQL query, then connect. You know what? My auto completion is just completing everything for me. Okay, so SQL query has been done. Check if, and also if variable query is true. If it's true, then we're going to introduce a success message saying post deleted successfully. So post deleted successfully. So after a successful deletion of our post, and if there's an error, we're gonna say else error unable to delete post. Okay, else error unable to delete post. That's if the post is not giving us access for us to delete. So unable to delete post. So after doing that, let's refresh this page now. As you can see, post deleted successfully. If we go to our post now, you're not going to see anything. So let's add a new post with my guy here. So let me generate a random string. Okay, so after doing that, publish. Let's go to post. As you can see, we have it here. Add a new post again. Let me add an image of me and the title and all this. Let me generate it from here. As you can see, we have it here. So publish, post, publish. Go to our post, you're gonna see it here. So I can edit this my post now and update this picture to something new over here. So let me add a new picture here. So after adding a new picture, update, as you can see, the picture is updated. And if I decide to delete the first one, it has been deleted. This is amazing. This is fantastic. Now you have just completed your CRUD operation with your post table. Now the next one, we are going to be moving to the home page where we display our existing posts from our database. That's the next thing we are going to be moving into. See you there. Thank you so much for watching this series. Love you guys once again. Hey guys, welcome again to this new series. In the previous series, we learn how to create the comment page and also add comments, and also the opportunity for us to be able to approve comments in our comments page. So what we are going to be doing today now is getting all registered user on our website. So this user link will be is going to be integrated now. The page is going to be integrated, and we're going to get all users on our site, and we also be able to add a new user to the site using this link here. So the very first thing to do now is to get all users on our site. So let me zoom my screen so that I'll be able to see what I'm doing. So we're going to be creating link page for these users. So let's go to our coding area, close everything we have so far. Let's close everything, and don't forget we have to duplicate the dashboard.php. So let me copy everything, dashboard.php, then create a new file called users.php. So user.php, we are going to paste it there now. So after pasting it, we are going to scroll up to where we have a title. So here will be all users. So all users will be there, and don't forget we have to pass the links. So users.php, and also make it active with the class of text danger. So when you save it now, the all users is going to be specified and text danger is going to be active. So all users. So let's still leave our notification. We're going to leave the notification the way it is. So this table will be modified. So this name will be deleted, and the title will be name, and the what is it called, the status will be changed to email, and the date will be let's leave the date. The email, we are going to introduce the role, that is the role at which the person is. So this hash here, now we're going to use it today. All this while we are not using it, so we're going to use it today. So just follow me as we are working on this post. So after saving that, let's click on save. Since we have saved it, let's try to add it to dashboard.php. so let's add users.php. so let's refresh the dashboard and click on users. Now we are in users.php. now in this user section, we are going to update all this data that we have in this place. So the very first data is this image. So since we are let's return back to users page. So this is the user page. So we are going to update the image to be the username. So to achieve that, we are going to say select all from users. Where let's order by id dex, that is descending order. So order by id dex. So after getting everything, so this image will be turned to the person's name equal results name. So save it, and also this guy will be email. For this status, is not going to be status anymore. We take this guy out, and we're going to say echo results row will be the role of the user. So if I refresh now, we have Adeleye Adeji at gmail.com as my email. Role is what? User. Now the dates, I don't think we have dates, so we don't have timestamp. So let's add timestamp to our table. So I'm going to be adding timestamp. Go to structure. So we're going to say after role, add a new timestamp to it. So let me scroll down so you'll be able to see what I'm doing. So click on it. So we're going to say timestamp. Type will be what? Timestamp. Type will be timestamp. Then default will be current timestamp. Let me show you the default variable so you'll be able to see what I just click on. Default current timestamp. So I'll click on save, and after it has been saved, so the timestamp is defined. If I refresh this page now, you're going to see the date at which this person created this account. So now we can modify this data. Now we can check who is actually registered on our site, all the users we have. So we have just one user at the moment. So we are going to be making this user editable. We are going to create the page for the edit.php, and also this delete function we also have to be created. But before we do that, let's try to fix this discounting data here. So I'll scroll up now, and this one that you're looking at here, we are going to make it dynamic. So above this while loop, we are going to declare a variable count of 1. So this one will be echo here. So echo counts. So at the end of the while loop, we're going to say count plus plus. We're going to increment the count so it can be divisible. Now as you can see, it's now working now. So now let's declare the function, or let's declare the page for the edit for the user and also the delete. So now let's declare the page. So I'll be using category edit page for my edit user. So I'll be copying everything from the category edit page and creating a new file, edit user.php, then I'll paste the edit user.php in my directory. Then I will scroll up to this place now, and I'll call this edit user. Okay, so edit user has been added. So this user area, we're going to have users.php, don't forget, and make it active. This text danger should be active. So let's cut from the category, since we are cut from category, and paste it here. So edit user is active. So above this place we are going to say select all from user, where id is equals to the edit id. So we are going to be passing edit id to this place, and if this id is not set, we are going to return back to users.php. Okay, so we are now passing this data now to the user edit. So we'll scroll down now, you're going to find where we have this title of the category, but in this case we are not using just title, so we are saying name. We are using our name, the username, and here will still be name, so we get the name is still correct. So enter new name as the input. So let's save this now, but before we let's save it now. Since I've saved now, I'm going to go back to this place and point the URL. Instead of edit post, it will be edit user, edit user.php, where edit post id or edit id. So it's going to be edit id, or let's call it edit user id, edit user id. So edit user id is better. So let me scroll up and accept edit user id. So we're going to be accepting edit user id here, edit user underscore id. So edit user id will be accepted. So if I refresh now and click on edit, as you can see my name is displayed. So you can only edit name and also password. So let's bring out the password. We can't edit the email because email is static, but let's allow users to, let's allow admin to be able to update the email including the user. Let's allow that. So we are going to be introducing that now. So I'm gonna say, after the name has been declared, I will copy this and paste it below and say email. So here will be email, type will be email, the name will be email, enter new email, here will be email. So let's save it and refresh. As you can see, my email is now visible. We can now edit this email. So the next thing to apply there now is the password. So this password will be, let's also clone this guy. Let's clone this guy, clone it down. So we're going to say password. So we don't actually need to print any password here, because if the user wants to update the password, the user don't need to print anything. So password, so here will be password and the name will be password. So enter new password. So if we refresh it now, you're not going to see anything. So we are going to make a note in this place now, a small note. So let's say small, and that small will be, leave blank, if leave blank for leave blank if you what can I even put here, leave blank if you don't want the password to be updated. So leave blank for not updating password, leave blank for not updating password. Okay, so save it now. Let's check it out. As you can see, leave blank for not updating password. So let's give it a class of text info, then save it. As you can see, leave blank for not updating password. So if you leave it blank, nothing will happen. It's not going to update the password, but make sure autocomplete is not part of it. So autocomplete should be false. Okay, autocomplete should be false. Let's try to refresh the page now and see if it's going to autocomplete. Okay, it's still autocompleting. So let's take this autocomplete down to the form tag itself. Let's use the autocomplete here and see if it's going to solve our problem. refresh. Wow, it's still completing this data. I'm very sure it's the browser. So anyway, since it's not disabling the autocomplete, just leave it the way it is, but make sure it's blank whenever you're updating it. So now we can only update the user, the email, and the password, and obviously that's only what we have in our database: the username, the email, and the password. So now after doing this layout, now we need to accept this data from our process.php. So this function is going to be edit user. So we are going to be accessing edit user in our process.php in order for us to be able to update this data. So I'm going to go to process.php now, process.php, then create a new if statement. If you set underscore post, which post am I looking for? Edit user. So if you set edit user, then echo variable dump. So let's dump everything in this section for us to be able to track the password. So let's save that. Let me click on update. As you can see, my password is 12345. Imagine I didn't pass anything and autocomplete just give me 12345. So in order to solve this puzzle, let's try to introduce an input feed, like a radio button that is going to check if the password should be updated or not. So let me take this small out of this place, and let's give this to new password. Then above this new password, we are going to introduce a new div.form group. So this div.form group is going to be having a label of change password. So we have an input type of radio, or checkbox rather. So this checkbox is going to be a name of check or change underscore password. So if this checkbox is true, then the password will be changed. But by default, we're going to make the value of the checkbox. Null. It's not going to be checked. So let's give it a class of form control. Yes. So let's refresh this page and see what we have. Now we have checkbox with a label of change password, but there's an issue over here. Type checkbox, name change password. Let's say radio. No, checkbox is good. Let's take out this form control. I think form control is not accessing the checkbox. So save. Now as you can see, we have it done. So now over here in the form group, let's give it a margin top and margin bottom. So mx margin top and margin bottom. Let's give it 2. That is M1. So that is now if the admin clicks on this checkbox, that means admin is changing password. And if admin did not click on it, that means admin did not change the password. For us not to use random password for our password. Okay. So whenever the admin clicks on the change password checkbox, so the system is going to know admin want to change the password, else it's not going to change the password. So now let's try to save this post again. Let's try to save this post again and see what we get. So let me scroll down. Updates. As you can see, we don't have the checkbox itself. So let's scroll down again and check this box and click on updates. As you can see, change password checkbox is on. So we are going to check. We are going to say if change password is on, then change the password, else just update the content. So we're going to go to process.php now. So in our process.php, we are going to do this checking. So we're going to say if is set, make sure is set to, if you set post, change password, and and change password, and change password is not is equals to make sure if you set change password and change password is equals to on, let's use the on format, and change password is equals to on. This on here is a string on, and change password is equals to on. So we are going to say and change password. If you set change password and change password is equals to on. So if it's equals to on, then do this current data in this place, or else don't change password, just update the data, just update data. Why here is change the password, change the password. So let's run the SQL query, but before we run the SQL query, let's pass our data here. Let's put it here too. Let's put it here too. So what are we accepting? We are accepting the name, email, and also the we are accepting the name, email, and also the password if we are updating the password. So I'm going to accept the name, which will be this name. Also, we also need to accept the email. The email is accepted. After the email has been accepted, we also need to accept the password if we are changing the password. So password we also have to be password, but in this case, this password, remember the password needs to be encrypted in MD5 format. So we're going to use MD5 function to encrypt the password to the new password. So now the password has been passed, and our email, the same applies to the name. So the next thing to do is to run our SQL. So SQL equals to update users set name is equals to set name equals to name, variable name, and set name equals to name, email equals to email, email equals to email, and also password equals to password, password equals to password, where ID is equals to this ID that we are accepting. So this ID is not defined yet, so we need to define this ID. So the ID we have to be defined. Now this ID is the parameter that we are passed using the get method. This user ID, which is the 5 ID we have at the top. So over here we are going to define this ID. ID is equals to variable underscore get edit user ID. So the user ID has been gotten from the ID from the parameter of the get method we are using. So now the user ID has been gotten, so we passed it inside this place. So we are now saying update user set name equals to name, email equals to email, password equals to password. Don't forget the password has been encrypted to MD5 format. So password equals to password, where ID is equals to the ID of the user. Okay, so the next thing to do now is to run the query. So I'm going to say query. Let me make a comment here so you'll be able to know what you're actually doing here. So query is equals to MySQL connect query, then pass our connection, then the SQL will also have to be passed. After that has been done, we are going to check if the user is actually a success for the user to update the password and also the data that is being passed. So we're going to say if query is a success, then what are we doing with that? So we are going to generate the success message. So success message is going to be generated saying user data updated. Good. So user data updated. So, or else if there's an error message is going to be generated. Error message is going to be generated saying unable to update user, unable to update user. So that will be the error. Now all these functions that we pass in this first argument is all meant for the password changing. Now let's assume the admin did not check the box of this change password. Let's assume it's not being checked, it's just empty, it's not being checked, just as we have it in this place. Let me try to submit this post. Oh, sorry. Okay, let's assume the admin is not checking the password, which is the otherwise of this if statement that we did here. So we are just going to be updating the username, the email, and the password. Sorry, we are only going to be updating the username and the email. We don't have to update the password since admin is not checking the password. So let's copy everything that we have in this place and replicate it to the other side of the if statement. So this first area, we're going to drop it here and take out the password since admin is not updating the user password. So we take out the password and we also delete this password column here. So now since our data has been passed successfully, let's now run it again and change the person's email, change the person's name, and see if there will be a change to it. So I'm going to update this page now. Okay, so let me say Adelaya Yodeji 2. Let me see if we're going to get the correct response. Now as you can see, user data updated. Now because I'm logged in, as you can see, it's still the same user that is logged in, but my details is not being updated here. Now this session will be updated, but if I log out now and log in again, it's going to be updated. As you can see, it's a session, so it's not something that is called real time. It's a session that is being stored on the server for a temporary use since you are logged out. Okay, so that has been done. Let's go back again to the user and to the edit. Let's assume you want to convert a user from admin to a user, or admin or user to admin. So we need to pass in the user role because we didn't pass that earlier. So let's accept it here, so we'll be able to use it in the future where we pass it. So role, let's call this row equals to row, and we accept the row from this place. So row equals to variable row, so we give a comma of it. Now is one that has been passed. So the next thing to do is to also apply it in the otherwise side. So I'm going to pass in the row here, accept my row, and also push the row down to the SQL statement. So row equals to this row that we have in this place before we have the where ID statement. Okay, the role has been passed. We now need to define this row now to avoid error. So above this change password area, we need to have a drop down of select row. You know, the previous one we did, we have a status where we make the status active if the user is currently using the status. So in this case now, we are going to be declaring a new form group. So a new form group. So form group. So in this form group, we are going to be having a label of status. So sorry, not status, row. If the person is admin or the person is user, row. And after the role has been declared, we need select tag will be introduced, and we are going to pass the name as the role. And after the role has been passed, we have a new attribute of class, class of form control. Now inside our select elements, we need to introduce the two rows that we have on this website. So how many rows do we have? We have just admin and also the user. So I'm going to say option value admin, and sorry, here will be admin. So again, still going to pass that, and the second option will be user. This second option will be user. So user, the second option will be user. Now we are going to pass user in this place. User will be passed. Now after we are done doing this, now if you check it now, if I refresh this page now, you are going to see the admin. We have two role of admin and also another role of what's it called, user. So we have admin role and also have the user role. So once this is set, the next thing to do is for us to be able to determine which role is this current user. This current user, as you can see here, the current user is actually a user. As you can see, my role is user, is not admin yet, so I need to pass a query that will be checked. So I'm going to say a PHP echo. So what are we echoing? So I'm going to say echo variable results. So what result are we trying to echo? The row. So row. So I'm going to say if this role is equals to admin, if this role is equals to admin, then what is it going to do? We are going to make this check. We are going to make this option tag be selected. We are going to make it selected. Else, if it's not equals to the admin, we are not going to select it. Just like a ternary operator. If this value admin here, that is, if this role is equals to admin, then make it selected. Else, don't select it. And the second option will be like that. So we are going to say if this role is equals to user, then make it selected. Now, as you can see, current role is what? Admin. If I refresh this page now, it's going to turn to user. And if I updated the guy to admin and click on update, it's going to change it to admin. Anytime we update this page now, the role will be what? Admin. As you can see, we are now admin as a role. Yeah, so that's how the user edit works, and hopefully you are going to make an extent of it based on your own project, and I'm very sure you will really enjoy it. You will love to use it very well. So see you in the next series where we are going to be adding a page for us to be able to add a new user. And if you want to take a try for it, you can sit down and try to create a page by yourself. Create a page in this page link the page, create a page by yourself, and give us feedback, and let's know where you're having issue with, and we are going to help you. But in the next series, don't forget, we are creating the add a new user page. Thank you so much for watching this series. Love you. See you in the next series. Hello, welcome again to this new series. In this series, you'll be learning how to create the add new user page. In the previous series, we learned how to make an edit to our current user, even change their password to a new password. But in this new series that we are doing today, we're going to be learning how to add new user. That is this add new user page. We're going to learn how to create it, then we submit it to the database just as we have in the registration page. Similar, nothing changes. So we just go to the registration page, copy the UI and the functionality, then dump it in the add new user page. It's still the same thing. Without further ado, let's dive straight to the code and let's create this page. So the very first thing we have to do is to close our existing code and to look more beautiful, so it won't look too hooked up with different code. So once you are in this place, let's navigate down to the dashboard.php, scroll up to where we have add new user, delete the hash and click and add new users. New user. So new user.php. So with this new user.php is going to be added to dashboard.php, and at the same time edit user.php. Add it to edit user.php, edit user.php. You can also add in other pages, but I'm only adding to dashboard and also edit user.php. Okay, so the next thing to do now is to create this page. Now, because we are using a form type to submit the user, let me show you what I meant by that. Since we are submitting name, we are submitting email, we are submitting role, and also adding password. Since we are doing that, we are going to duplicate this edit user page. We are going to make a duplication of this page,
and add it and replace it to the add new user page, and instead of updates it's going to be add new user or submit, not update anymore, since we are adding a new user, and this change password is not going to be there, and this new password will be just be password. So let's do that. Now I'll be heading down to this user.php. Let me make a copy of it. So I'm going to say copy, right click it again and paste it here. Paste. Oh, I can't find paste though. Why? Let me copy it again. Copy. Okay, in case you can't find the paste, just click on this directory and use Ctrl V to drop it inside. So with Ctrl V you can paste inside, and once you are done pasting, make sure you rename the file to new user, new user.php. Yeah, after the new user has been created, then you can scroll down to the content area and let's start modifying. So instead of edit user, we're going to say new user. Now instead of getting request from the URL, we are going to delete this request getting and save for this page. So we delete that. Scroll down, we still leave, or you are still going to leave this guy here, our notification. So this name you are going to leave it the way it is, but just take out this default value. Take out the default value from the input feed. So we need to take out all this default value from the input feeds. Same applies to this guy here. The same also applies to this guy here. So take out the default value. For the change password checkbox, take it off. Then for the new password, just let it be password. Now for the sorry. Now for the add update, let it be submit. Now for the edit user, let it be new user. So you can name a new user _admin. I think we already have something similar to this post method in our process.php. So let it be new user _admin. Copy it. After copying that, you can scroll up, take out the autocomplete first, delete it. Then we are done with our new user.php. Now let's take a look. Let's take a look. So I'm going to refresh this page, click on add new user, and as you can see, I'm a new user page, but my users is active instead of this guy, so we need to fix that. So I'll scroll up here now, take out this class danger from here and drop it in the new user page, so it's going to be active. As you can see, is now active. So we are in new user page, and this all user page, and if I go to the edit page now, if I click on the new user page, it's going to come up for me. So what we need to do now is to pass this query down to process.php. So now let's undo that in process.php. So I'm going to click on Ctrl E if you are using VS Code to search my file. Ctrl E, let me do it again. Ctrl E to bring out a search of your files. So I'm going to search for process.php. As you can see, I have process.php. So in my process.php, I'm going to scroll down to the last if statement. Remember, last if statement. Now in the last if statement, we are going to generate our own new if statement by saying if is set post what? Post new user admin. If new user admin is set, so do this. So let's echo variable dump and let's see what we are receiving from the form tag.
Okay, just to be very sure, to be sure it's working. So I'm going to enter my name, my role. I can either use user or admin, and the password, this password. Now as you can see, we have it here: the name, the email, the role, the password. So now it's working perfectly. So the next thing to do now is to make a check for this email. We're going to check for this email if this email is already registered in the database before we proceed to any other part of this authentication method now. So to do that, the first thing we need to do is to accept everything. So I'm going to accept the name. Yeah, the name equals to post name, variable email equals to post email, and for the row, variable row equals to post row, and for the password is equals to password. But don't forget, the password has to be converted to MD5. So I'm gonna see MD5, which is the password, so it can be encrypted to an hidden format of your password. So now we are now encrypting the password now. So the very first thing to do now is to check if user already exists. So I'm going to make my first SQL statement now by saying SQL check, select all from user, select everything from users where email is equals to what? Email. Now the next thing is the query. So I'm going to say query, then do this query for me. Instead of SQL single, I'm going to say SQL check, and this guy will be query underscore check. So my connection still remain the same. So I'm going to copy this guy now and say check if this guy is a success. If check query, we can either say if check query, or let's try to return a result. Better still, to make it look more great. So let's try to make it a return value. So if my SQL fetch associate, is a true statement, that means the email is registered. So we're going to say already exists. So if it's returned true by default, or else if it's false that it's returned, it's going to say user not found. Now if it's already exists, we already know what we're going to do. We're going to pass an error message saying user already exists. So if not found, then we can create the user. So let's save this guy now. Let's refresh the page again. As you can see, user already exists. Amazing. So the next thing to do, if the user is already exists, we're going to create the user. If the user is already exists, we're going to create the user and insert the user into the database. So I'm going to write my next query. SQL is equals to insert into users. So where am I inserting into? Remember name, email. I hope you remember the way I got to this level. Let me show you. So this is how we end up in getting those columns. I'm not just writing the name and the email, or neither the user. Let me show you how we end up to that level. So you might have forgot the way we treated it in the beginning. Let me show you again. So PHP beginner, you click on your database. You can actually see it at the left hand side, and you can also click on the database, then click on PHP beginner. Now this is my database. Here's my tables. Now currently we are working with users. Now after selecting our database connection, then we are writing a new statement saying insert into users table. As you can see it here, users table. Now which column am I inserting into from this table? Name column, email column, and so on. Now as you can see, we have name column, email column, password, and row. So is only this 4 column we are going to be adding to. So now let's do that. So I'm going to say name, email. The next one is what? Password. So I'm going to say password, comma. The next one is what? Name, email, password, row. Name, email, password, and row. So after setting the column that you would like to add it to, then the next thing is the values. So I'm gonna say the value should be email. The very first one is the name, name, comma, then single quote, then declare our variable email. Now our email is set. Then the next one is what? Name, email. Make sure it's aligned with this data you have in this place. Make sure it's aligned here. So the first one is name has been specified. Email has been specified. The next one is password. So password, single quote, variable password. Then the next one, then the next one is what? Row. Okay, single quote, row. Don't forget we have the row over there. So I'm gonna say variable row. Then after doing that, you close your statement. Now our column has been specified from our table, and the values that we are dumping inside also has been specified. Okay, so I'm done with my SQL query. The next one is the main query itself. So I'm going to say SQL. So I'm going to say SQL. Query equals to my SQL query, where we have the connection to our database and the real SQL that we're passing here. Then after doing that, we need to check, as we just to be sure of what we are doing, check if is correct, if it's true. Check if it's true. It's still the same thing. If it's correct, so I'm going to say if query, variable query, if variable query is true, that is if it's correct, then success message is going to come out saying user added successfully. Else that will be an error. So variable error, unable to add user. Now as you can see, at the moment we only have single user here. So now let me try to add a new user here now. So let me refresh this page. So I'm going to be adding Bigiman with a new email. Since this email is registered, let me use something different. So let me say bigiman@gmail.com. Role either admin or user. I can decide to be user, and my password should be admin. Okay, submit. As you can see, user added successfully. And if I try to add Bigiman again, let's try to do it again if it's going to work. Bigiman@gmail.com, password admin. Okay, submit. As you can see, user already exists. So this is working perfectly. So let's check our database is actually there. As you can see, bigiman@gmail.com. So now we're going to go back to our dashboard now. Then we go to all users. Now there you can find Bigiman. You can either delete Bigiman or edit Bigiman. You can make him admin, update Bigiman, click on it again. As you can see, he's now admin. And if you don't want him, just delete, get out of here. Oh, our delete is not working yet. This is amazing. Wow, our delete is not, I think it's not set yet. Ooh, wow, I didn't know. Okay, now let's do the delete functions for our user. So now I'll be going to the process.php, make a declaration for delete user, because that's the undo. So I didn't know that we haven't created that. That's amazing. So I'm going to search for delete user here. Let me see who's actually there. Delete underscore user. Wow, it's not there. Now as you can see it here, now let's go to the all users. All users, we have a declaration of the get method to delete the user. This is it, delete underscore user. So let's make a declaration of it. So I'm going to go to the process.php, scroll down to the last end, and let's make let's make our declaration. So I'm gonna say if is set get. So what gets are we targeting? We're targeting delete user get method, and is not empty delete user. So if it's not empty, then we're going to do this. We're going to say variable id, that is user id, is equals to delete user. So our SQL statement will now to be written here saying delete from users where id is equals to id. Delete from users where id is equals to id. Now the query now will be my SQLi query, passing the connection, and the SQL statement we've written just now. Then after done deleting this data, we're going to check. So instead of declaring a new version, we can just decide to use this one we have here. So I'm going to say check if the query is true, that is deleted. Then we're going to say user deleted, unable to delete user. So change this word. Okay, so let's give a try. Okay, we don't want biggie man, get out of here. As you can see, user deleted successfully. That's amazing. So now we are done with the post. Post the comment section. We are done with the comments. Let me go back to the dashboard because I didn't link that page. You can link it from yours and comment section. Add new post, categories, editing category, so much more. Users, add new user. So now this linking navigation, now let's make it global. I'm tired of going back and front, so let me try to make it global. So to do that, I will close all this place first, close this one too. So I'm going to be going to it one after the other. So let me go to edit.php, scroll down to the navigation section. Now for the comments, I'm going to add the URL comment.php, new post.php, users.php, add new user. So new user.php. Okay, so I'm done with the category section and the entire category listing too. We need to work this guy out too. So instead of doing a new version of it, since we have the same thing here, I'm going to copy everything here, Ctrl C, go to category and paste everything there, since it's still the same thing. So Ctrl V, I've pasted it. Go to the comment area. So we need to do the same thing, but we are going to make comment active, that is text danger. So instead of having categories with the text danger, comment, we own that, so everything will look more cool. So the dashboard is connected. Edit post, let's do the same thing for the edit post. So highlight everything, drop this guy. After dropping it, since it's edit post, everything we are going to have the text danger in the edit post section. So we take this guy out, we delete that guy, So we are done with edit post, edit user. So we highlight everything. Okay, actually we have just few, so let's just add the few. Comment, add new post. So new post .php. Okay, so in the index, this is the home page. Login, we are not there. Log out, new post. Okay, and the new post section, we need to do the same thing. So let me add it here manually. Comment.php users. So users.php, add new user. So new user.php, save that, go to new user section, then add comment.php, add new post. So new post post.php, then post itself, we are not there. Register all users, yes, all users page 2. So all users page, here will be new user.php, new user.php, and now we are done with this section. Perfectly. So if I refresh this page now, anywhere in this place now can be clicked. Yeah, now it's not clickable. Anywhere is clickable. This is amazing. Oh, sorry, which page is this? Post.php. Wow, post.php is not connected yet. I didn't know. Okay, let me go to post. All post, so go to all post. Wow, it's not connected yet. Wow, so all post users, new user .php. Okay, it's connected now. Let's see. Wow, amazing. Nice. So if I click on edit, I don't think it's connected. Wow, it's connected to. Nice one. Add new post, comments, category, user, add new user. Amazing. The same applies to the dashboard. Good. Now thank you for this series. In the next series we are going to learn this. We are going to learn how to, so we are done with the dashboard at the moment. We are not in the dashboard anymore. So in the next series we are going to learn how to fix the search bar, and also the category links. We need to add the links, but the next one is the search bar. Before we dive into the category, we do the search, then after the search we move to the categories. Okay, see you in the next series. Thank you for. Hello guys, welcome again to this next series. In the previous series we learned how to edit our post, delete our post, change the picture, and so much more. So in this new series now we are going to be learning how to display our post in our landing page. So before I proceed, I will love to pass the index.php to this logo that we have here. So let's go back to our coding area, bring back our sidebar, close this. Let's close everything that we have so far, and go to the to the page, then header home. So scroll up to where we have the logo and point the href to index.php. Index.php. So let's refresh this page down and click on this logo to get to our home page. Now as you can see, this picture now, it's being crumbled together. Is because we are actually zooming our screen. It's because I zoom this screen to this level, that's why it's like this. So I'm gonna zoom out now, so you can try to use a system to learn this, so you can switch from your phone to your system to see it very well. So now I've zoomed out, so this is good a bit, this is great. Okay, now after zooming out, we have our post here. So what we need to do now is to display what we have in our what we have in our dashboard, in our database, to be displayed in this place. But at the moment we are logged in and login is still showing. That's a bug that we need to solve. So let's go to the index.php and see what we have over there and see what's going on. So index.php, what's going on with you? Okay, the reason why the index.php is not working is because of the session is not set here. As you can see, there's no session in the index.php, so I'm going to pass process.php in my index.php to validate the session, since we have session in our process.php. Let me scroll up to show you what I'm trying to say. So since we have session here, oh, we didn't even have session here. Okay, so we need to pass it manually, no problem. So let's pass it manually to the index area. So I'm going to say session start, since we don't have it there, so it's going to be session start. So once we have session start, it will automatically read for the header. Good, now it's now working. So now our session has detected a valid session of the day of the user. So once I click on it now, it takes me back to the dashboard, and if I click on the home, we still have the dashboard there. So now let's update this content of this post here, and let's print in the original post. So I will be heading down to the body.php now, body.php, where we have all those posts. Now this is it here. Go somewhere, this is where the looping stop, and here is the sidebar. As you can see, it sidebar is here, so let me take out my sidebar also over here. So now, as you can see, now we are going to be updating this content, but just leave it where it is. We're only going to update this data here. So in order to achieve that, we are going to be bringing in our process.php. Make sure process.php is above this place. So make sure your process.php is applied to this format also. So I'm going to be bringing my process.php here now. Process.php, process.php, save it and take it back. So over here we're going to write our SQL statement that says select all, select everything from where, from post table, order. Make sure you have the order by id dex, descending order. So it's going to be listed based on the time at which it was posted. So our SQL has been set. The next thing to do now is the query. So I'm going to say query equals to MySQLi query. Now pass the connection inside, connection slash SQL. The SQL statement we pass above this place. After doing that, we are going to update this for loop and say and write while loop there. We are not going to use for loop because for loop will not really solve our problem, just as the while loop is solving it. So we are going to say results equals to MySQLi fetch associate, MySQLi fetch associate, and now we pass in our query. Now as you can see, we are done passing for the while loop over here. So the next thing to do now is to target our data in our while loop. So I will copy the results and move down to this place, delete this picture, introduce PHP, then echo the image URL, which is our thumbnail. Don't forget thumbnail. So let me refresh this page. Now as you can see, we have the thumbnail listed for us. Now the title also the same thing. You need to pass the title. So the title have to be passed results, then title, save, refresh. As you can see, our title is passed. Now this paragraph, we are going to convert this paragraph to timestamp, the date at which it's published. So date will be space, then drop in the date, the timestamp of the post. So results, then here will be timestamp. So let's refresh it. As you can see, we have the timestamp there. So in order to improve the timestamp, we are going to use our date format to convert it. So we're going to say date. So what kind of format do we want? We want the FJ, then space Y, that is the day, the months, and also the year. So as been passed. Now another parameter we're going to add is the string to time function. So string to time, then pass in our timestamp. So after doing the refresh, it's going to work. So sorry, I think it's capital letter hive, small letter J. Yeah, September 29, 2021. That is when we had this post. So this button is going to be read post. So let's just call it read, and this URL we're going to pass something, but let's still wait. Now if I click this read now, it's not doing anything at the moment, so we are just displaying post for now. In the next series we are going to learn how to read the post. So let's go back to dashboard and add something new to it. So let me add a new post, select the picture, let me select this my guy, then generate the title, anything, another post, another post, save. Let me add another one, making it 3. So another post will be added to again. So let me pick this guy, generate title for me, third post, save. Now as you can see, our post has been added. So let's go back to the index and see what we have. As you can see, we have the 3 posts added. We have the third post, another post, and the fourth post. So everything is loading based on the index order. Let me change it to the second pattern, which is the ascending order. You're going to see this guy now is going to come to the front side in the ascending order. This is it. So ascending simply means the old one is going to come up, while descending order simply means the new one is going to come to the very first area. So in the next series we are going to be learning how to read this post. If you click on read, and this entire place is going to be this post particularly. See you in the next series. Thank you so much for this series. Yeah. Hello, welcome again to this new series. In the previous series we fetch our post from database and display it to the home page. Now in this new series we are going to be learning how to display this post. Once a user click on the read, it's going to take you to the post page, and is going to show the full content, the category, and where a user can make a comment. Yeah, so now let's dive straight to the code and let's see what we can do. So now we scroll down, we need to scroll down to where we have the read button. This read button that we have, we're seeing here, we need to scroll down to where we have it here. So we're going to introduce post. We're going to introduce post.php. Single post is not plural post, post. So post.php where post id is equals to the ID of the post. So don't forget, you need to pass in the ID of the post. So I'm going to say result ID. Okay, so you pass the ID of the post to the post. So let's refresh it now. Now as you can see, we have post.php where post ID equals to ID of the post. Now at the moment we don't have post.php, so I'm going to be creating post.php from the current index that we have. So post.php is going to have the exact format of the index. So let's copy everything in index.php to bring up the post.php. So over here, and I'm going to say post.php. I will save it, paste this guy here, and inside this body, take it off, delete it, include the statement here, start the statement over here, and inside this place, go to the body section, copy everything in the body, return back to post.php, paste it in this place, save it, and scroll up to where we have this looping. So if you save it now, if you refresh this page, you are going to see the same thing here. So instead of seeing the same thing, we are going to try to make we're going to try to take off this guy here and fetch the post based on the ID that we passed down in the URL. So now I'm going to be deleting this query here. So we're going to be taking out this query that we have here down to the row. So let's just take out this column 8, everything in column 8. Let's take it out.
So delete it. Let's delete everything in column 8. So it has been deleted. So above this page now, we are going to make the if statement just as we have the edit. So if you set get, what are we getting? Post ID. You set post ID, get post ID, and is not empty, get post ID, and is not empty, get post ID. So if it's not empty, so it's going to what? We're going to point the ID here, and we get it, get the ID of the post. Then we write our SQL and see SQL equals to select all, select everything from post where the ID is equals to the ID that we pass down to this place. Okay, now the next thing is the query. So we're going to say query equals to my SQLi query, that we pass in our connection. Our connections will be passed. Is it connections or connection? Let me check my process.php to confirm this connection. Okay, it's connection. So make sure it's correct. So connection. After the connection is passed, we pass in the SQL. So the SQL query has been passed, and over here we're going to pass in our results. So we're going to say result is equals to my SQLi fetch associate. Then we pass in our query that we are sending. We pass in the query. Now the query has been passed. Then we copy this guy now and use it below. But don't forget, we need to add else statement to this if, so that if the ID is not set in our URL, it's going to return back to index.php. So let me show you what I mean by that. So if I take out the value of the post ID and click on enter, it's going to return back to index.php because the ID is not defined. So if it's defined, it's going to remain there. Now it remained there, and as you can see, we have a blank template here. So now let's fix the blank template. Now over here we're going to introduce an image body. But before we introduce the image body, let's try to make it more cool. I should have used something like the image tag itself, but let's use something great. Let's use a div. So we're going to be calling a div. Inside this div, we're going to use a style of background. So let's use a background of URL background image. Now in the background image, we are going to be introducing our code, our image that we uploaded during this post. So we're going to say equal results, then thumbnail. So thumbnail will be introduced, thumbnail. So background, then the thumbnail is the background. And don't forget, inside this div, we're going to introduce h2 to pass the what is it called, the title. So h2 to pass the title. Okay, let's refresh. As you can see, our title has been passed, but let's give it a class of text white. So text white, for you to be able to see what I'm doing. So text white is the color. Good, text white. Okay, so now since our background has been set and we added a text white to it, but the background image is not displayed at the moment. So let's inspect it from our browser and see what is actually happening to the issue. Now as you can see, we have the upload displayed over here. Let me zoom it so you'll be able to see what I'm talking about. Let me zoom my console. Now as you can see,
the image is actually present, upload slash the image name and also the extension is passed, but is not displayed. So why is it not displayed? Well, let's see if it's because of the background of the picture. So let me over here. Okay, it's because the picture is black. It's actually there. Awesome, that's amazing. So since it's there, the next thing to do now is to specify, is to give a particular positioning and cover to our picture. So I'm going to say background position. Background position. So background position will be center, and the background cover. Oh, it's not there, so let me type it manually. Background cover. Then the background cover will be center. No, sorry. Cover. Sorry, background size cover. Sorry. So many things. Background size cover, not background cover. Background size cover. Background position center. Then background repeat, no repeat. So background repeat, no repeat. So we're going to use no repeat for that. So background position, don't forget background position center, then close the statement. This inline styling, background cover, background side rather, cover, and also background repeat, no repeat. So please don't make a mistake. So let's refresh this post now. As you can see, the image is actually displaying now. So let's introduce another thing in this place. We are going to take off this guy now. We take off that h2 and we're going to introduce another div. Another div will be introduced, and now inside this div we're going to apply our h2 there. Now inside this div we're going to introduce a style of background again, but in this case it's going to be black. Now this black version is going to be having a padding of let's say 10 pixel, and also text align center. So text align center. So make sure you center for the text align and also close your statement. So let me refresh. As you can see, it's black, is not showing like before again. So now I'm going to target this div now. We target the div, don't forget this is the div. Now I'm picking the div now. Let me zoom so you be able to see what I'm trying to talk about. Now this is the div. Now the div has been targeted. So once you target the div, then click on the picture and just drill down the filter from your browser. So I'm going to be drilling down my filter from my browser now to see the effect that I really want to enable. So now I will be using this filter now. So after done doing that, click on it again for you to be able to copy the new color that you set. So the new color will be copied. Sorry, it's not here, it's here. So make sure you copy the new color. So this is the new color that we are using now. So copy it and go back to the background and use an hash, then paste the color, refresh the page. Now we are now it's working perfectly now. So the next thing is try to add more padding. The padding is too small, so let me add more padding to it. Okay, this is great. 40 is good. Okay, 40 padding is okay. So let me add this to 40 px. So we have a 40 px of our padding set to our post. Now post title, then background image is set for the post, and the next thing to do now is to add the real image itself to this place. So now after we are done with the header part of our post, the next thing is to introduce an HR, horizontal line. Now the horizontal line, after the horizontal line, we are going to have an image tag that is going to display the image in full for you to be able to pass something to your user. So just go down here, copy the thumbnail URL and paste it inside this place, refresh. So you're going to see a very big image. So in this place, don't bother yourself, just click on style, width, style, and the width should be 100%. Now save it. Let's see what we have. Okay, now the width is now 100%, but as you can see, it's too lengthy. So let's try to control the length by introducing a proper way to do it. So I'm going to say width, or let's say width 100 pixel or 200 pixel, and also the height should be 200 pixel also. So let's save it and refresh. As you can see, it's minimal a bit. So now as we have it in this place now, we need to centralize it. So in order to centralize it, we're going to cut it again. We cut it and introduce div. This div is going to be having a class of text center, and inside the text center you paste your image, you refresh, it's going to be in the center. Now amazing. So after our picture has been centralized, the next thing to do is to introduce our content. Yes, our content area, the content we are passing. So I'm going to say another div dot content. So that's the div.content. That's our content. We are going to pass in p tag. Inside this p tag, we're going to introduce our content section. So we're going to say echo instead of thumbnail is going to be content. So let's refresh. As you can see, our content has been displayed as we expected it to display. So our content is set now. Now before this content, we need to pass in our category. So or above this content, above this picture, let's pass the category and also pass the dates. So we are going to pass category and also the date above this HR. So over here we're going to say p tag. Now the first p tag is going to be category. So if we say category now, category, so here will be the category of the post. So we're going to say echo results category ID, category underscore ID. Save it, refresh. Now you can see the category ID is 6. So you copy the same p tag again, take it downward, then specify date published. So date published is when. So you just input the timestamp there. So timestamp is the date published, which is this 2021-09, this blah blah blah. So instead of us trying to create a new paragraph, let's copy everything in the same place and let's see how it's gonna look like. Or we just use a div of div.row, then div.column 6. Then inside the column 6 we are going to duplicate it. The first one will be the date published and the second one will be what's it called, the category. So let's take this guy out, let's delete that and pass it in this place. So let's save it and see what we have. Now as you can see, we have it set for us in this place. So for this category, we are going to try to float it to the right, that is text right. So text end, since we are using Bootstrap 5, now text end is going to be displayed at the end part of it. Now that has been done, let's try to add a bg. So bg bg dark, okay, bg dark. So let's refresh. As you can see, everything is now dark. So once we have bg dark, then the content of the stuff will be bg, or will be text white. So text white will be over the bg white. So we are going to have text white. Now refresh. Now it's displaying. Now above this row, we are going to introduce margin bottom. So margin bottom should be 2. Let's say 2. Now there's no space for it. So date published, this date. Now this date, now we need to redefine this date to make it more cool. So we're going to be saying date, then capital letter F, small letter J, comma, then capital letter Y, and space, another parameter string to time, then pass in the timestamp, then end your end your statement and refresh this page. Now you're gonna see it, date published September 29, 2021. And for the category, we also need to pass our category name. The category name has to be displayed here. So in order to achieve this, we are going to take out this echo now. Let's put the echo here, let's comment it. So we're going to say a query, we need to pass our query. So SQL is equals to select all from category where id is equals to where id is equals to this id. So for us to be able to use this format, we need to say cid, that's category id. So where id is equals to category id, we can't just pass this guy inside our query in there, so we need to use a variable to do that. So where id is equals to category id, so close the statement, and over here we're gonna say query, just our normal query that we do, right? So query, so make sure this query is kind of query 2 and SQL 2 to avoid conflict. So query 2 equals to my SQL query. Now my SQL query, we are going to pass in our connection, then comma, then the SQL 2 that we are passing. So SQL 2 will be passed down here. So let me scroll down for us to be able to get a full knowledge of it. So after the query 2 has been passed, so we need to fetch. So I'm gonna say result 2 is equals to my SQL fetch associate, then passing the query 2. So query 2 will be passed down here. So after the query 2 has been passed, since we already know our category is named with name column, not the title column, so we're going to say result 2 and pick the name column, not a title column. So now if we refresh now, it's going to show category of what? Wahoo. Category of Wahoo. This is amazing, this is great. Now our content also has been added. In the next series, we are going to learn how to add a comment to our blog post. Thanks so much for this post. See you in the next one. Hey guys, welcome again to this new series. In the previous series, we display our post content in the post page. So in this series, we are going to be learning how to add a comment to a post. Don't forget, we already have a comment table here. So we are going to be passing the user ID, the message, the status, and by default the status is disabled, that is not visible by default. So we are going to be passing the status and also passing the post ID, and anytime a user comes to this post, we are going to fetch the comment based on the post ID that matches each of the posts. So now without further ado, let's dive into the code straight away. So we're going to be entering into this our post area, this single post area. So we're going to scroll down to where we have the content. Now this is the content. Now after this content area, we're going to introduce HR. Now in this after the HR has been introduced, we're going to have a new div with an h3 or an h4, anything. Let's use h5 of comment below. So let's save it and refresh this page. As you can see, we have comment below down here. So we are using h4, so we are using h5 rather. So let's leave the h5 the way it is. Now comment below, we have a form. We are going to be introducing a form. So I'm gonna say form, then the action is going to be this same place, and the method will be post. So let's use the post for the method, and the action will be this same place. We are going to be introducing what's it called? We're going to be introducing message box alone, since the user has to be logged in order for them to be able to post. So don't forget we need to take out this this check statement. Okay, it's not actually here. So we don't check if user is logged in. Either you are logged in or you are logged out, this page is going to be accessible. So let me scroll down to this place to where we are at the moment. So we are in the comments section below. So this comment section will not be visible if the user is not logged in. It's only logged in user that will be able to post comments. But if you are not logged in, you are going to see the recent comments for you to be able to track what other people have talked about the post. So after the form has been declared over here, now we need to introduce our form group. So form group. Now inside the form group, we are going to introduce a label. So label, inside this label, we are going to be having a message here. So message,
will be the label, and the content of the message will be text area. So we are going to be using text area for the content of the message, and here will be comment. Comment is here, so comment underscore new. So new comment. So we, in the future, we can add edit comments, that is, admin can easily edit a user comment and also modify it. So in this text area, we're going to be having a class of form control. Form control. So if we save it now, we need a placeholder. So I want to say placeholder, enter comment, enter comment here. So enter comment here is the placeholder. If I refresh it now, I'm gonna see. So sorry, I see we are putting what's it called, message. It's not message, it's comment. So comment, so refresh comment. So we have comment label. So this comment below, let's just take it off and write comment alone. Let it be comments. So comments, and here is new comment. So let's say new comment, and let's reduce this column to 10. So let's use 10 sorry, not 10 35. Okay, now it has been reduced to rows of 5. So now after this has been done, the next thing to do is to introduce a new div dot margin top 2 with a button of submit comment. So the submit comment is going to be having a class of btn primary. Okay, so submit comments has been declared, and the type will be submit. So whenever a user clicks submit, is going to submit using what? Using comment new name. So comment new name is the format that we're going to be using, so you don't need to pass it again in the button attribute. So just save it now, refresh this page, and if you click on comments, nothing will happen. It's still going to it's just going to refresh and do nothing. So now let's undo this comment feed in our process.php. Don't forget, our process.php is being passed to the post.php landing page. So we need to now go down to the process.php now in order to accept our new comment that is coming for us. So we scroll down and do an if statement below here. So we're going to say if is set post comment new, that is, if comment new is being triggered, then we're going to accept the comment will be accepted as the comment new, because comment new is the text area. So we are accepting the comment now. The next thing to do is the SQL. So we're going to say SQL is equals to insert into, don't forget we are inserting into new table now, insert into comment. So insert into comment. So which column are we inserting into? User ID. So we copy the user ID comma message also. So message comma what else again? Post ID. Yes, we need to pass the post ID also. So I'll paste in the post ID too. So now we are inserting into user ID message and also post ID. I told you by default status is passed as 0, so it's not displayed. So we have a default value, as you can see, default 0, default value for our status. So we don't need to pass the status at all. It will automatically save the status. So insert into comment where user and message and also post ID is set. So after doing that, we pass our values. Our values will be passed, and the first one here is what? User ID. So in order for us to get the user ID, we are going to determine the person that is active. So user ID is equals to variable underscore session
user, don't forget session user is the one that is active, and inside session user we're going to get the person ID from session user. So user ID has been set. Now the next thing to do is the post ID. So we're going to see post underscore ID is equals to get get what? The post ID. Don't forget we are in the post ID by default. As you can see the top, this URL is the post ID. So post ID is this. So we already have the user ID, the comment, and the post ID. What else do we need? That's all. So now let's start passing it one after the other. So the user ID now will be addressed in the first column. Make sure it matches the first column, and the second column also will be what? The message, which is the comment. So let's pass it down here. Now as you can see, comment is passed. The third one is what? Is the post ID. So let me pass the post ID to this place. So as you can see, the post ID has also been passed in our SQL. The next thing is the query, and I'm gonna say query is equals to MySQL query. Now connect, and the next one is to check if it's actually success. So I'm gonna say if I can just try to copy the one here. Okay, copy this guy, Ctrl C, Ctrl V. Let me scroll down so you'll be able to see it. Now comment, if it's a success, we're gonna say comment added, and if it's an error, unable to add comment will be the result of the data. So unable to add comment if it can't add, and if it's added, comment added. Waiting moderation. So once admin approve it, is going to come up, is going to display, is going to show. So what we need to do now is to pass our notification, that is our displaying error and code, all those things together. So all those error display and everything, let's put it above the page of the post content. So I'm going to be going to my login now and copying our notification that we declared here. So I'll copy everything and go down to the post area. Then we are going to paste it in this place. So anytime we click on save, we can see what is actually happening. So let me refresh this page down and try to add a new comment. As you can see, we don't have any comments in our comment section. So I will scroll down and say, wow, I love this post. I love this post. If I click on submit now, as you can see, comments added, waiting moderation. If I check my table now, you're gonna see the comment. As you can see, the user ID is set, the message is set, and the status is 0 by default, and the post ID is 4. So now the next thing to do now is to make our comment visible here whenever the admin has successfully approved the comment. So at the moment we can't see any comment, and also admin won't be able to see it. So in the next series, we're going to learn how to accept the comments in admin dashboard for us to be able to either approve it or delete it. We can either approve or delete it. So don't forget, the next series we are creating the comment section. Thank you so much for this season, series. See you in the next one. Hello, welcome again to this new series. In this series, you are going to be learning how to create the comment page and also accept the comment data. So after accepting the comment data, we can either delete the comment or approve the comment. That's the only option we'll be adding, and you can figure the rest out as an assignment for you to try to use other pattern of the category or the post format to update the status. But for this series, we are going to be either deleting the comments or approving the comment. Thank you so much for watching the previous series and previous sections. So in these sections now, in this series now, we are going to be diving into the comment part of it. So now let's dive in straight to the code and let's see what we have to do. So now we are in the dashboard.php. In the dashboard.php, we are going to connect a link to the comment linking to the comment navigation link. So yeah, so we are going to be going down to the dashboard now and linking the comment section. So we are going to link it down to comment.php. So comment.php. So we are going to be linking to comment.php. So now if I refresh this page now and click on comment.php, we are going to be giving not found file. So we need to create this file. So to make use of to display the comments comment data from database, we need to make a clone of the dashboard. So we have to clone this dashboard because it's the same format we are using. So we are going to say comment.php. Okay, so I'm going to paste what I copy from the dashboard here now, and I'm going to pass a class of text danger here to make it highlighted. Text danger to this format. Now if I refresh it, now you're going to see comments. So here now we're going to turn it to all comments. So let's turn this place to all comments. And after all comment has been stated there, the next thing to do is to edit this particular place. Now the first thing is getting the user. So we're going to say user, and the next one is the comment. And user comment, and also the status and the date at which the comment is being dropped. So this action will contain two links will be contained in the action, either deleting it or approving the comment or approve. You can either delete or approve the comments. So let's scroll up again and let's try to trace this. So here we have the user comment, status, the user, we have the user, the comment, the status, the date at which the comment is being published. So now to achieve all this data into our table, we need to pass in our our table from our database. So I'm going to say select all from comment, order by ID dex. So order by ID dex. So select all from comments, order by ID dex. Make sure it's corresponding to the table of your database. So select all from comment, order by ID dex. So after doing that, save it, scroll down, and let's update this image to our user. We are receiving the user ID. So now let's pass the user ID here now. So I'm going to say PHP echo results, then user underscore ID. So save that, and don't forget we also have to pass the message. So the message will be the comment, which is the title that we are having here. So here will be message. So message has been passed. Now the status, if is one active, is no one not active. Good. So after that has been done, the timestamp also need to be passed, which is actually here. Now after we are done passing that, we don't need to pass this edit page again. So just take it off and let this place be approve comment. So the parameter, the get parameter will be approve underscore comment. So the comment ID will be passed down. Comment ID will be passed, and if it's delete comments, we're going to say delete underscore comment. Then the comment ID also be passed. So delete comment will be passed by the ID, and approve comment will be passed by the ID. So if it's approved, it's going to show, it's going to be approve comment. So let's go back to our page now and refresh this place. As you can see, we have the user of 5, comment of this, status is this, and date. Sorry, we have an issue with the date. Oh, sorry, we didn't pass a date. We need to add our timestamp to our comment, so we'll be able to track when they post the comment. So let's add timestamped. So let's scroll down to timestamp area, and default value is current timestamp. So let's save it. So current timestamp has been passed down to this place now. So now let's refresh our table. Now as you can see, we have the timestamp at which this post has been submitted, so we can either approve it or delete it. At the moment the status is what's not active. So now let's now check again. If this status is not active, that is only when approve is going to show, but if it's active, it's not going to show approve, only delete is going to be displayed. So let's scroll up here now and copy this format, this guy here. So we copy it, copy, and scroll down to where we have the approve tag. So just take it down, enter this place, paste it here, paste it here. After pasting it, instead of allowing active, so we are not going to pass anything, so we are going to cut this link tag here now and replace it with our not active. So if it's not active, we are going to do this, and if it's active, we are going to do nothing. And this same format that we have here is still the same thing as saying otherwise here, saying otherwise. So if you pass this exclamation mark, which means otherwise, is going to do the same thing that we are trying to perform, which is the else here. So let's use the otherwise to make our code professional, to make it look professional. So I'm going to be pasting it here, and I'm going to be deleting this current one that we have here. So this else statement is going to be deleted, and our code will be closed down here. So I have closed my statements here now. My statement has been closed. Now if you refresh it now, it's still working. So anytime we click on approve, it's not going to be showing approve link again. It's going to just make sure it's approved. Okay, so the next thing to do now is to display the user name. The username has to be displayed here, or the user picture rather. So now in order for us to get the user picture, I'm going to scroll to where we have the user, this user ID. So this particular place now, we are going to break it down, down. So after it has been broken down, above here we make our query. We're going to say SQL is equals to select all from user, from users. Don't forget it is users. Let's go to database, make sure it's correct. From users, select all from users, where ID is equals to what, this ID, where ID is equals to this ID that we are accepting from this comment section. So where ID is equals to this, so let me define the ID here. So user underscore ID is equals to this guy here. Close our statement. So where user ID is equals to this ID in this place. So now we close the statement. After closing the statement, then we are going to say query is equals to MySQL query, then pass in our connection, comma, also pass in the SQL. After the SQL has been passed, then here will be result 2. Don't forget result 2, because we already have a result above there. So result 2 will now be my SQLite fetch associate. Then we pass in our query. And after passing our query, then we are going to echo. We are going to use this guy to echo the picture of the user. So I'm going to scroll down now to outside the PHP tag. Then I'm going to introduce img. Then I'm going to say img echo the user words, the user picture, which is the thumbnail. So I'm going to say thumbnail. So thumbnail is going to be passed, and the height of the picture is going to be 50. So let's say 50. So if we refresh, not here. If we refresh now, on divine index thumbnail, we're having an issue where ID is equals to user ID and thumbnail is not defined. Why is not defined? Let's go down to our user table and check what do we have there. Not user, PHP beginner. Okay, user. Our user did not have a picture. I was thinking we have an image for the user. Okay, no problem. So we are just going to call the name. User is not defined. I'm very sorry for this. I was thinking user has an image. So we are going to take this guy off and echo the username since user is not active with an image. So we echo the username. So let's refresh this page now and see. Now as you can see, the user that posted this comment is Adeleya, and the comment he posted is, wow, I love this post, and the status is not active, and the date he posted is this. So if I click on approve now, it's going to say active. It's going to approve the comments, and it's going to be visible in the post area. So let me open a new tag. I think the comment is added to this place. Okay, to this guy here. So the comment is added in this place. So now if we approve the comment now, it should be displayed in this post section. So I'm going to go back to the admin area now, and I'm going to say approve this comment. So for this approve comment to be able to work, we need to accept this parameter approve comment. As you can see, approve comment has been added to the current URL. So I'm going to go back to my coding area now, then move down to the process.php and scroll down to where we are going to be declaring functions for the approve comment. So I'm going to say if it sets get method of approve comment. So if you set get method of approve comment, and approve comment also, an approve comment is not empty. This is an automation, so an approve comment is not empty. Then do this. So here will now be comment id, comment underscore id is equals to this. So underscore get approve comment. So approve comment is the id. So approve comment will be the id, and how the id has been gotten. So if it's approved that we click, so we're going to say the hash square will now be what? Say update comment, set what's it called, set the status of this comment. Set status equals to what? It's equals to 1 since it's approved. Where equals to 1, where id is equals to comment id. So update comment set status equals to 1, where id is equals to the comment id. So we save that, and at the query section we pass in the MySQL query connect, we pass this guy, and we're going to check if the query is succeeded or not. So we pass it down here, and it's going to say comment approved. So we delete this moderation because we are cloning it. Comment approve, unable to approve comment. So if there's an error, unable to approve comment. So let's refresh. As you can see, comment approve, and we can't find the approve link again. Now the status is not active. So now if we go back to the post area and refresh this page now, you're not going to see anything. The reason why it's not showing anything because we haven't looped through our comments area where the status is equals to 1 and the order is dex order. So now I'm going to go back to our code now and also try to let's try to fix the delete part of it. So let me take this out of this place now, and since we are already approving our comment, let's also delete the comments. So let me fix the delete comment. So if I click delete comment now, it does nothing. So this is the delete comment parameter. So we're going to making a clone of this current query that we write here now. We're going to be making a clone of it. So I'm going to make a clone of this guy here now. So a clone of this guy. So I'm going to say delete comment. So delete comment, which is comment ID. So I'm going to say, instead of saying updates, I'm just going to say delete from comment. Delete from comment where ID is equals to this. Then if it's deleted, it's going to say comment deleted. So unable to delete comment. That is what it's going to say. So now if I try to use this thing again, it's going to say delete comment deleted automatically. So now since our comment has been deleted, that we're going to go back to our post again and add a new comment. Let's see if it's going to show. Add comment added, waiting moderation. Refresh. As you can see, is not active. Yes, now is not approved, but yet is not being displayed in this place. So if I click on it now, you will not be able to see the comments. So for us to see this comment now, we're going to go back to our coding area now and take out the process.php. We don't need that place anymore. So we're going to move down to our post, single post, not plural post, single post.php, and scroll down to where we have the comment. So scroll down to where we have the comment. Now as you can see, this is new comments, and right after the new comments, no, let's do above the comments. So let's do it above the comments. So after this h5, we're going to be having our comments section listed there. So we're going to be having our comments in this area. So let's give an HR of horizontal line. So after the above the horizontal line, we're going to introduce our comment section. So I'm going to say div dot should we use div row? Yeah, let's use row, so the user image will be displayed and also the comments and the time. So div row, and div column of 6, column of 6. So this column of 6, we are going to duplicate it. After duplicating the column of 6, the first one we accept the user image. So I'm going to say img, but before I do that, let's still leave it the way it is now. So let's leave it the way it is now, since we have this this format and this format. Now to every loop, we are going to be looping through the two sides of it, the user image, the username, and also the comment section. So it's going to be at the layer your dg, and the comments will be by the side. That is what we are trying to achieve in this place. So now let me cut this guy now. I'll cut it, and after cutting that, and I'm going to say I'm going to declare my PHP tag. After the PHP tag has been declared, so we are going to run our query in this place now. So I'm going to say SQL is equals to select all, select everything, select all from comment, where post underscore ID is equals to this current ID that we have in this place, which is the post ID. So post ID. So select all from comment where post ID is equals to this post ID. So after doing that, I'm going to close my statement. After closing my statement, we're going to run the query. So I'm going to say query equals to MySQLite query connection, then the SQL will be passed. After that have been passed, so we're going to say we're going to use our while loop again to loop through. We're going to use our while loop to loop through our data. So while loop, instead of using single result, because we have already used result above this page, we're going to be saying result 2. So result 2 is equals to MySQL fetch associate. Then we pass in our query that we have in this place. So we pass in our query. Now since our query has been passed, we close the statement, we start the statement again in this place. Now above this closing of PHP and starting of PHP, inside the while loop, we're going to paste what we cut the other time in the 2 column we cut the other time from our clipboard. We're going to paste it here. Now the first column will be accepting the image of the user and also the name of the user, and the second column will be accepting the name, the comments of the user itself. So let's first display the skeleton of the data. So I'm going to say echo, let me close the statement. So echo variable result 2. So result, what am I echoing the result? So I'm echoing user underscore ID, okay. That has been passed. So over here now, I'm going to pass the comment of the user, so which is message will be passed. So if I go to the browser now, refresh, you are going to see what we have. But at the moment we have an issue, post ID, undefined variable post ID. So I don't think our post ID is defined. Let me see what we use to define our post ID. So we are using ID alone, not post ID. So I'm going to scroll down to this place now and pass ID instead of post ID. Refresh. As you can see, we have A and we have ASA as the comment. So now let me fetch. Now we're not going to fetch the user detail. We're going to fetch the user detail based on this ID that we have in this place. So I'm going to cut this now break it down. Now don't forget, since we already have same format in our comment page from our admin, so we can easily come here now and copy everything that we have in this place. Copy everything, say Ctrl C, go back to the post, paste it in this place, and call this result. Instead of result 2, result 3. It's going to be result 3. After result 3 has been declared, we are going to also close this statement. After the statement has been closed, don't forget this while loop is result 2. So let's change this to result 2. So result 2 for the user ID and result 3 for the user data. So after getting the user data, we are going to display the user image, the user picture. So I'm going to say echo result 3, variable result 3, variable result 3. Then what are we picking up from the result 3? Thumbnail. We are picking thumb. Oh, sorry, the user did not have an image. I'm just keep forgetting this data. Okay, so let's say let's say p tag. To let us use any h1 or h2. So p tag, then php echo result 3, then the name of the user. Refresh. As you can see, Adele Yadeji. Now after the name has been passed, we also need to pass the date of the comment, the date at which the comment is being posted. So we're going to say br small tag. We are going to be using small tag to do that. That is small elements. So small tag php echo. Don't forget, this time around we are not using the result 3, we are using result 2 because result 2 is the comment. So we copy the result 2, scroll down to where we have this guy here. So we're going to paste in this result 2 and naming the timestamp there. So save it, refresh. As you can see, we have our timestamp display for us. So to make it look more great, so we're going to be using date. We're going to say f j comma y, then passing the second parameter as string to time. Inside string to time function, we're passing our timestamp. After passing that, we refresh the page, and as you can see, we have September 29, 2021. That is when I post this comment, and the comment is what ASA as the comment. Okay, now our comment has been done, and now let's try to delete this comment and refresh this page to see if it's actually working. So if I delete this comment now and refresh this page, you're not going to see anything. So if you don't see anything, let's give a notification if there is nothing there. So we are going to say results user. So if results user does not have any data, what do we do? So I'm going to cut this guy out of this place. We put it here. So we copy it and paste it back to this place, what we have looping through. But before the loop we start, we're going to say if this guy is true, then do the while loop. If this guy is true, do the while loop. So we're going to go to where this while loop end. Don't forget where it end. It end in this place. So if it starts, so we are going to close the if statement in this place. Do the while loop. Else echo no comment yet. Echo no comment yet. So it's going to say no comment yet. That is what it's going to show. As you can see, no comment yet. So I had a new comment now. Wow. Submit comment. When I scroll down, oh, there's an error. Okay, it's because we passed our data. Okay, let's just have it this way first. This guy is going to represent for the counting, and this guy over here is going to represent for our while loop. So while loop has an issue loading that. So let me close my tab now so that it won't crash the system. So leave it this way, And for the if statement, let it be this way. But in this if statement function, we are going to name it 3 because we're having issue down there. So name it 3 for us to be able to check if it's actually working. So once it's done, let's go back to the index page again. Click on our post, scroll down. As you can see, oh, we don't have anything there. Okay, so let's try to check for this guy. What is he actually bringing? What is the response? So echo variable dump. So let's dump what this data is bringing. So this data is actually bringing a real-time data. So the status is actually 0. So let's point it where the status is not 0, so that we are going to have something more cool. So let from comment where post ID is equals to this and status, sorry, and status, that's why it's not working, and status is equals to 1, and status is equals to 1, which means 1 means approved. So if I refresh now, you can see it's not working. So let's take this guy out of this place now and refresh. As you can see, no comment yet because admin hasn't approved the comment that is being added. So let me go to a new tab now and go to the comment section, click on approve. As you can see, the comment has been approved. So let me scroll down and refresh this page. Let's see if we're going to see the comment. As you can see, the comment is not showing. What's happened? Something is wrong. Let me comment this if statement. Let's comment this if statement. I think this if statement is avoiding some things. Refresh. Oh, something is wrong somewhere. Something is wrong somewhere. So our if statement has been commented. Let's comment this our result fetching. Oh, because we have already fetched it above, that is why it's not coming up again. So let's use array instead of associate to fetch the above format of it for us to be able to know if a comment has been added. So let me refresh. Oh, it's still not working. Wow. Okay, anyway, in the next course we are going to be learning how to use PDO. Had it been we are using advanced PHP, we can easily manipulate it through, but because we are using the procedural method, this procedural method, it's easily crashed with some other data. So in the advanced class, we are going to be learning how to easily do that without error. So for now, you can comment it, and in the future we are going to learn how to use it very well. Okay, so let's save it now. Let's refresh. As you can see, we have Adelaya Yodeji, and the comment is what? Wow. If I had another one, it's not going to be displayed until admin approve the comment. So admin will come over to this place now. Refresh. Admin, we have another comment to be approved. So let's approve this comment now. Approve comments. Now comment has been approved. And if I refresh this page now, sorry, if I refresh this page now, you're going to see the comment will be approved, but there's an issue. Multiple comments cannot be added. Why? So I think the issue is from where. So let's check our database if we have multiple comments. Sorry, not here. Comments. So we have 2 comments, and the admin is actually showing just a single comment. Admin is showing single comments, and we have multiple comments in this place. So let's fix it. Let's go back to our post tag, to the comment area where we have the all comments. So we scroll up and see where we have the issue. Now here we say select all from comments, where select all from comments order by ID dex. Yeah, it's correct. So why we have an issue? Select everything from comments order by ID dex. Something is wrong somewhere. Something is wrong. We should loop through our data. Oh man. Results query. Okay, let's take out this ID dex. Let's take out this ID dex. Select all from comments. Let's see. select everything from comments, then loop through. Okay, something is wrong. Something is definitely wrong somewhere. So we have first query, we have another query here. Let's give this a query 2. Query 2. So you might be having the same issue, please. Sorry, my SQLite. Okay, so let's give it query 2. Query 2. Result 2. Yeah, let me save it again. Refresh. Wow, this thing is not working. Why is it not working? Why? Query MySQL query MySQL fetch associates. Yes, it should work. Okay, let's say query 2. Query 2. Okay, query 2. Refresh. Wow, you know, according to what I said earlier, because of what is it called, because we have the same variable with the first query that we have above this place, that is why the error is pumping up, keep on pumping up for us without a quiet hint for us to be able to know what is actually wrong. Now, as you can see, the error is because of the same variable name that we are using to pass the data. So now it's now working very fine now. So the both of them has been applied. So I delete this guy now and go back to this place. So let's refresh this page. As you can see, we have single one. So let me add a new comment now. Comment has been added. So let's display everything. Let's approve it. It has been approved. Let's refresh this page. Sorry, let's refresh this page and see if we have the two comments. As you can see, we have one comment. So the same is actually happening to this format. So let's see. I think we have the same issue in this place. So I'm going to say query 2, query 2, query 2, query 2. So let's refresh. As you can see, we have it working. I'm very sure that's the reason why the if statement also is not working. I guess. So let's try to work this guy again. Let's see if it's going to work. So let me uncomment this guy now, which is result 3. You know, we have multiple query, so this query has stand for this and this query has stand for that. So let's try it. Let's try to do that and see if the procedural method is going to work. So refresh. Wow, we are given 1. Okay, now let's try to create our own MySQL fetch query. So let this query be given to this guy below here, and we are going to copy this query and use it above this place. So we are going to call our own query 2. Query, let's say query 4, because we already have some other query below. So query 4, let's say we have query 4. So let's save it now and refresh. Is it working? Now it's working. It's working perfectly. Now if I add a new comment now, let's see what we get. So save comment, admin, refresh, approve comment. Awesome. So if I scroll down to where we have those comments now, as you can see, we have 1 2 3 and we have 1 2 3 here. And if I delete everything, we are not going to have anything. So let me refresh this page now. As you can see, it says no comment yet. So you can be the first to make your first comment. So thank you so much for watching this series, and I am very sure you gain something from this. The same that happens in this place can be happening also here. If you work the same way it's working there. So see you in the next series. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Hey guys, welcome to this series. There is a particular attention I need you to fix. Now for an instance, if you go to a particular post and you are not logged in yet and you try to make a comment over here, it will not be possible because we are getting the user ID. Let's try that. Let's say we want to add a new comment saying hello, wow. Let's say wow, great. So let's try to do that. Submit. As you can see, it says undefined index, user is not defined. So because of this error, we need to add a new statement over here that says login or register to comments. So comments feed will not be visible until you are logged in. So let's do that so we can avoid this error. I just figured that out. So let's dive to our code where we have the post, single post itself. So now I'm in single post area. Scroll down to where we have the comment section, where we have the new comment itself. Then highlight it, or better still, just take it down and generate a new PHP code. In this PHP code over here, make an if statement. If is set, who are we setting for? Session user. If you set session user, then it can show the form tag for us, so there won't be an error while the user is trying to comment. So let's take it off now and put it inside this protected section. Now it's not protected by the session attributes. Now if the person is not logged in, it's going to say, let's close this PHP here, then a button will be in this place or an anchor tag saying login to comment. So to take the user to the login.php page. So let's refresh this page now and let's see what we get. So there won't be an issue in the future. Now as you can see, login to comment. If I click on it now, it takes me to login.php. Now also in this place, in this login.php section, we need to make a fix whereby if is a ordinary user, once the user login, is going to redirect back to the post area. In order to achieve that, we need to try to create an account with a user account, then or we edit some accounts and use it. So let me go to the users, let me add a new user, let me add Bigimon. So Bigimon, so our aim is for the user to redirect back to the post area. So bigimon@gmail.com. The user is and the role is user, is not admin. So the password is my email. Save it. User has been added. As you can see, we have user and we also have admin. Now the same applies to this dashboard section here. Make sure if the current user is a user, retake the person back to the post, and if it's admin, take the person to the dashboard. So let's also do that. So now this guy is created now. If I log out now, let's still work this out. If I log out now and try to log in Bigimon, you are going to discover that Bigimon is going to enter as admin, meanwhile is a user. So now let's fix this error. Now this is what we are going to do. In this login area, we are going to check, we are going to save the user. Since our data is actually saving, let me show you in the process.php. Since our data is being saved to the session, let's scroll up to where we have the login, this register, this login. Now as you can see, it's now session, all our data has been saved to session user. So since we have all the data in our session user, we are going to make a check in the session user in every dashboard area where we have those contents of all those files. So we need to make sure it's secure. So now we are going to go to those pages one by one. So let me go to the category edit.php. So I will scroll to the top and make a check if session is actually set. If session is set and session is not on active, then allow the user to be on this page. but else redirect to login.php. That is what we actually meant by this place. Now we want this place to be secure. We want only admin to have access to this current page. We don't want anybody to come to this place. So after checking for this current active user page, the next thing is to make a clone of this thing again. Make a clone of the current if statement over here. So make a clone of it and check if session is set. If session is set, and actually the top is already set, so let's just take out the set again. We don't need to call the set anymore since our if is set is being declared at the top. So just move on to the next query. If session user, now the role, if session user role is equals to user, if it's equals to user, then redirect the person back to where? To home. So the person won't be able to have access, or better still, index. The person will have access to what we have in the dashboard. So it's going to redirect the person back to index.php instead of login.php. So if I copy this query now, I'm going to apply it for both category and the rest of everything in our code. So instead of doing so much stress, I can delete it from here, then use Ctrl+Shift+F, and drop this guy down. Now what are we searching with Ctrl+Shift+S? We are searching for this guy here. Search for this guy. Now once you search for the guy, you are going to see bunch of places that is being declared. Now as you can see, we have it in user, post, new user, new post, blah 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 blah, down to category. Just about every place that we actually wanted it to be, that is where we have it here. So to make this edit now, we are going to make a replace over here. So we paste in what we just copy again from that guy. As you can see, it's still the same thing. So after pasting it down, then after pasting it down, we need to scroll down. And paste the one. We need to scroll down and paste the one I copied, the original code itself. So if session role, if the person's role is user, we direct the person back to home page. So it's going to replace everything with this one. So if I save it now, I click on replace, it's going to replace every pages that we have. Now we have replaced this query now. So if it's user, it's going to return back to index.php. Now let me log in. If I log in, as you can see, I'm in index. If I click on dashboard, it won't take me to dashboard because I'm not permitted to go to the dashboard area. So that is for that. Now the next one to do, let me log out again. Where we have the dashboard, let's add a logout so a user can log out from the website. So let me go to, I think is in the pages, header home, where we have dashboard. So let's also add a logout something there. So logout.php, logout.php, yeah, logout.php, correct. So refresh, text danger, okay, logout.php is set. So if I click on logout now, I'll be able to log out and go back to this page. Now if you check it now, you discover that it says login to comments. Now this is what I want to achieve. If I click on login to comments and I log in, I should be redirected back to this page. So to achieve that aim, there's one thing we need to do. We need to research a particular code that we're going to use to do that. So let me use this this simple code I found on Stack Overflow.com. So let me use this code. Let me show you how I get down to this place. So in case you are also searching for that, so PHP redirects back to previous page not after submission, just PHP redirects back. That's what I searched, and I click on the first query that was given to me. So you scroll down. I actually saw this, but it's not really secure, and we can actually try it, and if it solves the problem, then we can go for it. So let me copy this one here, since we have 269 votes for it. So once the vote is higher, that means it's working perfectly. So let me copy that. So anytime the user log in and is a user, we direct back to this page, but if it's admin, just move on with the connection. So we are going to go to the process.php now. Now over here that we have this login to dashboard, we are going to make a check here saying if variable results, if results, don't forget it's an array, if results row is equals to what, is equals to user, if it's equals to user, then take the person to where, to this place, else take the person to this place. Nice one. So if it's user, redirect back to this server HTTP referrer where we copy from the Stack Overflow, and if it's admin, take it to dashboard.php. So let me click on login again and click on login. As you can see, it's not working, it's not solving our problem. It's still redirecting back to the login.php, and meanwhile we are logged in already. So now let's log out again and go back to Stack Overflow and use this one that we have here. So let's use this one, let's save it and let's refresh this page, log in again. Okay, it's not working. Let me log out. Let me go back to the post. I think that's the reason why it's not working. Log into comment, click on it. Wow, it's not working. So now we have tried several ways to store this thing using Stack Overflow. Is not working. So what we need to do now is to build it from the scratch ourselves. So we need to build it from the scratch. So in order to do that, we are going to make a storage. We are going to be storing our URL in every post the user click on. We are going to store the URL so that anytime the user is trying to log in, the URL can be passed down to the header in order for us to be able to use it. So now I'm going to go to the single post area now. In the single post area here, at the top of the page where we have the session starts, since our session is started already, we are going to make a new declaration of session URL is equals to where. So we are going to make a declaration of this page now. So session URL is equals to where. So we are going to store this post ID in this URL. So let's store this post ID in this URL, since we already know this is where we are. Sorry. So I'm going to copy this guy, paste it here. So for better authentication, let's bring it down after this guy here. So we are going to get the post ID so we can pile into the URL format. So now the post ID has been received from our session URL. So I'm going to copy this guy now, save it, go to the process.php. Then we're going to say if, so we're going to make an if statement again. If it set session URL, then we're going to do this guy, else we do this guy. So if it's not set, we are going to take the user back to index.php, and if the URL is set, we are going to receive the post ID is equals to session URL. So we receive the post ID. Then after receiving the post ID, we are going to make our new declaration of the header. So location, where are we going to? Single post.php, where we have what? Let's see how we write the parameter. Single post.php, where post ID is equals to the ID. So single post.php, where post ID is equals to this post ID that we have here. So we paste it in and close the statement. Okay, so let's give it a try now. Let's see what we get. Log out. Let me go back to Bootstrap. Okay, home page for the blog. Log into comments. Click on it. Wow, it's not set. Why? Click on read post again. Let me log out. Bootstrap. Log in. Read. Log into comments. Log in. Wow, it's taking us back to index. Oh, let's try to add an else statement because I'm very sure this thing is working. So let's use else if it's not set, because it's currently set. I think it's been hijacked. So let me log out again. Click here. Let me log out again. So under post, log into comment. Log into comment. Click on it. Wow, wow, wow! It's working. It's working perfectly. Now, anytime the user now login, we need to make an hash statement here. So it's going to bring down this comment feed once the user login. So we're going to say post ID and adding hash to it. We need to add hash. We need to add hash. Let's try to do it manually. Let's try to do it manually so it won't crash our code. So let me scroll down to where we have the comments, to where we have the main comment itself. So this is the comments area. Do you have a comment? Let me see the form. This is the form area. So the form, we need to have an ID of comments form. So comment form is the ID. So let's target the ID manually. So let me just say hash comment form. Is it working? So let me scroll up. Let me enter it. Wow, it doesn't work. Okay, it's because of the URL routing. The routing of the URL is not pretty enough, but at least we achieved something today. This is great, amazing. It's just an extent of it. So see you guys in the next series where we are going to fix the search and then move to the category. Thank you for this current session. See you in the next one.
Hey guys, thank you for checking that out. You can enroll for the full course on aksq.com. Yes, over here you can find the full content of the course, and this course is actually connected to the Flutter development on my channel. That is the Flutter project on my channel. This same PHP course, which is e-commerce and the blog system, is connected to the Flutter development. Let me show you in case you are looking for that. As you can see, I have the same course on my channel. This course and this course are linked together. So it is the API that we use in the backend that we use in the Flutter. So you can enroll in the backend full course, at the same time take the Flutter if you are into mobile app development. Okay guys, once again, thank you so much for checking out the course. See you in the full course. Bye.